The 195 square mile drainage area flows through DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota counties, then through our city to exit at Charlotte Harbor. As the city of Northport is located at the low end of the Big Slough watershed drainage system, the city's current flooding and water quality conditions are attributed not only to the city's growth, but also to upstream runoff in the DeSoto, Manatee, and Sarasota County portions of the Big Slough. During significant rain events, ponding can also occur. Ponding occurs in low-lying areas that are characterized by poorly drained or supersaturated soils. With back-to-back rainfall events, the ground is totally saturated, which increases the runoff during a storm. The city works hard to maintain its stormwater conveyance system, which is comprised of roadside swales draining into 79 miles of named waterways and 132 miles of retention ditches that interconnect with each other and with the Myakkahatchee Creek. There are 64 water control structures, of which 23 are gated water control structures, 5 are gated drop structures, 28 are fixed weir structures, and 8 are drop structures. The control elevations of these structures are designed so that water is retained in the waterways in a step-down elevation system configuration. This means the water levels in
Good morning, everybody. We have a full house today. I'm asking for quiet. We'll get our meeting started. Today is Monday, April 10th, 2023. It is 9 a.m. We are in City Chambers, and I call the City Commission workshop meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner Stokes, myself, Mayor Langdon, Vice Mayor White, and Commissioner Emmerich. There is a quorum for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, Deputy City Attorney Michael Golan, Assistant City Clerk Gianelli, Recording Secretary Powell, Police Chief Garrison, and I think I see Deputy Chief Herlihy in the back representing Fire and Rescue. Lucy Brownberg, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm going to be opening up the floor to public comment in just a moment. I'm really asking, we have a lot of very important things to discuss today, so I'm really asking everyone to be quiet and respectful while you're here in chambers. We really need to maintain a respectful tone, whether we're giving public comment or just in the audience. And one thing I will not tolerate is someone heckling another public commenter because they're expressing a different view. I have zero tolerance for that. If it happens, I will ask the heckler to leave the chamber. So I'm sure you all appreciate why I would want to do that. Also, too, public commenters, you'll each have 3 minutes to speak. And we do not, as a policy, respond to any questions that public commenters might pose to us. If it's appropriate, I will ask someone from the staff to meet with you afterwards to answer any questions that you might have. Okay, so let's get started. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any online public comment?
We do.
Mayor, before we begin, is overflow open so that our citizens don't have to stand?
City Manager, do we have the overflow area ready? There are also seats over here, plenty of seats on this side. If you could fill in. Come on down. We don't bite. I see 7 or 8, 9, 10 seats down here on this side.
Thank you, Mayor.
You are welcome, Assistant City Clerk.
Boris Burham, do not allow War Mineral Springs development plan to proceed. We have a natural gem that has to be protected by all means. We cannot allow commercial interests to destroy our natural wonder. People from all over the world come here to enjoy the healing properties of our lake. Say no to commercial development. Elena Selimov. This is a pristine natural beauty land with feel of what vast America has to offer its natural resources to its proud citizens. This country is so big on preserving its natural state, so let's preserve it for generations to come in its pristine state. The development will dry up this gem like many others in the past experience when humans mess with natural forces and nothing but memories scattered to the wind is left after greedy business humans came in. I and my family oppose development as it will turn into a greedy commercial tourist trap and will lose its quality people who really care about this place. My family moved to Northport 2 years ago because of the magic this warm mineral lake does to our family. It is untouched beauty that draws us, and many people buy homes here and establish businesses around to build its healthy community and to add to local economy. Please preserve this place and its natural state for the health of local environment as fish, birds thrive there right now. For the sake of our children and for the planet Earth, thank you. Mary Leslie. Regarding the rezoning map, my Price Boulevard specifically, how in the world could someone even think it's okay to turn residential areas into mixed use? This is apparent. How could the city even think of doing this to its residents? I've already poured my heart and soul into getting the gas station booted from the right next to my home. Now my neighborhood could be exposed to this garbage again. Not to mention that 4 corners of Cranberry would not be full on commercial, and a gas station could be right next door again. Stop trying to commercialize and monetize everything and let people live. Current homeowners shouldn't have to live in fear that a business could be built right next to their home, their families, disrupting quality life, which is already warning and getting worse on price. Regarding War Mineral Springs, I am appalled at what is being proposed there as well. According to the city's website, the springs and the buildings are listed on the U.S. National Register of Historic Places. Selling this landmark, this historic and archaeological wonder, to a developer who will bastardize this beautiful marvel of nature. It is despicable. It should be respected. Thousands of people visit this place every year. Spruce it up, charge a reasonable fee, have it kept up, and conserve its legacy, not to mention the entire conservation aspect of the park itself. Selling off this area is a huge disservice to nature, the wild animals, and the city's residents that frequent this park. I have come across many Northport residents that absolutely hate this blatant disrespect to War Mineral Springs. Thomas Burnett. I can't fathom how or why Northport will sell out to a developer and ruin War Mineral Springs. Sounds like a land grab to me, and the rezoning is a huge mess. You might as well buy out everyone who has this displeasure to live on with West Price so it can turn into 41, which it sounds like this is what the city wants anyways. I vote nay on both. Michael Joseph. My daughter and I and her family live on Price. What a nightmare. Why would the city try to rezone this area and make it even worse to live? I don't want my grandchildren living in an unsafe area, surrounded by lanes and lanes of cars speeding by, a probable gas station, and a plethora of other businesses next door, and leave the springs alone. It's been here longer than people. Dustin Bauman. Wow, just wow. Developing Warm Mineral Springs, a historical site, is so disrespectful to the planet. Plus, changing the zoning so you can do whatever you want in residential areas is criminal. There's plenty of space along 41, Toledo, Blade, and Sumter for the gas stations, convenience stores, and auto parts stores that this city loves so much. Adolfo Bernados. Please keep Warm Mineral Springs open to all rather than limit it to those who cannot afford to swim in a private resort waters. Adolfo Bernados, Northport property owner. Edie Dreef. Good morning, Commissioners. It is important to treat lightly around Warm Mineral Springs. There are some who say the development that's been proposed recently will not harm the lake there, but others will argue that it very well may, and that it will also negatively impact the 60 acres that surround it. The 2019 plan that was agreed upon, Strando's trending lightly, will capitalize on its natural ambience. What sets Bloom's proposal apart is it's not park-like, but instead is a brick and mortar that trends heavily on those fragile and sacred grounds. There are other ways to shine a penny, meaning you can figure out another plan. You do not have to turn over this property to an outsider. You have a choice. Northport brought back a portion of Springs from Sarasota County. Because the county wanted it developed, why change the course now? Desperation doesn't always lead to good decisions. Have you looked for grant money to manage the land there? That was an area where scrub jays used to live. Those birds are like Goldilocks. They like things just right, which is what managing the land there can address. Birding is a huge income driver, and people flock in to see scrub jays and other species. Draw in while you're at it. Highlight what real Florida looks like. Do that by getting rid of the exotic Brazilian pepper trees and the Australian pines, and fill it with natives and scrub oak trees that are as rare as the scrub jays. The trees already exist there, but then capitalize on that. There are resources where you can find help to do this. Have you looked? Have you tried? Please ask the locals. We're happy to help you. Please don't give up on this with so much stake. Money isn't the only thing that counts in the big scheme of things. Please be smart and keep control, because once you've given it up, it's gone with no certainty about its future. Helena Jadskin. Dear Commissioners of the City of Northport, my name is Helena Jadskin, and I am a resident of Northport and have been here since 2016. We moved here from Chicago because of the healing Warm Mineral Springs. My husband, family, and myself oppose the P3 plan. We do not agree with developing the park area and building multi-story 250-room hotel and 300-time shared condominiums. The park is sacred, and we would like it to stay that way. It is, and you shouldn't give the rights to some developer for 99 years. You also have no right to be giving $9 million of taxpayers' money to them. The zoning should not be changed to accommodate the developer. There is no reason for this. In 2019, we voted for the master plan, which you should have honored and followed through with. We voted for you as commissioners to represent the people and make decisions based upon what the people of Northport expect. Sincerely, Helena Jags and family. Joan Heron. I oppose unchecked development on the Springs property. I strongly support maintaining the pristine nature of the property. Olga Rudman. Dear Commissioners, please understand in your hands not only the fate of the lake, but also people's lives. Right now, you are deciding if someone lives or dies. Construction can kill the lake and people who are still alive thanks to the lake. Please think 1,000 times before you make the decision. Daisha Ben-Yemen. Don't kill the lake. Don't do any construction. Loris Harris. I'm against the development of Warm Mineral Springs as this proposal is written. It should not be developed to this extent. It should not be viewed as moneymaker to exploit, but as a natural treasure to be preserved at all costs. Ella Mendes. Good morning. I'm absolutely opposed to private development at Warm Mineral Springs. This is a beautiful nature area and should be preserved, and master plan from 2091 is a great idea. Elaine Prince. I'm opposed to and dispute any name change or rezoning of the Northport Estates neighborhood. I have been a resident of the Estates neighborhood since 2006 and a resident of Sarasota County since 1991. Prior to that, I reside in Charlotte County. I have chosen to live and purchase a home in the Northport Estates neighborhood due to it being an agricultural neighborhood. Changing the homeowner's way of life out of greed to change density and collect additional tax money is criminal. We have the right to our land and to continue live to live by the statutes that our current zoning allows. If any one of us wanted to live in a town environment, we would not be here. We already pay higher taxes than most in Northport without receiving the benefits of other taxpayers. We had to fight to have our roads repaved by the city, and we choose to continue to do this because of the other benefits we have in living in our acreage property. I'm also opposed to the other rezoning proposals that are on this agenda. Having meetings without the public's awareness is wrong. These proposals should be announced to all residents in formats that reach to public and hold many public meetings. Changing zoning and changing the building around residents who have purchased homes in Northport, live and service our communities is wrong. Northport can do better. Northport needs to work on protecting and keeping its current residents and improving our infrastructure before allowing overwhelming growth that would destroy the reasons we have all chosen to live in a community that was and should remain the place we want to call home. David O'Meara. War Mineral Springs is a vast, mostly unexplored, unique geological and archaeological site that should be researched and studied, not developed. Nelson Gonzalez. It would be a disgrace to develop the springs. It should be left as if for the enjoyment of the people as a natural spring. Jim Strasser. I oppose this rapid advancement of a commercial, potentially destructive project. My position is that we should repair or replace the facilities, reopen the center, and then study what is best for the community, not just for the developers. The risk of permanently destroying the springs is too great. Daniel Sadie. I, Daniel Sadie, resident of Northport Estates, am strongly opposed to the rezoning of the estates from the agricultural zoning designation to residential estate zoning. I'm a native of Florida, born in Sarasota in 1975. I have lived my entire life with Sarasota County. I have enjoyed the Northport area long before the population of which currently resides, even before the interstate was finished. My girlfriend and I recently purchased property in the estates in the fall of 2021. My future plans include starting an apiary on my property of 3 acres and engaging in bookkeeping and craft honey. The fact that this address is designated as agricultural zone in one of the determining factors of our purchase. Agricultural zoning allows an unlimited number of hives in contrast to a residential estate zoning. The cottage industry of bookkeeping is vital to the environment. Bees are the lifeblood of pollination that keeps the earth in balance. It is also generates revenue not only for us, the property owner, but for surrounding businesses alike. Residents, gas stations, and government all benefit from the increased customer sales tax revenue. The change of zoning will not change the revenue generated by current property taxes, but will, however, change how we landowners are allowed to manage our property and limits what we can do. Agricultural zoning is why we bought here in the first place. We vote no on these changes to the Unified Land Code. These changes are not warranted. Respectfully, Daniel Sadney. Erica W. I oppose any development beyond restoration of the historical buildings around the springs. The land should remain low intensity. It has a long natural history and one of its diminishing remaining ecological areas that has not yet been overtaken by development. Restoring the building, including the spa, and allowing for health-related activities to flourish is what the community wants and would best serve the greater area. There is not a want or a need for more hotels or highly density residential. The spring and natural surroundings cannot support the amount of traffic proposed with the intense development. This is an issue not unique to War Mineral Springs. Our community interests historically agreed to codes and plans are being overrun in the interest of money and gross development. Our environment and our communities do not benefit. Please listen to the community. Thank you. Rochelle Bialou. I'm a 22-year-old resident of Southwest Florida, and I am against building any hotels, condos at a War Mineral Springs in Northport. There are too many risks involved of disturbing the ecosystem that surrounds the springs and wildlife that inhabits both the springs and surrounding lands. It is also proposed a great risk to the spring as well, ruining a natural, beautiful, quiet, hidden treasure in our own backyard. Monica Volonvik. We must wait for the geotechnical survey before zoning changes and contrast for several other interest developers are for approval of the people living around the springs. Jared Jacobs. I received substantial personal growth from going to the springs. I have had multiple sclerosis for over 35 years. Medically speaking, my doctors are amazed at my successful use of the springs and the growth, not just maintenance of my health. There was a medically diagnosed substantial loss of my health over the last 7 months, and in the springs were closed. I really look forward to continue my use of the Springs going forward, living out of town. I come to the area, I pay money to stay at a local hotel and spend money at a local restaurant to eat. To damage or hurt the Springs would be to damage and hurt me. Enjoying the quiet back to nature and the space is very important to me. I can never support the ecological damage done to the space. To know that the building on Indian sacred land would be to further damage the Springs. To hurt an ecological area of the space would be to hurt the Springs. If you see and smell into my lungs anymore, car coming and going, we're not want or need having any hotels or kind of built there and damage they would kick out, such as cars moving, garbage being, would really hurt me. Many people receive substantial health benefits from the Springs. To damage the ecological balance of the Springs really hurt me. Elderly people from around the world move to the space for their health benefit. They don't understand what the committee and the council is trying to do to the Springs that barely speak English. The revenue can you bring to this area is quite substantial. They come to the area and purchase houses. They come to the area and spend lots of money here. What is the basic dry cleaning or restaurants leaving revenue here? Take this all under strong consideration, I beg of you. Monica Davinsky. I'm opposed to any commercial development around Warm Mineral Springs. The Springs and its surroundings should be preserved. Robert Davinsky. Warm Mineral Springs should be free of any commercial development, should be preserved for future generations. Natalia Davinska. I am opposed to any commercial developments around Warm Mineral Springs. We should do everything to preserve and save this beauty of nature. Jedwiga Storts. I am strongly opposed to any new and future commercial developments around Warm Mineral Springs. We moved to Northport for this Springs over 20 years ago. It helps tremendously. Please save this special lake for generations to come. Lastly, Lindia. I am opposing the development proposal we accepted on the 2019 plan. This Warm Mineral Springs was acquired with public funds as a park. Do not ignore or change the Northport City zoning code. Listen to the will expressed by your citizens. No 3P. Tatiana Savak. I'm against the partnership for several reasons. One, I moved to be near the Springs and want them to remain in as natural environment as possible, which this partnership cannot honor by building a huge resort. Two, while I like the idea of having holistic care, massage, and healthy food choices on the premises, they can simply be built in places of current buildings that need to be condemned. There is no need for massive resort. Three, the experience and ability to enter the Springs can't be the same with up to 250 hotel room guests and 300 residential households on the property. Number four, there is no way they can build everything and not disrupt nature, both above ground and below, which could be catastrophic for the Springs themselves. Number five, the neighborhood around the area would be overrun and prices would go up and further displace locals. Number six, a 99-year lease into long of a commitment. If you really want to see how this company runs things, sign a year lease to let them manage the property, and we, the citizens and the visitors, can determine if they are even good at basic management first. Seven, the $9 million budget we have is more than enough to erect simple structures to house employees, a restaurant or cafe, and some rooms for wellness care like massage. We do not need this partnership. What we need is a capable project manager to help us make decent improvements without selling the souls of the Springs to the LLC. Furthermore, our city is already growing at a high speed and infrastructures can't keep up. The last thing we need is to insert over 550 dwellings into this old part of town. I urge you to reject this proposed partnership. We are counting on you to represent our voices and will remember your decisions at the next elections. I further urge to not rezone this area as AC and keep it residential, to keep the city-owned acres as natural as they are now. Thank you sincerely, Tatiana Savak. Jean Artamonco. On 2007, we built our house just because of the miracle lake and quiet, wildlife-friendly environment. We don't want to lose all of this. All my family against P3 development plan and against rezoning. We support a low-intensity option. We support a moderate plan to restore and expand the current buildings into a spa and restaurant. But the building of a hotel is a massive disturbance to the land. There is plenty of land in Northport to build hotels. We do not need to build on around a 10,000-year-old landmark. For this reason, we support a version of option 2 with slightly more commercial space. The War Mineral Springs is being punished due to the poor planning of past city council members. There is now a desire to increase the economic benefit by generating additional revenue from the War Mineral Springs. The city believes that if it does not generate more revenue and soon, the taxes will need to increase. This is the rationale for building over the War Mineral Springs. It was a false dichotomy. There are other ways to generate additional revenue for the city that don't belong building over a landmark. We must wait for geotechnical survey before making zoning decisions. The results of the survey must be understood and discussed. How much wetland space is there? How sensitive is the spring shed? How many endangered species are there? These are the things that we still do not understand. Dmytro Karpenko. To whom it may concern, I, Dmytro Karpenko, and Natalie Karpenko, the residents of Northport and our neighbors, do not support your development plan at any point. Please do not build anything in War Mineral Springs area. We want the lake to remain and the surrounding area to remain in its original form. Any construction will pose the high risk for these unique natural mineral springs. We should pass the War Mineral Springs to other generations in the same condition as we receive from nature. It is a unique place of natural recovery for the people with different health problems. Any construction work in the War Mineral Springs area can easily disrupt the fragile ecological system. In our opinions, we should keep the War Mineral Springs as a natural treasure. We also believe that it is necessary to pay special attention to the cleaning of the lake and riverbed in order to keep it in great condition. We think that the focus on saving our nature from building disasters is very important for many people living here. Thank you for the consideration of our comment. We all very hope on your understanding. Elizabeth Sinoff. I have been coming to the War Mineral Springs Park since 2002. I first was skeptical about the healing qualities of the lake. However, over time, I had seen so many improvements to my health that we just bought a house here. It seems that there were right ideas when the development plan was adopted in 2019. The P3 unsolicited proposal that is in the cause for this attempt at changing the zoning is unwelcome due to its nature, in addition to being a threat to the ecology and geology and archaeology values of the springs. It potentially could negatively affect the quality of life of the community already here. It is likely to attract affluent people willing and able to pay higher property prices and exorbitant emission rates for having a priority in access to the lake and the service there. The existing Northport community who supports the park through property taxes is older, many on fixed income and can't afford to compete with newcomers. The city is one of the fastest growing areas nationwide. Since 2019, real estate prices more than doubled. It seems that preserving this tranquil oasis while improving and expanding the facility, offering exercise classes, water aerobics, and physical therapy while keeping general admission for residents at an affordable level would result in increased community satisfaction as well as in profit growth for additional services offered. Alexis Torres. The springs have been around for hundreds of years. There's so many land and other places for buildings to be developed. This land doesn't need to be interfered with, especially after all these years. The springs is very beneficial health-wise in many ways. People from across the world come to the mineral springs due to its mineral and healing properties. Develop your land somewhere else. The springs have been here for generations and should be here for generations to come. Rosali Mancini. I am in support of options 1 or 2. It is important to preserve the natural beauty of the springs. I am in favor of rehabilitating the existing buildings and space to create a tasteful spa, small cafe, and playground area to help drive residents and visitors to this incredible area. Build it up to include hotels and high rises and not experience that I want when visiting the springs and don't feel it will be beneficial to our community. Pego Samil. My family have to Northport because of humble environment it provides to our family. War Minerals Lake is a gem that we would like to be near as its healing waters are magical. We oppose greedy commercial development as we concerned citizens of this land. It will not be good for Northport nor for its environment and overall health for the city. It will drive away wildlife as well as truly concerned with its health individuals. Please accept the cry for help and do not let developers enter the paradise. Nikita Samir. I'm a concerned citizen of the Northport, Florida, conveying my concern of the future of War Mineral Springs. Not only it's environmentally sound to allow development in the springs, it is also not respecting our ancestors. It is Native American burial site, and building on it will be sacrilegious and offensive to the indigenous tribes in Florida. This country stands above and beyond in preserving its land, so why War Mineral Springs is so different from Grand Canyon or Everglades. It is natural treasure that needs to be reserved for generations to come. The spring is very sensitive, and adding thousands tons of concrete while jeopardizing how long it will give us healing waters of the only healing springs in Florida. Please do not allow our heritage go to waste. Christoph Merkel. The P3 Resort Development Plan would destroy War Mineral Springs. Save War Mineral Springs. Stay with Master Plan from 2019. Thank you. We are done with public e-comment.
Good job.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, ma'am. Good job.
Before I open public comment to folks in the room, I just want to encourage those of you who perhaps were planning to give public comment and leave to not leave. I think it's important for you to all stay and listen to the presentations and the discussions that follow. Unfortunately, some misinformation hit social media over the past few days and generated a lot of questions and concerns that I think can be resolved through today's presentations and comments. So I do hope you will all stay through both topics. Assistant City Clerk, I'm sure there is. Let's start with the in-person public comment.
Raymond Jerry's.
Please silence your phones. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'll be calling 3 at a time. Amy Demersman and Lucy Brauman. If you can just line up right here, please. Raymond Jerry's. Raymond, you're first.
Number one. Well, thank you for letting me address this committee. I'm here to protest the planned rezoning of our city, basically because it will add about 25 to 35% of population density that we do not have the infrastructure for. You're rezoning single-family 1 to 7,500 square feet, which means it has to have water and sewer. So a lot of these areas that you've rezoned for multi-use, for residential medium, which I'm real not sure what that means, do not have water and sewer and will have to be put in. Who's going to pay for that? Will the developers pay for that? Will we pay for that? Activity center, I have no clue what that means. That used to be planned unit development, which would be Bobcat Trail, which would be Heron Creek. Now I don't know what it means. Your population densities, where you can build on 6,000 square feet and 4,000 square feet, are totally unlike whatever we have in the city right now. It will change the total, it will change the city as we see it now, to put multifamily into residential areas that do not have multifamily now, that are basically 10,000 square foot lots with water and well and sewer. It's totally against quality of life in this area. It will destroy property values. Any commercial that's put in, you all know that most commercial has a 29-year life expectancy. At that point, the original owners will sell that property to somebody who will possibly not maintain it as well. If you look at all our cities in the north, that's what's happening up there. I do not want to see Northport become Fort Myers. or the big city from Tampa to Naples as all one large city. And this is the way this area is heading. I have no more wildlife in my yard. When I moved to Northport 17 years ago, there was plenty of wildlife on my street, and I live close to the Port Charlotte line. And now there's nothing there except builders building houses. And to try to build infrastructure to match all this added development is going to cost the citizens quite a bit of money. And you all know that putting sewers and water lines in is going to be $35,000 to $40,000 per house.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank
Okay.
you for your
Well, thank you for
comments.
the time. And again, I believe anything should be said to the vote of the people for anything like this, not decided on by council.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Amy? Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to start out, not necessarily looking for sympathy, but just kind of let you know where I'm at right now. Should be with my husband. He's going through chemo this morning. He's one of your firefighters, and he has stage 4 colon cancer. But I'm here because I'd really like my home to continue agriculture. All right, so obviously I'm speaking on the rezoning of the estates. You keep writing that it's in name only. However, the restructuring of it from agriculture to a residential estate is not a name change. It does prohibit new businesses from opening in the estates. The businesses that keep seeming to be tossed out there seem a little fear-mongering towards me. Big Sugar, commercial slaughterhouses, commercial dairies, I've heard. Dakin Dairy has never called me and asked me if they could be my neighbor on 3 acres. They're an amazing, amazing, amazing example of family-run agriculture business, but 3 acres is not conducive to a large dairy. They're not moving out there. U.S. Sugar. I actually know the CEO of U.S. Sugar, had lunch with him on multiple occasions. Never has he said, Amy, wow, you know, next door to you is going to be a great place for a sugarcane field. We're not at risk of having big sugar commercial operations moving into the estates. What we are at risk of having is losing things like Northport Feed. And I realize it's not necessarily going to kick out existing businesses, but they will not be able to come in and be new. Northport Feed, who I've called, stuck in traffic, to let her know that I'm not going to make it there to pick up my feed because there's no way I can make it home from work. She tells me not to worry. She'll be at the gate. Trimming this tree. Because gosh darn it, I need those flowers some days. I need her. Sorry. I get stuck on stupid things. Monsanto, Tyson, again, none of these are coming into the estates. We're kicking out neighborhood businesses that are supportive of us as neighbors. Rescue Garage. Again, she's amazing. Vet care, dog food for people who run out of money.
Ma'am, I'm
Especially
sorry.
right now. Oh, is my
Your
time up? Oh,
is
shoot.
It goes fast,
Okay.
doesn't it?
I spent too much time being emotional.
Thank you. You were great.
I'm back.
Lucy?
Morning. I think the key word here is majority. I realize that you all have a big task in front of you, deciding the fate of Warm Mineral Springs and also the rezoning. But keep in mind the citizens of Northport, who elected each of you by a majority. They also voted by a majority to restore the springs in a low-impact way. As our elected officials, it's your duty to find a way to make that happen. I've talked to a lot of people, citizens at the War Mineral Springs over the last couple of days, and they rely on the park for the healing powers, as you've heard in all the comments. The overwhelming majority don't want this sold to a developer. That would change the spring forever. Some people move to this area that could benefit from the high mineral content in the park in the spring. A lot of people enjoy the surrounding park just for the environment. Some people respect the ancient Indian burial grounds on the property. But just as important as that is the fact that protected animals, like the manatee, depend on it for survival. The city is already woefully short of providing outdoor recreation areas per 10,000 citizens. And this will continue to grow as we grow the number of citizens. That will be even worse. Your task shouldn't be that complicated. You should listen to the people here today and all the people that wrote in online. Well, they're the majority. We're the majority. And we want a low-impact solution that we voted for and that we elected you to enact. And the same thing with the zoning. Thank you.
Daniel Hanks.
Daniel Hanks, Dave Phillips, and Joso Miller.
I'm a minister of healing, and the War Mineral Springs has been the most sacred and holy place that I have discovered for my life's work. In consideration of the fate of War Mineral Springs, where is the concern to protect and preserve and sanctify of the ancient artifacts that are in the spirit of Skywater Preserve, as it was known in the Ice Age? It's interpreted. Who owns it? Can it be bought or sold? If not, why not? As a resident of War Mineral Springs, an environmental steward, I have participated in preservation and protection of this land surrounding the War Mineral Springs, to include the waterway. I hereby declare that the War Mineral Springs and surrounding areas, surrounding lands, are sacred, and they cannot be developed, cannot be owned, and can only be protected and preserved by the statutes of local, state, and federal environmental protection laws that are in place for this ancient international place of healing. I invite the residents of War Mineral Springs to join me in the ongoing effort to preserve and protect this treasure. I suggest that with the nonprofit status, the residents and citizens support the laws that are in place. I further suggest that the Northport City Commission consider the option of endorsing and enrolling Skywater Land Preservation Association for all patrons, residents, citizens that support Skywater Land Preservation Association. There is a way to keep the status of War Mineral Springs under a nonprofit umbrella. It is by endorsement of the people of the community that this will work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dave Phillips, and I live right next to the springs. Our home is one of the closest homes to the springs. I think some of you probably have heard about other springs in Florida that have dried up. White Sulphur Springs, Kissingen Springs. They were both thriving attractions, had buildings built. Lots of people went there. They dried up. There's abandoned buildings there. Might be worth a field trip to go there and see what happened there. War Mineral Springs discharge flow is already decreasing. It's already on the low range, and from USGS indicates from 1942 to 1970, the flow is reduced. It stayed fairly constant from the 70s to 2015. I don't know what the flow is now. It doesn't seem to be a real active spring. So the other two springs that went dry, I believe, had a much higher flow. Obviously, the springs are complicated ecostructures, ecosystems, and it's difficult to identify and quantify all the factors that are going to affect that spring. But one thing we know is the proposed development is going to require and result in massive disturbance and changes to the property. Drilling, grading, digging, heavy equipment, heavy buildings, increased traffic, runoff from stormwater, runoff from traffic. You're going to have oil and water from all the cars running into the springs. I don't think we need we do need studies, but you don't need a PhD to know that that type of massive disruption and disturbance on that property has a high probability of damaging the spring. Which leads me to the next point, is this developer is proposing to spend tens of millions of dollars on development with the springs at their centerpiece. This is probably going to be called the Warren Mineral Springs Wellness Center. It's going to be all built around the Warren Mineral Springs. Does the city or the developer have a plan B in case that spring dries up? What are you going to call it then? What are you going to do then? Seems like a risky investment to me. I'm surprised that the developer is moving forward on such a plan, but I'm not the developer. Next issue is liability. If you do all this massive destruction to the site, it affects our wells. The lake is a result of a sinkhole. That's what it is. The crust fell down in and became a lake. Other sinkholes in the area, who's going to be responsible? Is the city going to be responsible? The developer as an LLC going to be responsible to make us whole? The city,
Sir, I'm sorry,
city council members,
you're out of time.
governmental immunity. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
I can tell I have a lot of frequent flyers in the room. I see the thumbs going up. So I'd just like to ask people who are newer to these proceedings, if you wish to express your opinion, please do it silently. Thumbs up or thumbs down work. So thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is John Miller. I'm an infrequent flyer. I drove down from Sarasota this morning. What I'm handing out follows on the previous testimony. This morning, Warren Mineral Springs is flowing at 5.09 cubic feet per second. That means that each of 5 commissioners had a cubic foot bucket and emptied it once a second. That's how much the springs are flowing. In 1942, it was flowing at over 13 cubic feet per second. So the flow of the springs has diminished by more than half since 1942. I can't tell you whether that's going to continue, but if you look at the chart that I've handed to you, the blue dots on the bottom represent the flow. And if I were investing, I would be concerned that it wasn't going to work out well. So I wanted to share that with you. I submitted 2 cards because I do have an item that's not agended. But right now I'm going to speak as the chairman of the Myakka River Management Coordinating Council. The council was created in 1985 by Florida Statute 258-501. That statute authorized the council to issue non-binding advisory opinions. So one of our advisory opinions is that, and this is the non-agenda item, is that the council endorses the resolution before the Northport Commission to extend the fertilizer restriction period in Northport that would begin on April 1st. There was no one voted against it, but there were some abstentions, including Elizabeth Wong, Howard Berna, Kathleen Whedon, and Jonathan Bennett. The second motion was to keep the 2019 Park-like Master Plan as approved by the Citizens and Commission of Northport, and that no new changes be made to the zoning, the comprehensive plan, or the ULDC. And if the development is approved, a temporary moratorium on the project should be enacted until such time that an outside bipartisan entity can complete multiple in-depth surveys that exceed the minimum standards. Again, no one voted against, but there were abstentions, including Chuck Johnston, Kathleen Whedon, Elizabeth Wong, Howard Berna, Jonathan Bennett, Ross Martin, Peter Perez, and Serena Weiss. So, I have a minute. This is great. So, let's go back to that chart. I just wanted to emphasize that we've seen, as was mentioned, Kissingen Springs on the Peace River. That was a destination resort of its time. They had a dance hall. It was a big deal. People would come from all around. That flow was eliminated by the phosphate industry over pumping. I know that Water Management District will tell you that they're trying to maintain aquifer levels and restore them, but it's not clear from that graph that that's happening. So the point is, the manatees depend on it. There are a lot of people that depend on it both for income and health, and no one is going to want to come to the warm mineral stagnant pool. Thank you very much.
David Iannotti, Robin San Vincent, and Juno Inoch.
David Iannotti, Beeville Avenue, Northport. I never really know what I'm going to say when I come up here. I think about all the things that go on. Right now, I'm kind of blown away by how many people took time out of the day to come here and speak to the commission. I really think that's just got so much gravity. It's how things are supposed to work, and how they're supposed to work is for you to represent the people as well. I don't know who ever came up with the idea of this massive or intensive development at the Springs. Just like I don't know who came up with the idea to radically re-envision the city by rezoning thousands of properties. Did the commission say we need to do this? Did the city manager come up with it? We're talking about fundamentally changing the city of Northport, these rezoning ideas. Currently, we have collector roads that have a small footprint for development, and we're talking about radically increasing that. I know there are some 3-acre parcels on roads like Cranberry, Salford, etc. The idea of putting intensive commercial development right in these neighborhoods, right next to school bus stops, it's just going to really make the city look terrible. It's going to look like every other overdeveloped, overrun place. And I don't think anybody moved to Northport because they wanted to see our city look like every other place that's been overdeveloped in the state. I beg you to consider what approving those rezoning would do to our city. There's always a small group of people who can only look at things economically. And the city to them may be, how do we extract as much money from this city? And that may be because they're going to move on someday. The people who live here and the people that love this place and the people who moved there because of what it looked like, they don't want these changes. And I beg you to consider the impact of your actions. Now, as for Warm Mineral Springs, there are thousands of reasons why that P3 is wrong. The fact that you guys had a request for proposals and nobody came up with an alternative speaks all you need to know about it. The city manager said it needs to look like that, but yet we're going to entertain all sorts of ideas. Well, why did it need to look like what was already proposed then? So nobody came forward and said, I have a different vision for this place. The vision was already there, and I beg you to make the beautiful park that it should be, that was in the 2019 master plan. You can still have some development. You already make $1 million net last year on that property. Please, just fix it, clean it up, make it nice, connect the Legacy Trail. We have a beautiful community asset. Do not ruin Warm Mineral Springs. Threaten the flow, the manatees that use it, the nature that's there. Please save the park.
Good morning. I don't usually read, but I'm going to read a little bit because I'm pretty upset here. So, on March 21st, 2023, I presented the Sarasota Commission with a petition opposing the development of Warm Mineral Springs Park on behalf of the residents of the unincorporated section of that community. The petition clearly stated their opposition points and their concerns. I also copied the city of Northport with the same. To date, I have not heard back from either the county or the city regarding or even acknowledging receipt of this petition, except for one Northport commissioner. It's a total slap in the face, and it's a total lack of respect to me and to the community. I have to say that I have given my time, almost 20 years, to this city. I have done good for this city. I have brought money into this city. But to totally not acknowledge the Warm Mineral Springs community is horrible. I deserve better than that, and so does that community. That's number one. Getting back to the springs, the proposed daily admission decrease, it's appreciated by the community. The freebie that you did this weekend, it's also appreciated by the community, but it's not enough if that's all that they're gonna get, and the springs is not gonna remain protected. The proposed public-private partnership for the development of Warm Mineral Springs Park directly affects the community and their way of life and the use of the springs, especially to the abutting and adjacent parcels. There's statutes that protect that. We don't want to go that route, but we're willing to do whatever we have to do to protect that spring. We understand that the development will always have to take place within the city and remain fiscally responsible as it continues to grow at such a fast pace. However, there are many other options available along with areas within the city for this type of development for increased revenue that doesn't directly jeopardize the spring due to the cost sink topography of that parcel and the surrounding area. To date, the flow rate, as you've heard from Juno, has decreased. It's an impaired spring to date. It's just going to continue to get impaired because the amount of sand that has fallen into that spring, the degrading and the erosion around that spring, everything falls in there. The algicide that was poured in there after I left by Cypress hired this management group directly affected the water quality of that spring and is now in the soil. Have there been any studies done? No. You can do all the surveys that you want and that are called for prior to any development, and I can't stress this enough, but there's never any guarantees when you do a survey. 2 years down the road, 5 years down the road, it can collapse.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Hi. So I basically want to echo the sentiment of all the other people who have come before speaking against development at the Springs. I really believe that Warm Mineral Springs is like a huge part of what makes Northport unique, and that in overdeveloping it, we're going to lose so much more than we could possibly gain. I think that like conservation lands are like key to the quality of life that we can have here, and that we need to preserve them. And that I'd like to see the low-intensity Kimberly Horn plan as the plan for Warm Mineral Springs. I don't support a hotel or residences on the property, and I don't support the vision for the Ashley Bloom plan. I think that the commission has like a really awesome opportunity to have like this legacy project that could be really like meaningful for our city and like really great for the community, and that the current plan is not going to be that, and it's not going to see the vision that the citizens want for a low impact, respectful of nature, conservation minded plan. And I also don't support the rezoning of residential to commercial or any of the rezonings that are being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Lockhart, Jeffrey Scott, Marzana Quinchin.
Madam Mayor, could we ask the people restate their name when they come up?
Yes, Vice Mayor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please state your name when you come up.
Hello, my name is Barbara Lockhart. I'm a Northport resident. This public comment today and any comments made previously here or elsewhere regarding city business are made in my individual capacity. While I am of course a supporter of doing everything humanly possible to protect the actual spring itself at Warm Mineral Springs, today I also want to speak in support of conservation of the 62 acres of natural land that surrounds it and provide some education on exactly what we could be losing if brick and mortar development is ultimately allowed. The acreage currently proposed to be a residential destination containing 275 condominiums consists of natural community called scrub or scrubby flatwoods. This community is found at the rear of the spring itself, as well as across thousands of privately owned lots citywide. Native slash pine, scrub oak, runner oak, saw palmetto, fetterbush, staggerbush, gallberry, lyonia, Scrub blueberry, wiregrass, Chapman's goldenrod, and grassleaf golden aster are abundant here, just to name a few native plants and trees. Gopher tortoise burrows are also numerous here. This natural community is not found in either of the two other city natural parks, Oaks or Myakkahatchee Creek, or along the Greenway. To the left of Salt Creek, the natural community is a sable palm live oak hammock. Hammocks are the name generally given to forests in Florida that are not composed mostly of pines. The endangered giant air plant has also been found here at War Mineral Springs. While hammock areas can also be found in Oaks and Myakkahatchee Creek parks, the WMS hammock hosts a population of gopher tortoise that is not comparable to either of the other locations. Hammocks can also be found across thousands of lots, privately owned citywide. It is my guess that what I have just said is not generally familiar to any of you, and it is my wish that those managing the city have a true understanding of our natural environment and exactly what will be lost once bulldozers are given the green light to clear any property, whether it is taxpayer-owned or privately owned. Gone is gone. And while planting back trees is, of course, a wonderful thing, it is not enough. I have a copy of the Florida Native Plant Society's Good Citizen Guide to Natural Florida for each of you, and I hope you will read it and seek further environmental education beyond it. Ecotourism on the 62 acres has not been embraced or provided to the city by the city in provided to the public by the city in current times, although I am told it was in the past, during 2003 to 2008, for example. I have previously emailed all of you a Florida Park System data report prepared by Robin San Vicente that proves ecotourism is a viable option to increase revenue at WMS beyond the positive dollars it already brings in annually, over $1 million just last year. If the city would properly prepare the 62 acres for ecotourism, there are environmental groups and individuals who could assist improving ecotourism programming. In the end, we will conserve only what we love. We will love only what we understand, and we will understand only what we are taught.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Please
Thank
keep
you.
the 2019 master plan.
Good morning, Commission. Jeffrey Scott, homeowner, taxpayer, City of Northport. How are we going to rid the City of Northport of false information and bad actors? In my opinion, the Northport City Commission policymaking intent is based on a preordained script without any relevant debate to give the policy-setting process any impartiality or, for that matter, legislative validity. Is our Northport City Commission so lame that they can't challenge the city administration's script? As for the appointed city manager, a case can be made that the city manager's lack of experience in local government affairs has led to more second guessing of his motives regarding the current state of our city. To date, there is very little clarity, thoroughness, or support for what the city manager says or does. He is nothing more than a change agent whose vision is to further impoverish the residents who call Northport home. Since his appointment, the City of Northport's mission is the acceptance of his agenda onto the backs of the Northport taxpayer. Please see today's workshop agenda. Simply put, the City of Northport is run as a cabal based on power, an interconnected group of plotters plotting against the residents of this city who fund their obscene salaries and middle-class standard of living. If you think I'm wrong, go research for yourself. So what's the next controversial event that is being orchestrated by city admin? I will not speculate on that this morning. One thing is certain, it's time to start naming the names of anyone and everyone who has undermined the political will of we the people, squandered the public trust, and abused the taxpayer purse. Those individuals who need to be held accountable and their day of reckoning is fast approaching, whether they like it or not. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marzanna Kwiecień, and the reason my family moved permanently from Naples to Northport 5 years ago is because of the War Mineral Springs. I am at the springs at average 200 days per year. So you can say that I am a regular at the lake. I have been attending the meetings or watching them on YouTube since you put 9 million together towards the master plan from 2019. That plan was discussed and accepted by Northport residents. As of the meeting that took place in September 22, everything is going in the wrong direction. As you already know, 82 acres of War Mineral Springs are a 10,000-year-old landmark, the oldest Native American burial site, home to the gopher tortoise, serve as protection for manatee during the winter, and for us and visitors to enjoy. The P3 plan is completely out of touch with the community's needs. We do not need a 250-room hotel and 300 condos with vacation rental program. You cannot give away for 99 years place owned by people of Northport. And you cannot give the developers $9 million of taxpayer money. We also want to know where are the money from insurance and FEMA? And what do you plan to do with it? I beg you, stick to the master plan from 2019. You can do renovation over time, starting with the main buildings. I also went over the staff presentation for this workshop. And option 2, low intensity, is the most reasonable path to move forward. I also want to remind you that at the last election, there was a referendum. The people of Northport clearly stated that only you represent us, not the city manager. Thank you.
Jonathan Brankwell, Teresa Pratt, Galvin Albertin.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Barkenquist, resident of Northport Estates. I'm a little under-prepared as I didn't know this was happening until Saturday. So I want to touch base on the Northport Estates and then a little bit on some other things. I think the rezoning of Northport Estates is obviously not in my interest and many of the residents' interests as well. I also think that there has to be a balance in the community. And being the second largest city in the state of Florida, I'm worried that, you know, doing a rezoning change like this is going to destroy the balance. What ag areas are we going to have in the city? Are we just getting rid of all of it? Also, there's the infrastructure issue. Happens everywhere. Go down River Road right now, and we're catching up to the development with the infrastructure, and it should be at the same time or before. And again, I understand that things have to be approved before we're going to put the money in the infrastructure, but once they're approved, maybe there should be a hold on the building of it until we can actually supply what is needed for the community. It's kind of hard to, you know, take 3 hours to get across Northport to, I mean, everybody knows it. Also, I'm not sure what the reasoning behind the rezoning is, and again, hopefully we'll hit that in the workshop today. And again, I put in for a second public comment. My other big issue is that you can tell there's not a lot of younger people here. 9 o'clock on a Monday, kind of a horrible time to do this. If we're shooting to be a community that's going to have younger people, you know, it's kind of hard to get off on a Monday morning. I've got about 1,000 text messages. Luckily, I own my own business, so I can talk to my boss and get here. But it's kind of hard to put somebody in a place where they have to figure out if they're going to go to work, take a day off work, especially with probably getting Friday off. or come and, you know, speak their mind, because I talked to quite a few people that can't be here. Same thing did happen right after the hurricane. You know, all the town hall meetings, 9 o'clock in the morning, people are trying to get back to it. So until I hear the rest of the town hall meeting, figure out exactly what this is involved, I'm gonna sit down and go for my second public comment. Thank you.
Good morning, Teresa Pratt, Reisterstown Road. I urge everyone concerned about War Mineral Springs to watch the City of Northport's YouTube video of the workshop meeting from 6/16/2022. The discussion regarding War Mineral Springs will shed light on the premeditation of this disastrous P3. At that workshop, the city manager states that War Mineral Springs is self-sustaining and not a tax burden to Northport residents. This is a stark contrast from what he keeps harping over the last few months, that War Mineral Springs is a tax burden to Northport residents. It is public knowledge that revenue is continuing to increase just from visitors alone at War Mineral Springs. This too was acknowledged by the city on 6/16. A few commissioners mentioned War Mineral Springs being an embarrassment to the city. What is embarrassing and shameful and unforgivable is the city manager and commissioner's determination to give away War Mineral Springs and over $9 million of taxpayer money to a billion-dollar development group that has only their own interest in mind. Also, the city is not respecting or even acknowledging Northport and War Mineral Springs residents' love and legitimate concerns about the pollution, destruction, and possible collapse of the spring, a prehistoric site. On 6/16, Commissioner Luke states she has no problem disclosing the name of developers she had conversations with regarding the spring, interest in the spring. The current P3 partner whose bid was accepted is touted as an unsolicited bid. How is that accurate when then still a city commissioner, Luke, sought out discussions with the development group? The city promises to do multiple surveys on the impact of development in regard to the spring, the land, and native wildlife. We cannot trust the city and who they hire to do what is best for War Mineral Springs. We cannot trust that the maintenance of manicured landscape surrounding the hotel condos and many other buildings will not cause runoff of fertilizers, pesticide, and weed killer into the spring. In fact, it will. Also, how is native wildlife not affected by bulldozing and clear-cutting certain areas of the 61 acres? This P3 is disgusting, disrespectful, blatant disregard of War Mineral Springs property and the residents of Northport and War Mineral Springs neighborhoods. I exclude Commissioner McDowell from these comments and wish to thank her for demonstrating transparency and keeping the citizens of Northport informed. I have a Change.org petition with over 2,100 signatures to date. It continues to gain additional signatures on a daily basis. This petition is signed by people who want to protect and save War Mineral Springs from development. At this time, I would like to submit this petition for consideration and have it entered into record. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Galen Albritton. Unlike 99% of y'all, I am a 9th generation from Florida, true Floridian. My dad lived on this place when it was owned by A.C. Frizzell and is a cow ranch. So what we need to do, if y'all want to do something with the Northport Estates, is fix the drainage out there. Where every time it rains real good, we ain't blocked off and drowning. But nobody's ever thought about doing that because that just creates money. You gotta spend money. But y'all need to do that because like during the flood, you have 2 culverts on the far side that runs all the drainage out and it gets blocked up. So then you got I-75 as a blocker that the water has to go over. Let's worry about something like that and fix the War Mineral Springs and then worry about how we can make more money. Let's take care of the residents and do what's right for them first. Because, you know, if everybody walks out, y'all have nobody to get the money from. You know, I've been here in my house since 1990, but I've lived in Florida all my life. Arcadia is actually named after one of my relatives, Arcadia Albritton. So, y'all need to do a better job at doing what's right for us and not worry about some business or some big company that might pad somebody's pocket, because that's not going to get you nowhere. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Alina Stolarski, Jenna Slater, Alice Winterbottom.
Hi, I'm Alina Stolarski, resident since 18. I've been coming to the lake for 30 years. And I spoke before, and I agree with everybody that they've been saying. I want to save the lake. Do not want the development going there, putting up all the buildings. Enjoy the lake. I went Friday. Looked beautiful. I imagine all the buildings standing up in there. It was a terrible sight. The structure. It looked so nice with all the greens, nothing else, no cement, no nothing. It just looked beautiful, and I want to preserve that. I am against the developer, and I do not want to rezone it for the commercial. So that's all I'm going to say. I agree with everything that everybody said here. Do not want to develop. Just leave it as it is. Just fix the buildings. Thank you.
Hey guys, thank you first of all for reopening the spring. It's been so nice to be back, and you did a great job at hiring. The staff is amazing, so it's obvious we don't need a P3 to run this place. You guys can do this. We all believe in you. That being said, the fact that we're here today making decisions about the land at the spring before the environmental study has even started seems backwards. Why are we bending rules for an outside, unsolicited bid when in reality, they should be bending rules to what we decide is best for the land? Shouldn't we figure out what the community and what is best for the spring and then see if that's something that they're willing to work with? Considering of all scenarios that we're looking at today, there's only one that he can work with, only one, and it's high intensity. Even medium intensity puts him in a position where he doesn't get the type of money that he wants to make. Everybody here knows that the advantages and disadvantages that we're gonna go over today are so biased. The disadvantage list is so long for option 2, which keeps it at low intensity and gives us a park and preserves green spaces for our children. Option 4, its advantages are huge, disadvantages tiny. And yet one could argue that if you read those, all you have to do is switch them, put advantages on the disadvantages column, and it would actually reflect how all of us feel. This is not objective. And we understand you guys want to bring in tax dollars and have economic benefit for the city, but there are other ways. We don't have to get rid of and potentially put at risk a historical natural resource. The only warm spring left in Florida, which everyone keeps speaking to, is dying in order for us to hit those targets. We can get creative here. The other thing is we just don't need more residential housing. We should not be held hostage. The spring should not be held hostage because of poor decision-making made by previous city council members who devoted the majority of our district to residential sprawling communities like Welland Park. There are other solutions here. So as we think back on things that have happened, not just in the far past, but more recent distant future, we're being penny-wise, pound-foolish. Look at what happened in Miami just a few years ago with the collapse of those high-rises. We make choices in the now that we think are going to bring us economic benefit, and they put people at risk. They put the earth at risk. We do not need to make those same decisions now. We can do better. We have to do better. I want to echo the sentiment that Monday at 9 a.m., there's nobody my age here because we have to work. I had to call in sick today in order to be here. We're not reflecting future generations of Northport because they cannot afford to take time off to make their voices heard. We need green spaces for our children.
Time's up. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for allowing me to be here and address the commission. My name is Alice Winterbottom. I really have benefited tremendously from the springs. That's where I met Jenna Slater. We were just, going there to heal ourselves and to be with Mother Earth and nature. And so I knew I was going to get emotional, but emotions are who we are. I mean, our heart feeds what we do. And I think if more people followed their heart, because it hurt, and I just am grateful that I can be here seconding everything I've heard today is, in a nutshell, listen to what everyone's saying. It's reasonable, it's ethical, it's thinking of our futures. And here I am approaching 70, and I'm grateful that I have overcome many health issues. But a lot part of that was aligning in Mother Nature. And when you forget that we are nature, divine nature. What's going on with no respect for nature? It's in the culture now. It's just like we have to change to survive. And Mother Nature will have the last word, as she always does. But we can align and be grateful to the quality that we have an impact in the quality of life we are creating, responding to ancestry and moving ahead with thoughts for future generations. Thank you so much for letting me speak. And please, I am, needless to say, I'm opposed to the zoning change and the P3 development. I think it's very, it's just not good for the community. And the fact that there's so many people speaking up against it, hopefully its voices will be heard that have been speaking today, because I know I'm grateful to be among them. Thank you.
That is all. So I'm now closing this part of public comment and moving on to general business. Item 23-0541, discussion and possible direction regarding Warm Mineral Springs potential comprehensive plan amendments. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Northport City Commission has been pursuing a public-private partnership development on the city-owned Warm Mineral Springs Park property. Comprehensive plan amendments will be required to achieve the vision of the P3 development plan. In addition, corrective amendments should be made to the Activity Center 7A area based on the prior comp plan and rezoning actions. In July of 2022, due to cost estimates which exceeded our funding capabilities by approximately $9 million, and in an effort not to raise citizen taxes to pay for the needed repairs, the Commission gave direction to staff to explore a P3 partnership. In September of 2022, we received 2 unsolicited P3 concept proposals, accepting one by Warm Mineral Springs Development Group LLC for substantive review. In November of 2022, the Commission accepted the unsolicited detailed proposal as a qualifying project. In January of 2023, staff presented possible changes to the levels of density and intensity in Activity Center 7 to facilitate the proposed P3 development. The presentation focused on the entire area of Activity Center 7, 81.59 acres. Commission discussion includes a follow-up presentation separating the existing park area in the spring from the future development area and providing several options for density and intensity for this activity center. Just keeping in mind today that the agenda item brought to you is not in a negotiation with the P3. It's a comp plan change that would allow you to negotiate in the future once we get to that phase of the project. I'll now turn it over to Lori Barnes, our Planning Division Manager, for presentation.
Ms. Barnes, before you start, anyone needing to have a conversation in this room, if you could please step outside, I would appreciate it. It's very distracting. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Barnes.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Lori Barnes, Planning and Zoning Manager. Today, we have some options for the City Commission to consider regarding the city-owned portion of Warm Mineral Springs, Activity Center 7A. In January, staff presented some options for commission regarding both Activity Center 7 and Activity Center 7A, which required some corrective amendments. Activity Center 7A is not on the topic for discussion today. Commission gave staff direction in January to proceed with the necessary amendments for that privately owned area in Warm Mineral Springs. That's currently under a legal review and will be brought forward to the commission upon completion. Activity Center 7 comprises the Warm Mineral Springs property, the park improvements, and a vacant future development area. The current Warm Mineral Springs standards segregate the uses by low-density residential, commercial and professional office, and recreation open space. The recreation open space portion of the land actually does provide for density. The comprehensive plan indicates that recreation open space will have the same density and intensity as low density residential designation. Under the current standards, the residential density could yield 169 dwelling units on the activity center portion of the property and 117 dwelling units allocated by the rec open space future land use designation. Currently, the allowable intensity by floor area ratio is 0.15, which would yield 63,967 square feet of non-residential development. There are some additional limitations in the comprehensive plan policies for Activity Center 7. Those limitations do provide for a 7.02 acre conservation area around the springs, and also includes provisions that the residential density shall not exceed 270 single-family residences. As you can see, that conflicts with the total yield under the density provisions in the Warm Mineral Springs Activity Center. Other limitations include square footage is not to exceed for retail and institutional and conference center uses, and those not to exceed figures also conflict with the yield per the table at a floor area ratio of 0.15. The current policies also provide for a 400-foot buffer where no residential may exist, and a 300-foot natural resource buffer between the springs and any residential lot or structure. This map shows the park area at 21.67 acres. This area would be the 7.02 acre conservation area around the springs as provided for in the comprehensive plan. Segregating the park would leave 59.9 acres for future development areas shown in the dark gray on the map. Option 1 for the commission would be to maintain the current density and intensity allocations in the comprehensive plan, but allocate the land area based on a separation of the 21-acre park property. The open space future land use designation could be retained, and that associated residential density could be maintained as well. The commission has options there. You could eliminate the residential density associated with the park property, or the commission could entertain selling those development rights through a transfer of development agreement where they could be used on another development site somewhere in the city. This option, again, separates the park area from the future development area and assigns those densities and intensities to each parcel individually rather than across the entire site. So if you look at the park-only property and the density and intensity allocations under the current comprehensive plan provisions, there would be a dwelling unit yield of 76 units and a commercial square footage of 16,988, which falls below the square footage of the current buildings on the park property. As to the future development area, under the current provisions, the 12% commercial and office would yield 46,914 square feet of non-residential. And you see the residential density and rec open space yield for the residential units on the property. Advantages to this option: this wouldn't require a comprehensive plan amendment. It would simply require legal descriptions and sketches to be prepared and a lot split approval be recorded in the public records of Sarasota County. Making no changes to the current intensities may reduce public opposition to changes that might be proposed in association with a P3. And this would support the opinion that any development would negatively impact the environment and karst features. This approach does provide some economic benefit with a potential ad valorem tax revenue of $173,000 to the city. Disadvantages: we do have some conflicts in the comprehensive plan. If we do not amend the comprehensive plan through this option, those conflicts would remain in place. The park building square footage would be non-conforming. Now, the non-conforming nature, the buildings can remain, but if they were destroyed, they would need to, on a rebuild, comply with the square footage limitations in the comprehensive plan. The current density and intensity incorporated into the comprehensive plan really isn't consistent with the intent of activity center land use. These activity centers are intended to be high intensity areas of development in the city. And these lower density and intensity numbers really don't align with the intent of the activity centers. This approach actually results in residential development that would exceed commercial development as far as square footage is concerned. This would segregate and limit the residential and non-residential areas by the 21 acres versus the 59 acres. And finally, this would increase but not maximize the economic benefit to the city. Option 2 is a low-intensity option. This would eliminate the future development area entirely and keep these springs and the 59 acres adjoining as a conservation area. We would propose, in this case, applying activity center land use to the existing park building and parking lot only, and eliminate the recreation open space designations on the property as they are associated with density allocations. Finally, the comprehensive plan amendment in this case would prohibit residential development outright in this activity center. At the low intensity option, the entire activity center area of 81.59 acres would be dedicated as park. This would provide for a floor area ratio of 0.15 on the 3.26 acres which is currently the park facility buildings and the parking lot. This provides some flexibility for future expansion, as it would allow 21,300 square feet of non-residential building square footage versus the 17,176 that currently exists. Advantages to the low-intensity option. This would preserve the spring as well as the surrounding land, creating an additional park facility at a larger scale than currently exists. It does give some flexibility for future park building expansion, eliminates any residential development in this activity center, and provides that development won't negatively impact the environment and the karst features. This proposal would eliminate public opposition, as there would be no additional development on the 85-acre property at all. The disadvantages to the low-intensity plan are staff time to prepare a comprehensive plan and Unified Land Development Code amendment. It would maintain the current economic benefit of park revenues only, which could be an advantage as well as a disadvantage. This plan would prohibit any public-private partnership or resort development on the city-owned AC7 property. Reduces the overall land area for commercial development in the city as a whole. And again, it would be a lower density and intensity development that's not consistent with the intent of activity centers in the city. And finally, this option would not maximize the economic benefit to the city. Option 3 would be to provide for the park and the future development area separately at a medium intensity. Under this medium intensity proposal, the city would establish the separate 21.6 acre park area, assign a conservation future land use over and around the spring, would maintain the current acreage of activity center in the park area, prohibit residential in the park portion, reduce the density in the future development area, but increase the non-residential intensity in the future development area. With this proposal, we'd eliminate that recreation open space future land use on the property, along with the density that's associated with that land use. Under the medium intensity proposal, the 21.67 acre park area would have an intensity allocation floor area ratio of 0.135, providing for a maximum of 50,925 square feet of non-residential building square footage versus the current 17,176. The future development area of 59.9 acres would permit a density of 4 dwelling units per acre, yielding a possible 238 dwelling units. And at an intensity of 0.15 for non-residential development, building square footage could reach 389,361 square feet. Advantages under the medium intensity option does provide for the separate park area for enjoyment of the citizens and provides that conservation land use. It does allow for a greater flexibility for any future expansion of the park facility buildings. It maintains the current density and intensity standards per the comprehensive plan on the future development area, eliminates that density allocation in the rec open space land use, and it would allow a P3 resort development and residential, albeit at a lower intensity than what's proposed by the P3 that's been submitted to the city. The medium intensity option does provide some economic benefit to the city, with an estimated $384,000 in annual ad valorem taxes to the city. Disadvantage, again, comprehensive plan, Unified Land Development Code amendment, and the staff time. This medium intensity proposal does result in a lower intensity development than anticipated for activity centers. It might reduce or eliminate private interest in pursuing a P3 on the city property. It may maintain the supposition that development will negatively impact the environment and karst features, and it does have potential to maintain or increase the level of public opposition to the changes being proposed on the Warm Mineral Springs property. And finally, this proposal would increase but would not maximize the economic benefit to the city. Option 4 would be the high-intensity option. This proposal would still separate the park space from the future development area and apply conservation future land use to the spring and the area around the spring. This proposal would maintain the current acreage activity center in the park area and maintain the current non-residential floor area ratio for the park area. Residential would be prohibited on the park portion of the property. Density on the future development area as well as intensity would increase to a level that would support the P3 that has been proposed to the city. And again, we would eliminate the recreation, open space, future land use, and the associated density. Under option 4, some flexibility would be available for increases to the park facilities on site, but there would be no residential density associated. The future development area would permit 6 dwelling units per acre, yielding a potential maximum of 359 dwelling units, and a floor area ratio of 0.30, resulting in a maximum of 782,773 square feet of non-residential development for a resort conference facility and spa. Advantages, this does establish a separate park area and conservation area, allows that flexibility for park facility expansion, eliminates residential density on the park portion of the property, allows resort development and residential at intensities consistent with the intent of activity centers, and would increase the private interest in a P3 partnership with the city. Lastly, option 4, the high intensity, would provide for the maximum economic benefit and ad valorem taxes to the city. Again, disadvantages: requires a comprehensive plan amendment, would increase or maintain the level of public opposition, and the opinion that development will negatively impact the springs. Whichever option the commission decides to pursue outside of the low intensity option, staff would recommend that minimum open space requirements and maximum impervious surface area ratios be established, as well as requiring low impact development standards for stormwater and minimizing site disturbance on construction. Lastly, we would recommend native landscaping only in this activity center and a maximum building height of 40 feet or 3 stories versus the current 70-foot building heights allowed in the activity center. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Staff is seeking direction from the commission as to whether a comprehensive plan amendment should be prepared for the commission's consideration or any other direction related to maintaining the current standards or separating the park space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Before I open up the floor to commission questions, I just want to explain to the people who are here, this is a workshop. So its purpose is for the commission to get information, to hear from the community. We may call for a consensus. That is not a binding vote on any of this. It's simply to give staff some direction on where the commission, what the commission is thinking at this particular point in time. We're also not discussing the P3 proposal specifically. It's strictly for a potential comprehensive plan change. We'll be discussing the specific proposal at a later date. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood what would happen here today and what would not happen here today. For my fellow commissioners, I suspect there are going to be a lot of questions and a lot of comments on this material. So I am going to, use our little screen here to call on people to speak. We'll start with questions, and then when questions slow down, we will move to comments. Each commissioner will get one question, and then I will go to the next commissioner in line. Any follow-up questions should be held for your next round. If there's a clarification question on your original question, we'll be handling one of those. The intention is to just keep the conversation moving and to make sure that all of the commissioners have good quality time to ask their questions and share their comments. Okay, so questions first, Commissioner Stokes.
Ms. Barnes, if the commission were to decide to give direction on 3 out of 4 options, which would require a comprehensive plan change, a direction to draft that up, what flexibility will a commission have to decide or impact what actually might get developed? Because there are a number of approaches. We have studies that have yet to be done. The intensity levels on those 62 acres, are conditioned on what these studies may bring about and further input from the community. What ability does this commission have to prevent this P3 from happening if we go ahead and approve a comprehensive plan change so we can move to that next step? Do we have that ability, or are we creating an environment where we cannot stop this or change it or impact it?
Commissioner Stokes, because the city owns the property, this commission has the ultimate control as to what development yield is realized. Because you own the property, any P3 partnership or any development would need to be approved by the commission, regardless of the maximum densities and intensities in the comprehensive plan. The only limitation this commission would have is they would not be able to approve a plan that exceeds the allocations provided for in the comprehensive plan.
Commissioner McDowell.
Has Parks and Rec Advisory Board or the Environmental Advisory Board weighed in on any of these comp plan changes?
As boards, no. I don't know if any individual board members have provided public input to the city commission. The staff was directed to bring options back to the city commission when this was originally discussed in January, and that is why we are here today.
Is it?
That's a second question. I'll come back to you. No follow-ups? You'll have to hold that.
I thought you said we get one follow-up.
One clarification question, but I think that question and answer was very clear. So I'm going to go to Vice Mayor White and hold that question for your next round, Commissioner.
Oh, my question is simple. I just wanted to clarify and ask the existing buildings that are on there now. That's within the 22 acres that surround the lake?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, if the commission wants to provide direction to split off the park space, that would include all the buildings and the parking area.
All right, and do we know the percentage?
Excuse me, Mayor.
That's it. Yep,
Yep,
sorry.
Yep, thank you for catching me. I was thinking of my question. And it is if we support a lower intensity option and also determine that the property should be self-sustaining, do we know what the total cost of maintaining that property truly is? We talk a lot about it being profitable, but it's only profitable when we take one expense out, which was our concessionaire. We never allocated funding for the maintenance of the 23 acres or for the maintenance of the building. So if we went lower intensity, but also made the decision that the property should be totally self-sustaining, do we have any estimate of what we would have to charge as a usage fee to make that happen?
Planning staff does not have a response to your question today. Those figures were not provided to us. I'm not sure if there's a Parks and Recreation staff person or a finance staff person here today who would have those figures prepared and available for you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barnes. City Manager, I would just request that before our next meeting, we have answers to, I think we have someone here who's ready to answer.
Good morning, Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director. The expenses for the 21 acres where we have the buildings right now have generally been around $900,000 a year.
Including what exactly?
That is including the operations of the buildings. It's including the maintenance and care of the grounds immediately surrounding them. We have not done anything on the 60 acres, and that would be dependent upon what you decide put out there as far as how much it would cost to maintain.
Okay, so our current estimate doesn't include maintenance of the buildings.
It does. It includes, the 900,000 has been what we've maintained with the buildings, operating them, including maintaining them, repairing them, electric. That 900,000 is for that 21 acres.
I'll reserve comment on how well we've done that. Commissioner Emmerich? Thank you, Director.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question that Commissioner Stokes had brought up. If we were to lean towards either option 3 or 4 with the comp plans, are they different types of changes that we would need to get specified down the road once we figured out what we wanted to do? Would 3 be a different change than option 4?
So option 3 and option 4 would require that comprehensive plan amendment. Now keep in mind, if the commission proceeds with a comprehensive plan amendment and the desired P3 comes through with lower intensities than you anticipated, the companion Unified Land Development Code amendments could provide for lower density and intensity that is allowed under the comprehensive plan. And again, regardless of what regulations are in place, the City Commission maintains the ultimate control as to the development yield on this property because you own it.
Yeah, I understand that. So thank you. I just wanted to see if there was a difference. Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell?
Throughout the discussion, it's been stated repeatedly, and even in the legislative text, that these comp plan amendments are required to achieve the P3's vision and development plan. So if we're doing these comp plan changes to achieve the P3's vision and development plan, who is ultimately paying for the comp plan changes that are outlined in the fee schedule?
The city owns the property. City-initiated amendments do not require a fee per se. The city could separately negotiate with whatever developer they intend to entertain with a P3 partnership and incorporate an agreement as far as who is responsible for the city fees, including soft costs and hard costs.
Vice Mayor White?
Yes, I had a question about the distance of what has been presented to us for being developed with the proposal that we have had. Is that further away from that 22 acres than the property that is west of Ortiz, which I understand is not city property? I want to be sure I'm clear with that.
City Clerk, could we put the presentation back up, please?
Does my question make sense?
Okay, Commissioner White, if you would please repeat your question for me for clarification.
Yeah, I was curious with what has been proposed for the 60 acres, where the structures were proposed to go. Would that be further away from that sacred area of the 22 acres? That's what I refer to that as. Would that be further away than the property that is in yellow on the left, west of Ortiz? And I understand that's not in city limits. That, right.
Okay, so Activity Center 7A, a portion of 7A is here where my cursor is.
Right.
This is unincorporated Sarasota County property. The proposed development under the P3 may very well be closer to the actual spring than the proposed future development in Activity Center 7A. I do not have the image of the proposed P3 in my presentation today, but if recollection serves, the spa and resort area would be around this area, with the residential development outside the 400-foot buffer, which is provided for in the comp plan, falling to the east of this approximate line. Now, being that 7A is so much further south than the actual spring, it would be further away, any development would be further away than what was proposed on the 59 acres. Did I answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Commissioner Stokes?
Do we have the ability, I mean, we've looked at this as separating potentially in some of these options, separating into two sections, two parcels. We've got the 20 acres and then we've got the 60 acres. Is there anything that would preclude the city from expanding that 20 acres to 30 acres and creating a larger ring, which would in effect prohibit development within that additional ring, so to speak? So it would push any potential development out to the further perimeters of the balance of this acreage. I mean, do we have that flexibility? What's so sacred about this 20/60 if we're going to separate it into two parcels?
Okay, so the parks master plan, the Warm Mineral Springs master plan, did specifically focus on that 21.6 acre park space, and treated the balance as the expansion area per se. This city commission has full discretion to create a park parcel sized at whatever acreage is the commission's will.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell?
Will this comp plan amendment be considered a small scale or large scale comp plan amendment?
It would be large scale because it includes text amendments to the comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and policies.
I'm not seeing any of the questions. Commissioner McDowell.
So since it's a large scale text amendment, could you please explain for the citizens what that means?
Yes, ma'am. A large-scale text amendment is an amendment to the comprehensive plan that requires state review by the Department of Economic Opportunity, Division of Community Planning. The process would include staff preparing an ordinance at commission direction to incorporate whichever option is willed by consensus of this commission. The first reading would occur at a public hearing in these chambers. That would be advertised in the newspaper as required by state law. The public can come to the meeting and give their public input at the first reading. Thereafter, the amendment is transmitted to the state for review. The state has 30 days to review and comment on the text amendment before then. They may respond with no objection, or they may respond with comments, objections, or concerns, in which case the city staff would then need to prepare responses thereto and resubmit to the state. The final step would be the second reading and adoption before City Commission, again advertised in the newspaper and discussed at a public hearing where public input may be provided.
Commissioner Stokes.
Could you speak a little to the issue of what assurances we have a number of studies that are going to take place at the expense of the city? Geological study, environmental studies, and there's been some discussion or concern on the part of citizens that these would not be objective since the city would be asking for it. What assurances do we have? How do we, as a city, how do we go about selecting who does these studies? How are they credentialed? What satisfaction can the citizens of our city have that these truly represent independent studies that are going to look at what's in the best interests of preservation of the springs? Because I know that's got to be a concern on the part of a lot of people here, including me.
Okay. So the environmental survey is currently underway. The city has under contract 6 planning consultants under general services contract, which was approved through RFP. I believe last year. A request for letters of interest was sent out to each of those consultants for them to express their interest in pursuing that work. These are professional planning firms with licensed environmental technicians. It matters not to these firms who request the work. They are required to objectively analyze the property in its current condition and provide their recommendations based on their professional knowledge and experience. The geotechnical report has not yet been initiated. The Public Works Department is looking at who they have on board under continuing services that may be able to provide that geotechnical review. And if they determine they do not have an appropriate consultant, then an RFP will need to be issued.
Commissioner McDowell.
At the last time when we had this discussion about potential comp plan changes, I brought up the city's comp plan regarding parkland requirements. It's policy 1.5, which adopts a level of service of 10 acres for every 1,000 residents. If there's been a lot of talk in the presentation of separating it out, using that 60 acres for development. I have not seen the discussion on that part of the comp plan being changed.
Okay, the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space element definitely needs some attention. The analysis of the park space within the city limits as it goes to concurrency and level of service standards is not complete. The 8,500 plus acre Myakka State Forest was not considered when those figures were published in the comprehensive plan. And regardless of whether the city owns that park property or the state, it still applies to level of service standards for city residents as it is a public park.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stokes.
Just to follow up on my previous question, at the appropriate times, can the names of the firms that are doing these studies be made public to the community so that people can do their own due diligence, read up on these companies, what studies they've done in the past, and what kind of results have been obtained? Because I think that's just a really, really important area here.
I see that Director Ray has joined us. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Elena Ray, Neighborhood Development Services Director. The group that is doing the species survey currently we've just issued a notice to proceed is Pritchett Steinbeck Group. They do have on staff many environmental experts who have all of their environmental certifications. They comply with all of the state requirements and FWC guidelines.
Commissioner McDowell.
I was reviewing your option 2 for your advantages and disadvantages. And I'm curious why an advantage of maintaining a public parkland for generations to come was not included as an advantage, and also why parks were not included because they can be huge economic drivers was not listed as an advantage.
One of the advantages that was listed was to preserve the springs and the surrounding land. That is a general statement that did not include your language, Commissioner McDowell. I think that preserving the springs and the surrounding land for generations to come is an advantage of option 2, absolutely. We try to be brief with our bullet points in these presentations. As far as the economic advantage of park space in the city, an independent analysis has not been conducted for me to speak to as far as.
Please mute. Thank you.
An independent study of the overall economic benefits, direct, indirect, and induced, has not been prepared for this Warm Mineral Springs Park, so I am unable to speak to that for you today.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Commissioner McDowell, do you have additional questions before we go to comments?
I sure do, Mayor. It doesn't matter how many. We
give you 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. So while we do not have a P3, please.
Excuse me, stop, ma'am, please. If you can't silence your phone, you're going to have to leave chambers. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. So while we do not have a P3 agreement before us today, and we have not seen their P3 proposal that was submitted, which has now gone into negotiations. And all that we have seen is the concept plan, which we were assured when we approved the concept plan that we, the commission, would be able to review it, critique it, tweak it, change it. When will the commission be seeing that P3 bid that was submitted?
The P3 bid that was submitted is what you already have. There has not been a new document submitted by the P3 company. The one that they submitted was the proposal of the conceptual plan. There was not any new document submitted, and nor did we tell you or the commission, based on the P3 guidelines in the legal statement, that you would be able to see, tweak, or change it. The only time that you will be able to see, tweak, or change it, ma'am, is when the negotiation team finishes its work with the developer, and then it will come back in front of you as a board for decision-making. It's in the code. Thank you.
Hang on one second, I'm just writing down my notes, Mayor, so I don't lose my train of thought. Thank you. Going back to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board and Environmental Advisory Board, is there intention to get their feedback?
If this commission directs staff to make presentations to both of those boards to obtain feedback for the commission, we will do so.
Thank you, and I am winding down here, Mayor. Just want to check my little tabbies. Oh, there is one. It was based on what was said during the presentation from staff. In option 1, it says provide some economic benefit of $173,000. And ad valorem taxes, if this is city-owned property, we don't pay ad valorem taxes. How did you arrive at that?
Option 1 includes the 59.9 acres future development area. And regardless of the city ownership, if there is a public-private partnership wherein those buildings are constructed by a developer and operated, then the city's ad valorem tax exemption would not apply to that development. As a general rule, this is how cities handle those types of situations, as well as the property appraiser.
Thank you very much. And I thought I had one more. Maybe not. I'll yield, Mayor. Oh, I found it.
Make it quick, Commissioner. We're about ready to move into comments.
Go for it.
While you're gathering yourself, I see a couple of more. Vice Mayor White.
Yes, just to ask again, because we are referring to the conceptual plan from the 3P that was put before us, that there is a 22-acre recreation zone, so that would not be part of the developed area in that 60 acres. Do I have that right?
Correct. City Commission asked staff to bring back some potential density and intensity options, but for all of them to provide that separate 21.6 acre park land that would not have additional density or intensity associated.
But you're referring to the part around the lake. I'm referring to there's 22 acres within that 60 acres that's been labeled as recreation zone. So is that hands-off, so to speak, for any development? Do you see what I'm referring to? The conceptual site plan. I don't think it's in the...
Are you, Commissioner White, referring to the conceptual site plan submitted under the P3?
Yes.
Yes.
Please bear with me.
I don't know if that's in the backup for today.
It is, yes.
Oh, it is, thank you. Oh,
None of the development on the concept plan would intrude into the 21.6 acre park area that was shown to be separated in my presentation today.
okay.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Stokes.
For this process to move a little forward, I would assume that staff is looking for some direction from commission. And there are 4 options that have been presented. If commission wishes to have staff move forward on a couple of these options, is that something that's a reasonable ask? As opposed to like, we've got to decide which one of these 4 we're comfortable with, if any.
Staff is not able to pursue multiple options as far as a comprehensive plan amendment is concerned. However, the commission does have discretion to make adjustments even at the second reading and public hearing prior to adoption.
Got it, yeah.
Commissioner McDowell.
My last one, sorry, Mayor, it was hiding under a post-it note. During public comment, I heard numerous times the mention of indigenous people, sacred burial grounds, the artifacts and stuff. And I'm curious if a study is going underway. Have the indigenous people been consulted about this for their feedback to determine that the sacred ground is not going to be altered, harmed, or especially if there's burial grounds there?
I have no knowledge of any communication in that regard. I'm not sure if Director Elena Ray has any information to provide you there. Again, as with the advisory boards, if the commission gives direction for staff to proceed with any additional studies, it's my understanding there is a study regarding the artifacts that already exists. Staff will proceed with making those communications if directed by commission.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions, so we will move into comments. Commissioner Emmerich.
Comments on this. I know it's a long, lengthy process, and since we cannot do multiple choices, then I would say that we went to the highest choice to where it incorporates everything, and then we're gonna pick and choose as we go. Regardless, we don't know exactly what the plan is going to be coming forward, so that leaves the most options, in my opinion, rather than handcuffing us to lower limits and not even pursuing the P3. So I still want to see what it's going to look like, what is available, and that would be the way that I would be looking at leaning towards it on this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor?
Yes, I think that is a good strategy to start with the max. I liked hearing that we can always make adjustments, that that's not a closed door for anything, and to put everything out there at once and then say, and then we can chip away at it, what we don't want to see. And we talked about maybe, I think Commissioner Stokes talked about expanding that 22 acres around the lake itself. Is that written in stone? And I learned today, no, it's not. We can expand on that if we wanted to, and that would give us the option in doing that. So that's the direction that I'm going in.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner McDowell?
So I have data from FDEP, which is a state agency, that shows how state parks, and I understand War Mineral Springs is not a state park, but it's the closest I can come to with data that proves the economic vitality of Parkland. And looking at the two Sarasota County state parks, Myakka River and Oscar Shearer, it has yielded a $36 million benefit, not to the county, but surrounding areas, surrounding businesses, visitors, jobs. And to me, doing the suggestion as Vice Mayor and Commissioner Emmerich suggested, we could do it in reverse. Go with option 2, prepare those documents and add to it as we see fit. To me, option 2 is the only option for me.
Quiet,
Okay,
please.
guys, it's my turn. All right? Option 2. Back in September of last year, I made a huge error, and I need to apologize to every single one of you, to the developer, to the city manager, and to my fellow commissioners. When I voted yes for a P3, there were 2 options on the table. I voted for one of them because I thought that's the only thing I could do, because there were 2 concept plans on the table. Because we cannot talk to each other, I didn't know where they were leaning. So I voted for one. I should never have voted for either of them, because for me, Warren Mineral Springs is synonymous to what Central Park is to New York City. New York City is massively developed, and those planners had the foresight to make sure there was a place for people to go and recreate. They had the foresight to think of a place for people to go, to gather, to get away from the hustle and bustle. To me, this is what Warren Mineral Springs is. And that P3 is not encompassing what I envisioned for Warren Mineral Springs. And it wasn't just what I envisioned. The commissions before us envisioned Warren Mineral Springs to be parkland. We wanted it to be natural. We wanted it to be serene. We knew those first phase was those buildings. Second phase was to be parkland. We didn't know what that looked like because we were concentrating on phase 1 and the buildings. But to me, parkland for that second phase is not what the P3 represents. Having apartments, having condos, having a resort. I have heard time and time and time again in the 6.5 years I have been a commissioner that residential property costs the city taxpayers ultimately. But yet again, we are adding more residential properties to the tax base. That parkland is paramount to keep intact for future generations. We will never see the wisdom in keeping it parkland because I'm not going to be here. But my children's children and their children will be very grateful we had the foresight to think like Central Park planners did in New York City. These decisions are hard, and I'm sorry. Not everything has to have the almighty dollar attached to it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stokes.
Well, I don't think there's anyone sitting on this dais or in the audience or anywhere in Northport that doesn't appreciate the uniqueness and the specialness of the Springs, and all share in the desire to perpetuate it, to see it's preserved, to see it's protected, to see it's enjoyed. And I don't think that necessarily it's mutually exclusive. There are 60 acres, which are really the area in question. The 20 acres, everybody wants to preserve. Maybe we need to preserve another 20 or another 30 We haven't gotten there, maybe all of it. And that depends on a whole lot of things yet to come. And it just seems to me that the Springs has been an area enjoyed by a segment of our community, some who are Northport citizens, some who are not. And there's an awful lot of people who live in this city, some 82,000+, who I think could enjoy not just the Springs, but some of the 60 acres that exist in some form or fashion, whether it be the 2019 plan, whether it be the P3 as it's presented. I don't know yet. I don't know that anyone knows yet. I'm hesitant to want to simply draw a line in the sand and say, no development, no nothing. I'd like to see it move to a point where we can at least look at the specifics, because as it exists, personally, I'm not in agreement with it. But that's not to say that without some modifications or corrections or things that are taken out or relocated or moved, it wouldn't be something that might make a lot more sense. I hate to simply draw the line and say, no, nothing. Certainly on the 20 acres for sure, and in my opinion, more than that. So I think perhaps out of this workshop, it would help to be able to give staff some direction regarding some of these, looking and getting feedback from the indigenous people, trying to look at what this property, this full 80 acres would look like if that 20 acres was expanded, and then what would be left and what type of development might go there. This is a slow process and shouldn't be rushed. Obviously, we've heard from a lot of people. Many of you have come time and time again, and we applaud you for that. If we can't hear how you feel, then we're left to our own ideas and what we hear from staff. And it's important you continue to come and you continue to share your thoughts. There's a huge part of our city that hasn't weighed in, and there are some processes that are being put in place to try to solicit some of that input. And I agree that perhaps another workshop's necessary at some point at a different hour of the day, which will open the doors up to hopefully other people who can't make it because they are working. And this is truly a process. I just don't think we need to shut the door on the idea of doing something. And so I'm hoping out of this workshop, we can give city staff some direction so we can at least entertain the thought of doing something, whatever that may be. And at this point, without having actually looked to offer up a consensus, that's all I have to say for this at this point.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. My turn. It's important to keep in mind that we are not voting on the P3 proposal today. There's still a lot of discussion that needs to go on. Personally, there are parts of that plan that I really like, and there are parts of it, not so much. So I think we have in front of us an opportunity to extend the spirit of the Springs without overdoing it. And I think for a lot of folks, seeing that property as a health and wellness and holistic alternative health kind of property, I don't envision a 10-story Marriott on that property. Nothing could be further from my mind. But having a tasteful facility that allows more people to come to that area, maybe even people who will never go into the Springs, but there are other opportunities for health and wellness there. I think we should be open to that. So I'm inclined to support option 4, high intensity, not because I want high intensity development in that area, but it keeps our options open. I'm comforted by the fact that we're at the very beginning of what Commissioner Stokes said is going to be a long process with a lot of conversations. And all I ask is that people keep their minds open. So beyond that, I just want to share some thoughts with staff. Clearly, for me, keeping the 23 acres as it is, we should not touch that 23 acres. I would like to see the buildings either rehabbed or replaced to include things that we had in the past, but don't anymore because the building has fallen into disrepair. Lockers, showers, some massage areas, that was all part of that 23 acres just a few years ago before those buildings were closed. I also know from looking at the P3 proposal, so I'm off the 23 acres now and I'm on to the 60, that about 30% of it was set aside to be a recreational area, a community recreational area. I like having some large chunk of that property. I'm not sure it's a recreational area. I'm not sure it's a park. It might just be habitat, but that some good portion of that property be left in a more natural state, however we define that in the future. I would also hope that the development would not include gas-propelled vehicles going through it, that people would leave their gas vehicles somewhere, and if they need to go to a wellness center located on that property, that there be electric properties to move people around. I would also...
Guys, I can't hear, please.
I would keep that 30% of the property sort of in a bank. We have a lot of testing to do to see where development may or may not be appropriate on that property. And we can certainly use 30% of that property to protect more fragile areas if that is the result of the testing. So we have more comments. Let's keep it really short because I'm feeling a consensus coming. Commissioner McDowell, you're up. I'll give you a minute.
Thank you, Mayor. The citizens that use Warm Mineral Springs, they don't care about having anything fancy, and that has been proven for the past, 3, 4, 5 years with the conditions of the buildings deteriorating. It is still making over $1 million a year in the deteriorated building states that it's in. We don't need to do this fancy. I mean, if you go to Myakka State Park or Myakkahatchee Creek or Oscar Shear, they're in completely natural state. They have small little buildings that are nothing fancy, but they still generate over $46 million a year. And Warm Mineral Springs generates over $1 million after all expenses, including maintenance. And these are economic drivers. The people just want to use the springs, and they don't want to be looking at concrete buildings nearby. They don't want to be looking at a resort. They don't want to hear loud music. This is not the intent of Warm Mineral Springs from its inception, going back to the Indians, going back to when it was first developed. The biggest economic driver that I think the Springs has ever seen was a quadcentennial party that was held there.
Commissioner,
After that,
your
everything
minute is
else-
up. I'm sorry, your minute is up. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I just,
Well, I'll clear the chambers if this keeps up.
I
Go
guess
ahead, Vice
opinions
Mayor.
don't matter.
yeah, I just wanted to add and piggyback off of Commissioner Stokes about having the fact that there are 82,000 residents in the city, that a lot of them are not enjoying the springs. And I don't see the problem with elevating the amenities, what's available at the springs, so others can enjoy it. I know that people went there even in the disrepair, the neglected state. I came to Northport 32 years ago, and I remember going into Cyclorama. It was still open, and I was very saddened by what I saw. And as a school teacher, I had summers off to explore this country. I've been to every state except for 2, and I don't mean interstate driving. And when I went to places that had, that were in disrepair, I just felt that was neglected. People didn't care. I'd like to see Warm Meadow Springs brought back up to the level that shows we care and we do respect that area. I mean, all of our national parks, Grand Canyon, they all have places for you to stay there. And when those, like Grand Canyon Village, people objected to that, but that is what allows people to go there and enjoy it. And I see that having an amenity.
Time is up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At this point in the agenda, we ask for public comment, but we've been at it for 2.5 hours, and I think we all need a bio break. So I'm going to call for a break now. It's 11:32, and I will pause this meeting until 11:45. We'll come back with anyone who wants to make public comment on this particular topic, and then we'll go for a consensus and break for lunch. So thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It is 11:45, and we are resuming the City Commission workshop. I know there are people here that are here for the zoning conversation, so that people can plan their time, I'm going to sort of lay out the agenda here. We'll be taking lunch at 1:15 to 2:15. We'll then resume at 2:15, and hopefully we'll be able to go into the zoning conversation at that point. I think there's still a lot of conversation to be had on Warm Mineral Springs. So that's the plan, just so people can kind of plan their time. Okay, I think at this point, before I ask for a consensus, let's see if there's any online public comment.
We do, Mayor.
Assistant City Clerk.
I'm going to play voicemails first and then read the e-comments.
Thank you.
My name is Jeff Parker, and I am a new homeowner in Harbor Cove. I spent over $200,000 for my new home, and I am absolutely not in support of this development plan for the Mineral Springs area. I do support the plan from 2019. This plan is going to devalue everything that I've just spent a huge amount of money on. My number is 810-334-5273, and the address that I live in is, or the house that I bought is 720 Fairmount. So, anyhow, I guess you have my thoughts on it. This is a terrible idea. It's not good for this area. So anyhow, you have my thoughts on the matter. Thank you, and bye.
My name is Keith Fendelander. My phone number is 239-878-3140. My email is fenderblender@yahoo.com. This is regarding the April 10th public comment for the Warm Mineral Springs. My comment is very simple: save the Warm Mineral Springs, allow the people to be able to experience it as they have. Don't sell out to the large corporate hotel interests and resorts. I would like to imagine that people will be able to enjoy the Warm Springs as I have. So that's my comment, and thank you very much.
My name is Sarah Redlinsky. I live at 19477 Rizzuto Street in Venice. I'm calling about the Warm Mineral Springs meeting tomorrow, April 10th at 9 a.m. I want to make it clear that there should be no development of this property. It needs to be kept in the state it's in now and improved, by our tax money in this area. So no development, no. Thank you.
Waiting for it to download.
Assistant City Clerk, maybe we could alternate with an online and an in-house. That would give you an opportunity to download.
Okay.
You've got it now, so.
Right now?
Yeah.
I'm calling about Warm Mineral Springs meeting tomorrow, April 10th at 9 a.m. I want to make it clear that there should be no development of this property. It needs to be kept in the state it's in now and improved, by our tax money in this area. So no development, no. Thank you.
Alan Hale, I remember 713, and I was to speak on the April 10th agenda on Warm Mineral Springs. My comment is on April 7th, 2023, the Myakka River Management Coordinating Council, also known as the MRMCC, and of which the City of Northport is a member, passed a motion unanimously regarding the Warm Mineral Springs. The motion reads as follows: that the City of Northport keep the 2019 Park-like Master Plan as approved by the Citizens and Commission of Northport, and that no new changes be made to zoning, the comprehensive plan, or the ULDC regarding Warm Mineral Springs. If the P3 Master Plan is approved, then a temporary moratorium on building be enacted until a multiple in-depth study beyond the minimum standards be done before any construction may start. Motion approved unanimously by the membership of the MRMCC on April 7, 2023. Thank you.
Staff, can we get a handheld mic down here so that we can hear this public comment a little better? This really isn't working. Assistant City Clerk, let's pause the online for a few minutes and go to the folks who are here and give IT an opportunity to figure out the audio for that. Thank you.
Boris Burnham. Do not allow Warm Mineral Springs development plan to proceed. We have a natural gem that has to be protected by all means. We cannot allow commercial interests to destroy our natural wonder. People from all over the world come here to enjoy the healing properties of our lake. Say no to commercial development. Nancy McGuire. Warm Mineral Springs has been a destination for years. It would be a shame to commercialize the piece of property and restrict the use to the public. It is something unique to Northport, and we should not let the developers wreck a piece of history. Gabriela Ferlano. This issue is not a temporary job or project for me. It is about the place I decided to be my home. I oppose the large-scale development. I want the 2019 plan to be respected and completed because it's what us, the neighbors and residents voted for. I oppose the change of zoning to allow for the big buildings around the spring. Reza Rozabowski. I'm against building the hotel in the Warm Mineral Lake. We need to preserve the beauty of natural mineral springs. Christopher Walski. My wife and I have been coming to Warm Mineral Springs for medicinal purposes for 15 years. Our average stay is 2 months. During our stay, we spend 3 to 4 years per day soaking in the mineral springs. Therefore, we support option 2. Sincerely, Christopher Walski. Susan Gaston. I am absolutely opposed to private development at Warm Mineral Springs. If you look at demographics regarding the users or patrons of the spring, you have only to look around and see many of us here at the meeting speaking out in opposition for commercial development of the area. If you study the demographics of the users, you will find that the patrons are natural lovers who go to the spring for healing benefits of nature and wish to keep the area as natural and free from contamination as possible. We also want to keep it affordable, as it has been in the past with discounted passes. To all who would choose to partake of this God-given place, handing this place of healing over to a commercial developer goes against everything the spring stands for, a sacred place or healing created by God as a gift to mankind. There are many who appreciate it, and we are the ones who have been speaking to you. There are others not a part of this demographic who wouldn't even consider going to the springs due to a variety of reasons akin to their particular demographic description. I'm asking you to please listen to those of us who appreciate it and use it. We are the ones who will ultimately and faithfully go to Warm Mineral Springs. I have chosen as a matter of principle to not partake of the springs until it is freed from the chains of commercial development and economic greed. It makes me very sad to see what is proposed for this beloved place, and I will not participate physically or economically in its demise. It is a matter of principle for me, and I must act according to my conscience. There are others like me as well who feel similarly. I have looked at the figures, and the springs is self-supporting and, in fact, profitable. This is a matter of greed. Greed becomes a vicious circle and will gobble up anything in its path. There are many things in life that supersede money, and Warm Mineral Springs is one of them. Please examine your conscience and do what it is right. Margaret Orazi. I support the maintaining of Warm Mineral Springs property for a public use open to all people. Warm Mineral Springs is an asset which should be developed or used by all. In the past, the property has been heavily used by residents of Warm Mineral Springs and the community surrounding it with Sarasota County. The property has been visited by people from the United States and countries around the world who spend money while they are in Florida by purchasing and renting housing, eating in restaurants, and using other services that support the county and state of Florida, its economy. I heartily oppose making the property private and available to only a few people. Margaret Orez, homeowner in Northport. Marion Peace. As a year-old resident of Northport, I'm not in favor of commercial development of Warm Mineral Springs. The city should retain and renovate this beautiful, unique natural resource to protect and keep it for the benefit of the residents of Northport. People have been coming from all around the world for years and will continue to come. The city and its residents will be the beneficiary for years to come. John Leslie. Warm Mineral Springs is a natural landmark, geological wonder, and large area for wildlife. To think of selling it off to be developed is disgusting. Gary Kraft. I've lived in this area my entire life. I can't believe the conceptual site plan for Warm Mineral Springs, big development, destination residential, and hotels need to stay out of it. This is history. Don't screw it up. Kelly Joseph. Warm Mineral Springs is a historical park. There are plenty of tourist destinations in Sarasota County that have hotels, restaurants, apartments. Turning this beautiful area into that is just wrong and disrespectful. David Silva. I've lived in Northport most of my life. Warm Mineral Springs is a modern marvel and doesn't deserve to be dictated by people who only care about money. Conservation is way more important and beneficial to society. Bill Gavin. I am totally opposed to any development of the Warm Mineral Springs area. Leave it as a natural area. Repair the existing facilities. These are enough. They've been enough for many years. It is sad that so many developers come to Northport and just cut down every tree and totally disturb the natural beauty of the area. This overdevelopment plan for Warm Mineral Springs will not bring in more tourists. It will turn them away. They come here for natural beauty and not some spa and condos. Leave it alone. Hear the voices of your constituents, build hotels and condos somewhere else. Zana Yefimov. Good morning. With all my heart and soul, I and everyone I know and know of oppose the development of the area around the Warm Mineral Springs. We, the residents of the city of Northport, and everyone who came here at least once, do not want this P3 to happen. Please stop ruining the springs. We are trying our best to express our opinion in the civilized way. However, the city's management ignores our input and acts like our opinion doesn't matter. To all in the city's government, either you were elected or appointed to your positions. You are there to represent us, the people. We, the people, say a big no to this development. How else do you want us to explain that? Just stop the development, stop accepting all these projects proposals that make no sense at all. This area must be preserved and turned into a state or even national park. This place is unique, therefore it must be protected. We all know that the city has $9 million to invest in the springs. Please do not think of all of as illiterate newbies. We all know that these monies are more than enough to restore and preserve the springs. Why do you need an outsider to come and kill the springs and pay more money for it? Why will you pay money, the public's tax money, to someone who does not care about the people? All the Springs needs is some love from us, the people. We can have volunteers days to assist with whatever it is needed to be done around the Springs. Please, please, please do not betray people who believe in you. Please leave our Springs alone and build any hotel and condos anywhere. We do not need them here. Commissioner Stokes, we voted for you. We, the people, elected you. We gave you our voices in all decision-making in the city and around it. Why don't you listen to us? Not just me, but all of us, your constituents. We oppose the development. We oppose the P3. We oppose the killing of nature. We will stand for it to the very extent of our rights. Thank you. Grazna Ramadaska. I'm in favor for option 2. I've been going to the Springs for 20 years for health benefits. I don't want to see any changes to this facility except for improvement. That's why I support option 2. Sincerely, Grace. Peter Bartolotta. My name is Peter Bartolotta, and I have been a resident of Northport since 1993. I've seen many changes since moving here, and one of the most significant, in my opinion, was the annexation of War Mineral Springs. Recognizing the importance of more balanced tax base between residential and commercial properties, the city of Northport and Sarasota County acquired War Mineral Springs property with the intent to make it an economic engine for the city and the region. Since then, there has been a constant debate over how the city should develop it. It is good to see the current commission is finally embracing the original intent of the purchase. I support the changes being considered. I believe the guiding principles of the development should be preserving the Springs, resort on-premise, wellness center, public access, no building higher than the tallest tree, 2 stories. This project can move us closer to an 18% commercial tax base and ensure an affordable ad valorem tax. Inga Puzek. I strongly oppose the development of War Mineral Springs. It is a historical gem that needs to be saved for future generations, not sold by the pound like a city has a couple of pounds of on the oranges to sell. It is a shame that it had ever been considered. People will never vote for commissioners that care so little about the future of our beautiful town. Mineral Springs is the name we are known for. Elderlies need to be able to afford it and enjoy the springs that makes them feel healthier. Younger ones need to be able to enjoy the sunshine and learn the history of this magical place. Please use the tons of tax money you are getting from all this new construction going on in the city and save the springs. We do not need investors that do not care. We do not need Disneyland. We need beautiful, quiet place that people have been enjoying to years being preserved. Thank you for your time. Sans consideration, Inga P. Pamela Moran. I'm a 25-year resident of Northport Estates. With regards to War Mineral Springs, I oppose the plan to develop a hotel and condominium on this unique, ecological, valuable parcel. Residents voted 4 years ago in favor of a low-impact park where the current buildings are renovated, but the rest of the parcels remain undeveloped. War Mineral Springs ought to have protected at Salt Springs, but short of that, taxpayers contributed to purchasing the parcel, and taxpayers want an environmental nature park, not a multi-million-dollar gift to a developer who will privatize the parcel and exclude the public who paid for the land. I believe that important decisions that affect public land are of concern to the entire city and ought to be decided by the public referendum, not city workshops held during business hours when many citizens are at work. I get the distinct impression the city has an already decided agenda to privatize War Mineral Springs and do not believe the majority of county taxpayers who paid for the parcels agreed with privatizing it. Tamara Browns. I oppose the proposed plan for a residential destination to the right of the Salt. Emil D. Dear Northport, Florida City Council, I am writing to express my concern regarding the proposed development of a hotel and related commercial properties in the area. While I understand the potential economic benefits of such a project, I believe it would have a negative impact on the local mineral springs, which has been enjoyed by residents for many years. This mineral springs is not only a natural resource, but also a community treasure that holds great value for local residents. It provides an opportunity for residents to connect with nature, relax, and find solace in a peaceful environment. It is important and cannot be understated. The proposed development could disrupt the ecosystem of the mineral springs and affect its water quality, putting its future into jeopardy. I urge the City Council to consider the long-term consequences of this project and its impact on the local community. Furthermore, increased tourism and development could also result in increased traffic, noise, pollution, and littering, which could have negative impacts on the local community and surrounding environment. I hope that you will take this into consideration and reject the proposal for the development. I believe that the mineral springs and its benefits to the community must be protected for future generations. Sincerely, Emil DeHaven. Jason C. Do not continue to pursue private partnership for the warm mineral springs. The springs are a natural treasure that Northport is lucky enough to call its own and should become a gift to a developer, allowing unnatural development of this historic resource. Foolhardy, stop it. Bill Goetz. Warm Mineral Springs has functioned as a cultural hub in this region for thousands of years. People and extinct megafauna like the saber-toothed cat and Macedon salt resources available there and left behind their amazingly preserved remains. Constant water temperature, lack of sunlight, and anoxic water make this special place a time capsule, almost slowing time by pausing the decay of organic matter for thousands of years, making it like a fountain of youth in this regard. As the only hot water springs in a state known for its plethora of springs, the warm waters provide for a unique ecosystem, from the smallest microbe to the lumbering gentle manatees that the spring has kept alive on our coast through the coldest winters for millennia. This place has been a gathering place for Native people, cowboys, and people from all over the world who have moved here just to be close to the springs that generates around $1.2 million just from ticket sales every day. These people bought or built homes in areas all over our city to have access to the springs and would have this access restricted as the capacity is only about 300 bathers a day. You are proposing hundreds of hotel rooms and condos, so how will the current residents get access? The potential for catastrophic collapse of the various vents and karestic cavities that exist underground throughout the park is too much of a risk for the property included in the National Registry of Historic Places. The spring is Northport's very own national treasure that provides a sense of place for our city. This place is special and should be protected from overdeveloped and not by stripping all of the protections that exist currently in the ULDC and zoning to protect it from developers who have historically broken the rules and been cited at almost every single one of their projects in the city for environmental issues. Let's be good stewards and do the right thing instead of mismanagement and potential destruction. Parker Wojcik. As residents of Bradenton, my family of 4 and I travel to Northport on a weekly basis in order to use the warm mineral springs. If this proposal goes through, we will no longer have the incentives to visit Northport for any reason, nor spend our money with local businesses. Ursula Cumbrick. I'm opposed to private development at Warm Mineral Springs. No motels, hotels, and condominiums in the place where we should have parks and recreation area. Leave the Warm Mineral Springs to citizens. Respect the nature and history. Kay White. This is a land and money grab using an unsolicited bid by a newly formed LLC involving an ex-city commissioner. At the January 9th workshop, the only person speaking for the P3 was the ex-commissioner who was seeking approval of greater density on the land that it seemed they expected to receive. A comment made implying it would be more attractive, profitable to a developer to build more units. Not clear, but are they planning to sell our land for their profit? It's not likely the lake can support all the construction, so the end of the springs, shameful Warm Mineral Springs, belongs to the Northport citizens. It is the citizens' property and money. A wonderful master plan was approved on April 9th, 2019, and that's what the Northport citizens want and expect, as demonstrated by the large turnout of citizens against the P3, both at the meetings and the informational protests. There is no justification to not move forward with the original April 9, 2019 master plan. No P3 needed. Warm Mineral Springs is a Northport treasure, and Warm Mineral Springs Park our legacy to the children. Tatiana Sivak. I am against the partnership for several reasons. One, I moved to be near the springs and want them to remain in as natural environment as possible, which this partnership can honor by building a huge resort. Two, while I like the idea of having holistic care, massage, and healthy food choices on the premises, they can simply be built in places of current buildings that need to be condemned. There is no need for a massive resort. Three, the experience and ability to enter the springs can't be the same with up to 250 rooms, hotel rooms, guests, and 300 residential households on the property. Four, there is no way they can build everything and not disrupt nature, both above ground and below, which could be catastrophic for the springs themselves. Five, the neighborhood around the area would be overrun and prices would go up and further displace locals. Six, a 99-year lease is too long for a commitment. If you really want to see how this company runs things, sign a year lease to let them manage the property, and we, the citizens and visitors, can determine if they are even good at basic management first. Seven, the $9 million budget we have is more than enough to erect simple structures to house employees, a restaurant or cafe, and some rooms for wellness care like massage. We do not need this partnership. What we need is a capable project manager to help us make decent improvements without selling the soul of the springs to the LLC. Furthermore, our city is already growing at high speed and the infrastructure can't keep up. The last thing we need is to insert 550 dwellings into this old part of town. I urge you to reject the proposed partnership. We are counting on you to represent our voices, and we'll remember your decisions at the next elections. Thank you sincerely, Tatiana Civic. Jill Luke, this is the last paragraph from the email that I sent you yesterday. I hope you read the important history above this paragraph, as the total email is too long for public comment. I'm only submitting this portion. What needs to occur currently with the comp plan is simply separate the 82 into 21 and 61, having 3 partials in the activity center. You have 7 and 7B established a 7C. The 7C should be the same criteria as 7B. What is being presented by staff is stricter than what is currently in the code plan. The 21 needs to be preserved and conserved. All of the fuss that is being made about the development is over 61, not the 21. The 21 should be treated special as it is. It should receive the fuss for its conservation, but not the 61. It should be the same as 7B. Fair is fair. The 7B partial is closer to the water in some aspects than the 61, and there are houses currently existing that are even closer than either of these partials, and they are on septic and well. Relook at what is currently allowed in the activity center. 270 residentials and staff's options all decreased it. Why? Because there is a focus on a P3 plan. Somehow we have to take to appease once you as a commission get this comp plan set fairly, negotiations can be done. That is the time to look at the P3 plan. Currently, you need to get it fair for development on both 7B and what I call 7C, and shelter the 21 acres with all your might. This commission is known for creating its own path for resolution. Please make this change easy. Thank you for listening to me, Joe Luke. Stephanie Gibson. Why we are rushing through a comp plan amendment to accommodate a P3 project proposal that we have not yet agreed to pursue. How do we go from exploring to negotiating with a dice vote? I get we are in catch-22 here, but the decision needs to be debated and decided publicly that this commission is going to pursue an option other than the 2019 master park plan that the citizens have already decided upon. We bought this park for the sole purpose of keeping it from being developed. It is a parkland. You clearly want to undo that. Well, then those discussions and decisions need to be made publicly. I am not opposed to exploring P3 options, but it must be a fair and equitable deal. It must make economic sense. Bringing in $800K a year in an ad valorem in exchange for rezoning and deeding over 63 acres. The fact is there is a zero fire to get this done. What is the appraised value of the 63 acres as it sits? What will be the value increase if we rezone? How can we consider a deal without knowing how many dollars are being deeded over? We have other options. Reopen the P3 process and solicit additional ideas and deals with more time and less restrictions. Secure a bond that is paid back with the access revenue earned from the springs as prior city manager proposed. Break the project down with a priority on utilities and rebuild of the 2 buildings. Seek out grant monies to restore the crema at a future date. Develop the 63 acres as a park with a lighter footprint of development, a plan that does not include adding more residential units. Thank you for reconsidering a less intrusive middle-of-the-road solution that we all get behind. Bob Dock. This plan is for none of the people who currently use or come to the springs. This is a developer's dream come true over and above local non-support. This plan is more for someone else. Has any board members ever come for a swim here? Most people are old and hurting and on the Social Security. This is our paradise in Northport, Florida, and we have been coming here regularly, even though the building were shoddy and in condemned state before the hurricane and never fixed. We love being outside with nature and able to access the spring for our own healthy needs. This was despite the high entry fee for daily use and non-ADA compliant. We don't need gardens, holistic centers, and all the other plans proposed for this city land. We need access to the warm mineral springs with clean, accessible bathrooms and affordable prices for the needs of people of Florida who come to socialize and get with their health circumstances. Has any of the developers, any board members ever been here to take advantage of what's here and not for the money you will all make by making a community for someone other than we who use the springs today, tomorrow, and for as long as we are alive? We already are stretched financially, and this community serves nobody but people who are wealthy already. This is a city land for all our use. This is a foreign play by outsiders who don't know the current community. Pass on this nightmare plan that looks wonderful, but for who? Kenneth Wells. Why are you voting today on rezoning the 60 acres before you know the likely consequences of building and developing on top of this giant sinkhole known as one of the 3 greatest healing springs in the world? When does putting the cart in front of the horse ever make any sense? It makes sense when you have hidden agendas, and this worries me. I remember about 12 years ago when the city paid $100,000 to an independent tourist agency for a survey and recommendations to boost tourism here. They said, promote the one thing you have to offer, the springs. I am not against the right development, and so for the springs, that means to me, make it more attractive by adding the amenities of a holistic spa and restaurant, and maybe more depending on the geological and structural studies that are to be done. As a doctor of natural medicine for over 50 years, I think we should treat the springs as a living, breathing patient with it is, and above all, do no harm. Please consider these words and do the right thing here. Vote not for the most revenue possible, but instead vote for doing the least possible harm to this previous healing water, precious healing water. And then reward will be much more revenue down the road. Thank you, Ken Wells. Laura Rudkevich. I am a longtime visitor of Warm Mineral Springs in Northport. I am worrying about potential change to the park. Drilling near sensitive spring could impact the flow of the spring. The spring will dry up, affecting entire ecosystem. Longtime visitors will no longer be able to have health benefits. Please find other ways to generate revenue, and please preserve this place. Charles Plechka. Discussion, I think this will be an asset to our community. Brian Lincoln. What is the number of unique Northport residents that use the Warm Mineral Springs Park on an annual basis? 2, what is the projected difference in revenue between park revenue only and the combination of park revenue and commercial development revenue? 3, if there is additional revenue for commercial development, how would that revenue be used by the city? Patrice Match. Please consider any environmental impact on the springs before a decision is made. Thank you. John Leslie. Warm Mineral Springs is beautiful. Selling it off to become another Welland Park would be horrendous. Fix it up and let it keep being the natural wonder or has been for millennia. Jose Murillo. I oppose the proposed resort development near our warm mineral springs. Not only will it bring in more traffic, but it will also destroy the natural charm and beauty of our area. The infrastructure is simply not there to support such a massive development. Firstly, let's talk about the issue of traffic. Our current roads are not designated to handle a large influx of tourists, especially during peak travel times. This means that not only will there be more cars on the road, but there will also be more accidents, longer commute times, and increased air population. Secondly, our area is known for its natural beauty, and building a resort will harm the local ecosystem. The construction process will inevitably damage the land, and once the resort is up and running, there will be increased demand for resources like water and electricity. This could have a negative impact on the local wildlife as well as on our community's overall sustainability. My final point is that the resort development will destroy the charm of the springs. The reason why people come to our area is to enjoy the natural beauty and peacefulness of our community. A resort development will turn our community into a commercialized destination with large impersonal buildings and crowds of tourists. This will detract from the unique character of our town and could ultimately hurt our tourism industry. Instead of building a resort, I believe that we should pursue option 2 of the presentation, which will ensure the future generations can enjoy its natural beauty. We can work on improving our existing infrastructure to make it easier for visiting to access the springs without having the natural ecosystem. We could also invest in promoting sustainable tourism that are in harmony with the environment.
Take a breath.
All right. Are we ready?
We ready? Before we go to the in-person, we did have some voicemails.
Yeah.
Do we still have some, and have we figured out the audio piece of that? I think we also need a fan on Assistant City Clerk.
Sorry. If this doesn't work again. Actually, I'm gonna do it from here. Can I just do it from here?
Are you able to hear?
Barely. Do you need some time, Riley? Should we go to in-house comments and give you?
Hello, this is Silver Crow. And my phone number is 941-426-8714. The agenda item, this is for April 11th, or April 10th. The agenda number is 23-0676. Please, no development of Mineral Springs. Stay with the 2019 plan. Agenda number 23-0466. Do not increase residents per acre. Thank you.
My name Vladimir and Inessa Polinkovsky. Phone number 937-671-2850. And our public comment is about Spring Lake to be safe, to be without any development around, because it could damage all infrastructure and will be a big loss for our country and for our people. I see many people coming there for reason to be treated with their conditions, and I believe we all need this lake to be safe and to be without any development, Thank you very much. Warm spring. Thank you very much.
We'll make the call and then I'll come. It's okay.
My name is Jane Woolston. I live at 3860 Almond Avenue in the Estates. My number is 214-529-5826. I'm calling in reference to the April 11th meeting. I believe it's at 9 a.m. and it's in reference to the estates and going from agricultural to residential. And I wanted just to say that I do not have any livestock, but the primary reason that we moved to Northport was the rural, private 3-acre lots in Northport, providing a country feel as well as other types of property allow a diverse Northport that's beneficial to all citizens and wildlife. Please do not reduce the lot sizes in the estates. Let's keep it agricultural for the citizens that want privacy and the country feel, and also for the wildlife. Thank you.
That is it for voicemails.
Okay, finally, public commenters who are here.
Michelle Calhoun, Anna Fiddler, and Jeffrey Scott.
I'm here to read the proclamation by the Warm Mineral
Could you
Springs.
repeat your name,
Michelle
please?
Calhoun. Michelle Calhoun.
Thank you.
Whereas the Warm Mineral Springs contains multiple levels of significance regarding its geology, hydrology, archaeology, paleontology, history, architecture, and traditional historic use as a wellness spa, as well as the significance of the Outflow Creek, which provides provides critical habitat for endangered manatees in the winter when they're most vulnerable. Whereas Warm Mineral Springs is an internationally renowned archaeological site and historic property listed on the National Register of Historic Places for evidence of some of Florida's earliest inhabitants and listed in 1976, and for its historic 1959 mid-century modern buildings designed by renowned architect Jack West of the Sarasota School of Architecture, listed in 2019 by the City of Northport, and eligible as a traditional cultural property that has a strong association of the beliefs and identities of a particular culture. Whereas Warm Mineral Springs is a natural and cultural resource publicly owned by the City of Northport, providing a steady income stream for profitability and sustainability to the city. Whereas the protection of this natural and cultural wonder is in the best interest of the public, the citizens of Northport, Sarasota County, Florida, and the nation. Whereas as stewards of this publicly owned, one-of-a-kind natural and cultural resource, Northport has a responsibility to see that all levels of significance noted above are taken into consideration and protected to the highest degree possible, and to protect the site and its surrounding landscape that serves the natural protective buffer from commercial overexploitation for the purpose of maximizing profitability at the expense of the resources they are responsible to protect. Whereas the current public-private partnership plan as outlined in the new development proposal for a hotel and condominium goes against what was decided upon during numerous public meetings and is without scientific study, and which could have an adverse effect on the natural and cultural significance on the National Register listed site. Therefore, we, the board of the Warm Mineral Springs Little Salt Spring Archaeological Society, would like to see no development more intrusive than what was agreed upon in 2019. and to prioritize stabilization and restoration of the historic buildings not contingent on development approval is currently under consideration, and approval of any development on the property and adjacent properties should also have appropriate cultural sensitivity and monitoring observed during any construction, and to protect the integrity of the geology of this karstic feature, a ceiling collapse sinkhole, which contains the only natural geothermal vent in Florida and which has been a significant feature on the landscape for a minimum of 20,000 years. And as I have 36 seconds left in my personal capacity, I would like to say that I found these slides to be extremely verbally manipulative, to say that sorry, my brain stopped for a second. To say that it voids a supposition or exaggerates a supposition when you've not done the studies does not do any service to this community. And I believe that whoever wrote that should have a talking to. And that's in my personal capacity, not in the society. And I just want to make that clear.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anna Feeler?
Is Anna here?
Anna Feeler? No. Jeffrey Scott?
Jeffrey Scott, Northport taxpayer, homeowner. The veil has been lifted, whether the Northport City Commission approves of it or not. They have given more power to this city's administration, which has elicited more instances of overreach and mismanagement of our public amenities. For weeks, City Manager Fletcher was all about keeping the residents who support Warm Mineral Springs at bay or in the dark, as far removed from the reopening process as possible. That was the city's MO moving forward. Slow walk the reopening of Warm Mineral Springs. It was that apparent to me and many others who voiced their opinions regarding its future. Presently, the city manager does his bidding for the corporate government bureaucracy and outside special interests. He has exploited the emotion of the moment, Warm Mineral Springs, to advance the city of Northport's proposed P3 partnership to get Warm Mineral Springs off the radar and behind them. In other words, let our city administration wag the tail of decision-making and put Warm Mineral Springs in harm's way. Let me remind the Northport City Commission, any behind-the-scenes meddling regarding Warm Mineral Springs will take debate and compromise off the dais. Let me further remind the city of Northport that any misconduct regarding Warm Mineral Springs P3 partnership is any conduct of any person, whether or not a public official, that impairs or that could impair public confidence in public administration as it pertains to the future of Warm Mineral Springs. Misconduct while holding public office, for example, could include and assume numerous infractions that involve Warm Mineral Springs, such as the breach of the public trust or the issuance of land use variances in direct violation of the health and preservation of Warm Mineral Springs and its encompassing green space and or nearby waterways. Likewise, any instance of poor administration by either party could easily be construed as an act of imposition that will directly impact the Northport taxpayer and their public amenity, Warm Mineral Springs. Any act of misfeasance put forward by city administration to follow and support their preordained script regarding the future of Warm Mineral Springs must not be overlooked or taken lightly or rubber stamped by the Northport City Commission. I believe the city administration has failed our Northport City Commission and by extension, the tax-paying residents of this city. Lack of accountability and unrelenting overreach runs deep and wide throughout Northport government. It is with grave concern that there are so many fools in this city so easily manipulated that they think a P3 solution for Warm Mineral Springs is the cure-all for this historic and cherished public amenity. Thank you.
Victor Durbin, Jasmine Bowman, and Kubrak Ursola.
Good afternoon. Victor Dobrin, although I got more than 49% of the votes of the city, are not there to help you on this one. But I will speak candidly to the commission. And I will challenge first Commissioner White, who was running on a green conservation agenda, and I would like her to put her integrity and the best intention she spoke about in this situation. I haven't seen coming to any of the discussion, or I know that today it's about rezoning, but it pertains to activity centers. The commission has spent the money on Camoin study, where the results, and you know it very well, showed that the minimum economic outcome would be to spend the money in this, in this specific activity center. There is no doubt there. It was our money spent for that. We know that the risks are greater than any minimal benefits. What I heard today, it's a good question. What is our confidence in the studies that will be done? Well, I went to the website of Florida Geological Survey, and technically there's a question, what is the likelihood to have a sinkhole? Well, the mineral spring it is a karst phenomenon, and any development intensive, as explained, hotels, multi-family units are in the wrong direction. And in that on that website says, is there a safe area of Florida in which to live without no chances of sinkholes? That says, technically no, since the entire state is underlain by carbonate rocks. Well, we heard today that the Miaka River Coordinated Management Council has a duty to the membership, which is an agency of the state, to come with advisory opinion. And it did come as an advisory opinion that is in the wrong direction. It packed even. It's a tributary of Miaka River this spring. And we heard that the flow rate, it's minimal. What is public-private partnership have demonstrated to be very risky, out of sunshine, it's in the wrong direction. What I would like to bring to the attention of the commission, that Florida Forever has funds, and the first time I made comments at this commission in 2017 was about Orange Hammock ranch. That was acquired, and it's Florida Forever. So what I propose to you is that P3 to have another P3 pursue permanent preservation of mineral springs. That's all. Thank you.
Jasmine?
Hello, I'm Jasmine Bowman. I'm a resident of Northport, and I do remain opposed to the rezoning of Warm Mineral Springs Park for commercial and residential development. And now, with the new proposal, I'm also opposed to rezoning the city as far as turning neighborhood commercial into commercial and increasing the density of housing massively on the collector roads. I would like to say that, the presentation, we were told to look at the presentation first, and I did, even though I looked at it before coming here. Of the options presented in the presentation, option 2 is the only reasonable one to keep the park a park. And I do feel also that the slides were quite manipulative in their presentation of the advantages and disadvantages, because Warm Mineral Springs does make money. It always has made money. It has an economic, motor in it. It's self-sustaining. That has been said in this commission chambers by city manager, by members of this commission. Even today, Commissioner McDowell brought it to the forefront that it makes money. It always makes money. If you want to wring every last cent out of it, I think the disadvantage is that you will destroy Warm Mineral Springs. You will destroy the appeal. You will destroy nature, the manatee habitat, and all the other ecosystems that it supports. So is that worth a few more dollars? I mean, we could focus, or staff could focus their attention, for instance, on making the aquatic center profitable. That might help. Warm Mineral Springs has always made money, and the aquatic center continues to lose money. So perhaps we could put a little energy into making that profitable, and that might help to balance things out economically for the city to make y'all money. But it is backwards to say any of this before a geotechnical survey has been performed. It's backwards to invest the time of the staff It's backwards to invest the time of the people when we still don't know how much weight this land can support. How many heavy multi-story buildings can we put there? This is important to know, and that should be a focus before any of this, but we are again backwards. And when the city tells us, when the city, I call it propaganda, comes out saying, oh, well, we have to listen to all of the residents of the city, where are they? I've heard maybe 3, maybe 2 comments in favor. Of all the comments opposed, where are the people in favor of rezoning? Where is their petition? I would like to see thousands of names. I would like to see where this, supposed support for the rezoning of Warm Mineral Springs Park and now the city of Northport is, because I don't see it anywhere.
Kubrick Ursula. Vincent Jimmy, Jono Miller, and Henry Bausha. Sorry.
Damo, good afternoon. My name is Vincent Jimmy. I'm an indigenous person of this land, Seminole. I'm here to oppose whatever you want to develop or rezone and let the land heal, because I took a walk over there one day a few months ago, and the spring is not doing well. And it's already home, to a lot of creatures. And the land's been developed a long time ago. So the animals, I walked around, I see a deer, hogs. I saw gopher turtles, grasshoppers. It's already home to a lot of creatures. They're my ancestors. The grass, the trees, the plants that on that land are my ancestors. And my family, some are buried in that spring. So I'm opposed to this development. Like somebody said earlier, there's another alternative. You can go and make this land heal. Bring it back so people around here can start getting healthier. Because the nature of help you heal. Because as traditional person, I work with plants, I work with nature. I have a spiritual connection, relation to the land, this Florida, this planet. And find a way to preserve that and protect that land. And help that the spring come back to life. I came here to ask you all for that. Thank you.
Jono Miller. Henry, Bohi Hunsi.
Is Henry here?
Melania Bonahensi, Shannon Larson, James Strasser. Melania?
Larson?
Shannon Larson, yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am.
First, I want to thank Vince and Jimmy and for being here today, because he is the caretaker of this land. the caretaker of the waters, the air, the trees, the plants, all living things, not just the human beings. They have history here. And so I'm so grateful that you could hear a few words from him. I wish you could hear more. We walked the 60 acres together with a developer, and all he was doing was listening to the sounds of nature. So I thank him for being here. He's speaking for all of those things he heard and felt and sensed. Then even I, who love nature, missed when he started talking about it. I didn't see that. I didn't hear that. So thank God he's here today. I'm, of course, opposed to any rezoning efforts that would allow development of the 60 acres that are contiguous to Warm Mineral Springs, and I object to this outrageous conceptual plan that goes way beyond common sense, way beyond common sense. Of course, it's going to have economic benefits, but it's always about the money, isn't it? Mother Nature is on a rampage. She's had enough. I'm asking you to open your minds. You ask us to open our minds. I'm asking you. Mother Nature's on a rampage. She's had enough. Volcanoes, long-lasting tornadoes, floods, strange viruses and bacteria, drought, ocean, lakes and rivers are dying and species disappearing. The Aboriginal Indigenous people of the world have been warning us for decades that this time is going to come if we did not change course. We're not changing course. We must reverse course now and begin to return to balance and harmony with Mother Earth and the sacred waters of the earth. A lot of you here don't understand the word sacred, so I'm going to say holy. Would that help? Would holy waters help? Would the holy land that's connected to it help? Because you're not getting sacred when we say it. The Mother Earth doesn't want any more concrete on top of her. She can't breathe anymore. You wonder why all these volcanoes and things are happening? Well, guess why? We must think about the future generations, not only the humans, but all life. The trees, the plants, the animals, the birds, the fish, and the insects, reptiles, and all the others. What are they going to survive on? Where are they going to live if this project goes forward?
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
We know they're going to be homeless, hungry, and they'll eventually die.
Your time is up.
Is that what we're asking for here today? Is that money worth more than the lives of all of those creatures?
Your time is up.
Oh, where do you see it?
On the screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Melania? James Strasser?
Good afternoon. My name's James Strasser. I live in the Warm Mineral Springs neighborhood. I had a nice mapped out everything, but after hearing what I've heard, I'm going to just try to touch on a couple topics here. The buildings have not been operational for at least a few years, so how can we get an accurate cost of how much that's going to cost? And can we review that again so that we can actually, like, once the buildings are possibly restored or with the trailers that are in operation, let's keep those going for a year. Let's just put that aside for now. At what point did the city buy that land that was additional to the Warm Mineral Springs? Because just as I believe September of 2022, it was for sale privately by a Coldwell Banker group. And so there was additional acreage just outside of that Warm Mineral Springs that is now being incorporated into that proposals with the 7A, the 7AC. I'm not exactly sure, but that's what I've just seen in some of the slideshows. Let's see. Can we also get those other groups that are going to be listed, that are going to be doing the surveys on the Warm Mineral Springs website, Mr. Jerome Fletcher, for the city manager? Make that happen for the city staff so that we can do our due diligence on that end of things. I don't understand why we're even considering going to the max, because the public has spoken out. We have 3 out of 5 commissioners that I see here that are wanting to see the full proposal of the things. But have you ever tried to stop a locomotive motion train? And from the time that I've started coming to these meetings, it seems to be generating more speed. And so I wouldn't want to be on the forefront of that locomotive. I want to be riding that train of all the people and all the people that are going to be riding that train and opposing this proposal. And they want to save the springs. Another thing that is coming up is that we're proposing to build out to 250,000 for the city of Northport, but right now we're at 80,000, and those surveys are going to go out to try to gain a survey of people in the War Mineral Springs. It's a spit that goes out into the Sarasota County, and the people that live in that War Mineral Springs area are not being considered. Where are the surveys that are going to go out to those people? Have we requested Sarasota County to be a part of this, to be a part of that survey, because it's going to affect that area? There's no sidewalks. There's a street light every half a mile. The infrastructure is not there to do any of this major proposal. I've said it time and time again in these meetings. Build the hotels on 41. Build them next to the highways. Keep that area for people to come in to see the rural old Florida that we've come here to buy our houses for, to have our grandkids have a place to live, to be able to enjoy the springs and the natural environment. It's not just here in the city of Northport, it's worldwide. People come here worldwide and nationwide to enjoy these springs. Thank you.
Chuck English, Robin St. Vincent, and Marcy Mulligan.
Well, afternoon, Commissioners. Chuck English. Fortunately, I've had the opportunity to chat with several of you. I'm actually the supermajority of the commission and staff. And I can't believe that you haven't grasped, based on the prior actions, the sincerity of these, shall we say, small group of outspoken people, which has been a term used. Yet you haven't done any surveys to find out what this small outspoken group would like you to do. Well, I value social media for one reason: tremendous amount of perspective. You can take what's superfluous and throw it aside. But there's been a lot of people that have spoken to this issue. Whether you agree with it or not, that's fine. Do the survey and find out. Actually, if you're concerned about the city not having the ability to put forth their feelings, put it to referendum. Okay? And that's for your studies. I can't believe you're not doing any of the studies prior to even considering the action that you're about to take as picking what level of development you want to see when you haven't asked the people. And as far as these public meetings, when are they coming? All we've been hearing is the train the gentleman's been spoke about that keeps rolling along without public input, except for this small vocal group that I keep hearing about. And here's another issue that bothers me about this. If you can do this to War Mineral Springs, you can do it to any park in the city. And there's my biggest concern. And one thing that the resolution was put forth in 2015 by the commission that put forth the 2019 plan done by Kimberly Horn, and that was the consensus of the people. So I think this small little group of vocal people is going to get larger and larger and larger, especially around election time. Thank you.
Robin?
I'm Marcy Mulligan, and this lovely young lady's letting me go first. I live in town. I'm on Triunfo Avenue, right down the road from the Springs, and I'm here to beg you to be careful. Don't destroy this unique treasure that is ours. All the generations and all the commissions that came before kept it. what will our children and our grandchildren think of us if we're the generation that lets the destruction begin? I do the best I can with my little yard to support the wildlife, so much of which has been displaced with all the building going on. The other thing I want to say really quick is that when you cover a whole lot of land with concrete and paving and stuff, it can't absorb water anymore. The more we develop, the more trouble we're going to be in when the storms come. I know of at least 7 of my neighbors who would be here if they could and be outspoken and probably more eloquent than I, but please, please don't just ram this through. Please listen to the people of your town. And if I may also say real quick, I think it's horrible what you want to do up at Tropicare too. But I'm only supposed to speak on one thing, so I will say thank you for listening. Thank you.
Robin San Vicente, hello again. Thank you, Commissioner McDowell, for what you said to us. We appreciate that. We respect that. Secondly, this is regarding the question on the Seminole Tribe of Florida. You guys have been in contact with them because I got a letter here. And this is from the National Historic Preservation Act is what they're going under, from the Tribal Historic Preservation Office. So this went out to Sandy. They copied you, Mayor Langdon, and Vice Mayor Alice White. So to just pretend you didn't get it, I'm looking at it right here. So there's a bunch of statutes that govern that spring that I don't think you really want to get involved with. It's a protected site, it's sacred, and it's not just the spring itself, it's the surrounding property. You can dig as many boreholes you want, but you can't go down deep enough because of the age of that particular topography and where they might have buried human remains, which have been discovered throughout the years in bits and pieces. Secondly, you talked about additional money. When I was program director, among other things, at Warm Mineral Springs, we utilized that whole parcel. We did nature-based activities. We did concerts. We did outside events. We did sweat lodges. We did drum circles. We did everything, crystals. We did everything that property called for that was integrated into the parcel. And it brought in money. We did products. The products brought in over $1 million a year. I've asked to be taking a meeting with you guys if you want to hear more about what we did, because by then it was privately owned. But there's a lot of money to be made there that doesn't qualify for putting up huge buildings, timeshares, which, by the way, nobody is going to go. It's going to be marketed to an Eastern European clientele because the educational process that is involved for the non-Eastern European cultures, they don't get it. To them, it's a pee hole. Sorry to use that language, but that's the problem we've had for the years that I've been there, is to educate them. We were bringing in them by the busloads, and the only way to reach them was through the children, through the high school students, through the elementary students, coming in on tours, giving them tours and giving the whole history of the spring. And then they would bring their parents back, and then we'd never see them again, and it's like, why? Again, because that's the conception of the water in that spring. Even though it's brand new every 24 hours because of the circulation and the 9 million gallons it used to produce every day. So I beg you, please reconsider. I know, thank you.
Jonathan Barquest and Jenna Slater.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Barkenquist. There's just a couple of points on this, on accepting your maximum and then being able to work backwards. That actually only works because you own the property and you get to make those decisions. I'm also a building contractor, so if this were something that I was going to do, I wouldn't have the opportunity to do that. That you get to decide what you can back it down to. It's kind of stepping on, sharp piece of glass there. Because you open it up to, now it's zoned at this. And also you're taking that zoning away from another area in Northport that it might be better suited. So just consider that. And then also making it kind of like Fort DeSoto up in Pinellas County. I know they're booked out pretty much every time I want to get a site there. You know, there's a lot of acreage, maybe having a more mixed, because again, I'm all about balance. So I'm not saying that it shouldn't happen at all, and I'm not saying it should. But, you know, when zoning comes with their proposed plan, and we can't see where any of this, and you guys are having the same issue, you know, where are these buildings? You know, it's kind of hard. You show a cursor, well, it's here if I remember right, which is not her fault. It's, you know, there should be a proposed plan before we change the zoning, and everything should fit kind of in steps. And again, I don't know if this is going to open you up to next time a developer wants to change something else. Maybe it's going to go, well, actually, the city did it themselves, where now I get to work backwards. Can I do that? I don't know if it will, but that's also something that I would, you know, kind of want to take in sight on just to be sure. I hate to see you guys get stuck in a weird predicament that it sounds great, but, you know, it also can open things up to the future. So, thank you.
Hi, guys. I just don't understand.
Please repeat your name.
Oh, Jenna Slater, Northport resident.
Thank you.
And I just don't understand what we're doing. What's happening here? There's so much public outrage. The feelings of your constituents could not be more clear. And yet, it's so obvious that option 4 is what's going to be voted for, that we want to go with giving ourselves options. You don't even consider medium density or option 1 that gives you some potential for building. Instead, you're going full swinging in order to support this P3. You ask us to trust you. You ask us to believe that you're going to represent our needs. How can any of us believe that? We want to believe you. And in this circumstance, we can't. Our public comments feel meaningless because none of it is being reflected in how you speak to us, in the opinions that you're bringing forth. Florida has been described as America's ground zero for climate change. The majority of the population and economy are concentrated below low elevation that regardless of voters, red or blue, Florida residents think climate change is happening here at a higher rate than the national average. We are considering putting more concrete on top of a sinkhole. The 20 acres surrounding the spring are so arbitrary. That entire piece of land is the smallest piece that we could do for the southwest side of Florida to keep it safe, when all you have to do is step out your front door and see everything is being developed. I moved from Los Angeles here because I was so tired of concrete. We can do better. And the truth is none of this is going to get decided on before you guys are up for re-election in November. And this small vocal community, we will organize and we will ensure that our voices are heard, that we find new people that we can reinstate to run against you, because a tiny percentage of the population turned out to vote. Tiny. And we have the opportunity to ensure that that looks different. I'm sitting next to Ashley throughout this entire meeting. He's texting with Joe Luke, giving her a word-by-word play of what's happening here. Texting with Mickey, who is the face he's just representing, literally called Northport a shit show. Pardon my language, but it was his. Is that the person that you're going to trust, that you want to work with this sacred space, and not the people of this community that care? We trust you. Please, please don't let us down. You will regret it if you do. We will be loud. We will not take this lightly.
Lucy Grajowski does not wish to speak, but is opposed to item 23-0541. Angela Omisio does not wish to speak, but is opposed to agenda item 23-051. And that completes.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. I'm closing public comment and all comment on this issue. We have another topic to get through. City Manager, I don't sense that we have a quorum up here on this matter.
A quorum, Mayor?
I'm sorry, for a consensus. Do you want us to take it anyway, or do you feel staff has enough sense based on our comments on how we're leaning?
You should probably take it anyway.
Okay. I'm looking for a consensus to support making the comprehensive plan changes identified in option 4 in the staff presentation. Commissioner Emmerich?
I'm a yes.
Vice Mayor?
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. Commissioner Stokes?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner McDowell?
Absolutely not.
Okay. On to.
Mayor, you need to vote.
You can't vote. It's
Or,
a,
I mean,
I
your
did.
consensus.
I did.
Oh, you
Yeah, I
said
made
yes?
the consensus,
Okay.
yes.
but we do not have a consensus. We're at a more.
Correct.
Okay.
We don't have a consensus. I said that. Item 23-0597, discussion and possible direction regarding the draft of the Unified Development Code
Mayor,
Chapter.
before we go on to the next item, there's a couple consensuses I would like to get based on the conversation we had on the Warm Mineral Springs thing.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I didn't know you were moving that quickly into the next item. We're going to be needing lunch here soon. The first one is I'd like to get commission consensus to instruct city manager to reach out to the indigenous people. I think a great start is the gentleman that was sitting here to get their input and feedback before proceeding.
We have a consensus on the floor. I think everyone heard it. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, I'd be a yes for that conversation.
Vice Mayor?
Sure.
I'm a yes.
Sure.
Stokes, Commissioner McDowell?
Absolutely. The next one I'd like to get is to have staff get a consensus to have staff reach out to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board and the Environmental Advisory Board for their input on these potential comp plan changes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
I'd be a yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a
Stokes?
yes.
Commissioner McDowell?
Absolutely. I have one more, hang on. They're like all over. There's a lot of stuff to talk about today. Oh, that's for the next one, sorry. That's all. Thank you for those two consensuses.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 20.
Actually, Mayor, I would like to offer up a consensus, please.
So sorry. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask staff to please bring back a pro forma budget. What it would cost to restore specifically today, not, I know some of this was a long time ago, but a pro forma budget laying out the costs to restore the buildings to a modest condition, to the cost of operating the springs and maintaining it on an ongoing basis, including the 80 acres, the full 80 acres, and 3, what costs are involved in building a proper reserve for capital repair and improvements. So we can get an actual real picture of what it would cost our city and our taxpayers in order to operate the springs, inclusive of the 60 additional acres. And I think it needs to be done by finance. It needs to be put together in a professional enough manner so that city commission can take a good hard look at what this would cost us.
Commissioner, you had a lot of comment in that consensus. Could you repeat
Yes.
just the consensus?
To instruct staff to bring back a pro forma budget, which includes costs to restore buildings to a modest condition, 2, costs to operate the springs, including ongoing maintenance for the entire 80 acres, and 3, to include a reserve for capital repair and improvements.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Is that gonna be throughout this process, like down the road as everything comes up, or are you trying to put a
immediate timeline on this? Is this going to be part of the process, of this process right here going forward?
When you speak of process with regard to what?
As everything is coming back, we're gonna be getting negotiations, everything else is going, we're getting ready to go into budget. I'd hate to over-enhance staff in budgetary items within all of this stuff going on.
Well, let me ask.
That's where I'm at with this.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
trying to understand what your actual goal is within the time scheme and timelines.
Try to understand whether or not a P3 partnership is in fact in the best interests of our community. And in order to do that, it'd be good to know exactly what it would cost to actually operate. Since the Springs have been operated for many years with nothing more than generating revenue, sucking the dollars out, and not putting anything substantively back in it to maintain it. I mean, the buildings are shambles. It's going to cost something to build them back. We know that. It's going to cost something to maintain them going forward. And I think that's important to know if we're looking at whether or not a P3 is the only alternative. And I don't think we're at the point, at least I'm not, as to whether or not a P3 is the best option to take here. I mean, we have a huge segment of people, maybe some would call it a minority, but it's very clear that the vocal minority here feels one way. I'd like the city of Northport, its citizens, to understand what exactly it's going to cost if we decide not to develop this and we have to run this ourselves. It's going to cost some money. I just want everyone to understand it, including us, especially us, since we have to make the decision. That's why I'm offering up this consensus.
Yeah, I would agree with that because we have never really evaluated all the costs of maintaining that property. And the only reason it has contributed a positive cash flow is we never applied the purchase cost, we never repaired the buildings, we never did any of that work. So let me ask you, city manager, is that something staff could have available to us sooner rather than later before we make a formal evaluation of the P3 proposal?
Yes, ma'am. You would have it before you made your evaluation. You would not have it before the decision upon you today as far as we go forward with the comp plan adjustments. But we provided information in the past about the proposal about what it would take to rebuild, and it was like $18 million, which led us to here of the $9 million shortage. Then we also talked about the $1 million that it makes annually, which people have repeated. But in order for us to do the $9 million to get it to where that first phase needs to be done, the time that it would take there to get us there, which was determined to be too long, which led us down the P3 path. So what other expenses are we looking for to get that we're not sort of including now? And the purchase price of the land was never included, or it is not included in the pro forma of how the revenues operate now. So if you're starting from that point, then you're exactly right. It has not made any money because that repayment of the land wasn't included in that calculation.
Right,
Correct.
exactly.
So what exactly, and I asked the director to hang back because I think that when we did present information before, we had presented it in a phased in approach that would allow you to understand exactly
Well,
what
I
we
think
would
part
do.
of the two pieces is what does it cost to take care of the land?
Mhm.
You know, we have staff that cut the grass and maintain the trees and all of that. I'd like to understand that. Also, in the plan that was approved in 2019, there were structures planned. I need city manager's attention.
So Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director. We certainly know what the costs are now for the mowing and the care of the 20 acres because we're doing that with in-house and contracted staff. When you speak about the 60 acres, what are we projecting the cost on based on the master plan for the 60 acres, based on doing nothing, leaving it as is, or based on something else.
Right, well, I would like to know the will of my fellow commissioners, but for me to even entertain not developing that land, I would say no park on the 60 acres, let it be habitat.
So
it would not cost
There is no
us.
cost right now. There's
Right.
Occasionally a miscellaneous cost to the park maintenance if we need to respond to a public concern on the abutting properties. But beyond that, there is not any ongoing maintenance that's going on the 60 acres.
Yeah, aware of that. So Commissioner Stokes, based on that conversation, do you want to repeat your consensus, amend, sort of maybe rephrase your consensus?
I would still like to see a current pro forma budget that lays out the projected revenues that the Springs expects over the next 3 years, including all the expenses it takes to operate the Springs. All the costs that would be involved in operating and maintaining the Springs, including reasonable reserves for replacement and repair of capital assets. Granted, those are buildings that have to be rebuilt, but if you're going to look at, and that's my consensus, to editorialize a little, in order to have a clear understanding on an ongoing basis, if $1 million is coming in and it costs us $600,000 to operate it, but we need to put $300,000 a year away in order to be able to maintain those buildings over 10, 20, 30, 40 years, and the parking lots and the lights and whatever else is there, then how much money is the city making? That's something that the city should understand before it contemplates any kind of development. That's what I'm trying to get at here. I know it's supposed to be $20 million to replace these buildings and fix this 20 acres. What does that mean? Does that take it to what state of the art? A new museum, a restaurant, all the buildings? I mean, I think at this point, we need to take a harder look at what this option is before we're in a position to make a decision as to how we might develop this project under a P3. That's what I'm trying to get at here. I don't think it's an unreasonable ask.
We have a potential consensus on the floor. I can see you're dying to chat, Commissioner McDowell. What's your sense on that consensus?
I agree, we need to do something, because prior to April 7th, the concessionaires ran the Warm Mineral Springs. They absorbed a lot of the costs of running Warm Mineral Springs. The commission voted to cancel that contract. I was not part of that. I would like to know, how much is it going to cost for the city to run the springs now that we no longer have the concessionaires? And I think that's kind of where Commissioner Stokes is going with his consensus. So I agree 100%.
So you're a yes.
I'm speaking to the consensus, Mayor, and I'm wanting to get an understanding of what he's getting at. That's why I asked the question, is that where you are going with it? Thank you.
Yes.
So you're a yes, Commissioner McDowell?
I am a yes.
Commissioner Stokes, you're a yes. I'm a yes. I've always been wanting to know the real cost of Warm Mineral Springs. So Vice Mayor?
I can't support that. I mean, it just seems like we're going in a big circle here. We already know that it's 18 million.
Please, please. We were very respectful when you were speaking, so please give us the same respect.
Thank you. I'd
Go
just like
ahead,
to
Vice
voice my reasoning, so thank you. We already knew that it was going to cost $18 million just to refurbish those buildings. That's not any of the extras in there, and that's why we started to entertain 3P. And again, this is not a done deal, but it's an option coming up. And I wrote down that we don't have to go through with it after today. So I can't support that. I just think we're going in a big circle.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Going on with Commissioner White, and I understand that, we need to know what it would cost and everything like that. So I agree with that part of it. But it has been stated in the history of this too, is since day one, that the War Mill Springs was supposed to be, when we split with the county, pay as you go. That meant no taxpayer intervention with taxpayer funds. $9 million is sitting there of taxpayer funds. It came from surtax. So if we were to do that study, then we take that 9 million off the table, and now we're starting at $20 million to refurbish it. And with the Parks and Rec team before, they only had $2 million that was brought in over an 8 to 10 year period. So now you're looking at 20 to 40 years before it gets refurbished, by the way that it was considered to be pay as you go. So those are all the factors that need to be included into that. And that's why I was getting at Mr. Stokes, because it's a longer process on the funds to be able to refurbish the buildings and then go forward with the maintenance of them. Sure, we make $1 million a year, but that's going to be mostly maintenance, and the buildings will stay unfinished. That's why we went with the P3.
Right.
So.
Commissioner McDowell.
I'm waiting for the next opportunity to speak after the consensus, Mayor.
Commissioner McDowell, you have the floor.
So the consensus was 3 to 2?
3 to 2.
Thank you very much. I wasn't clear on what his was. So this is one of the main reasons that workshops, they're beneficial, but there's no clear picture. There's no clear direction that is given to the city manager. It's kind of, well, you kind of can read the tea leaves so you know what to bring forward. There's no clear direction that is being given because we have 2 consensuses that gave clear direction. The other 2 is up in the air. We cannot follow it up with a motion and then put people's names attached to how they voted for the minutes, for prosperity, for history, to make sure that it's captured accurately. These workshops are beneficial, but they're also kind of useless when we cannot give clear, undivided direction on how the city manager should proceed. I agree with having this perform a budget, and I think that it would be very wise. Without it, we don't have all the information that we need to be able to make an informed decision. And I would really like to have in the future, instead of these workshops, call it a special meeting so we can accurately reflect what is being done and captured in the minutes according to votes. If a consensus fails, then we go right to a motion. This way it's much more productive and it captures everything.
Thank you, Commissioner. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that when we first started this exercise, there were a couple of options and pathways that we discussed. And one, I think the first one was to sell it. No one wanted to do that. The second one was to get information on what it would take if we ran it ourselves. And that sounds more like what Commissioner Stokes is asking for, if I'm reading it correctly, just on a more detailed way. And then I appreciate Commissioner Emmerich's input as well, because the $9 million, the $6+ million of surtax and the other part of it that's from what it has made does matter as you look at what would happen if we did it ourselves or if we talk through different offers and proposals with the developer to see what does it mean with that pot of money. But we do understand the ask, and I do believe that it's within what we can pull back for you. And as we get to the spot in the process of actually putting an offer in front of you, you will have that information because you will need to know if you decide to go in a different direction, what does that mean for the city? So I find this workshop extremely valuable. And again, I know that with the voices that you heard and the voices you will hear, that it will continue to influence your decision-making.
And I think it's important that we all realize that maintenance of not just Warm Mineral Springs, but all of our parks comes out of the general fund, which is funded by our property tax. So we make these decisions, and sometimes it seems like we're all about the money, but we have to balance the budget. And we're committed to keeping the millage rate or our property tax rate low. So just understand that these decisions impact other things in terms of how we budget. Commissioner Stokes.
Yeah, I would like to concur with city manager. I think this workshop was valuable in many, many ways. Again, we heard from everybody, which is one of the most important things. And the other is staff sat here and management sat here and listened to all this. They gotta now go back and come back at some point before this commission, asking us to actually vote on something, whether it's, a comp change, whatever it may be, at some point, we're gonna have to vote. And so with all the input and all the discussion that's taken place here today, I think staff and city manager have a pretty good feel for how everybody seems to be thinking. Now the monkey's on their back to come back and ask us to make a decision on something, and at that point in time, then the monkey will be on our backs to make that decision. So I think this was very valuable, and I really do thank everybody for doing this, because it's a lot of time out of your day. It is frustrating as can be, I'm sure, and yet it's part of this process, and it's a good process. I truly wish, and I'm on my soapbox, that for all or so many of the other issues that are profound that this city commission has to think about regarding city activities and city decisions, that this many people would actually come and attend. It might give us brain damage, but at the same time, it would make the process work even better because we'd hear what people are saying. So thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, we are going to break for lunch. Let's come back at 2:30.
Hour?
An hour.
An hour from lunch.
afternoon, everyone. We're reconvening this city workshop. Quiet, please. Thank you. It's on.
That's okay.
Okay, so we are opening up our afternoon session with item number 230597, discussion and possible direction regarding the draft of the Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 3, zoning, including articles on standard districts, village districts, activity center districts, accessory uses, conditional uses, and specific use standards. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As part of the ULDC rewrite, this is Chapter 3 coming before you. Our team has made revisions and edits. They have also received revisions and edits from the commission, and now we are here for discussion. We do have a presentation, and that will be done by our Planning and Zoning Manager, Ms. Lori Barnes.
Mayor, Commissioners, Lori Barnes. Before Katie Woolner gives the presentation on the details of the staff recommendations for Chapter 3 zoning of the Unified Land Development Code, I just wanted to touch briefly on who we are in the Planning Division, why we are making the recommendations we're making, and to address some misconceptions that seem to be floating around out there, as well as ask for specific staff direction from the Commission today. First, who we are. The Planning and Zoning Division has been undergoing a metamorphosis over the past year and a half, with Elena Ray coming in as Neighborhood Development Services Director and myself as the Planning and Zoning Division Manager. We are professional planners. As a department or as a division, including Elena Ray, we have a combined total of over 90 years of experience in planning and zoning. We hold master's degrees and bachelor's degrees. 5 of our staff are credentialed by the American Institute of Certified Planners. Many of us live in Northport, own property in Northport. We travel the same roads, we go to the same stores. Those of us who have children in Northport schools. So I wanted to make it clear that, we have a vested interest in the future of Northport, as well as the commissioners and the rest of the citizens of Northport. Now, as to the recommendations before you today, these were developed based on the strategic plan policies that the Commission has adopted as to economic development, streamlining the growth management process, as well as comprehensive plan policies regarding creating a balance of commercial to residential development. The city of Northport is a pre-platted community. When General Development Corporation came in and developed Northport, platted the residential lots, their primary goal was how much profit can we make selling these residential lots, not how do we create a sustainable community. So bold steps are needed to reset the balance in Northport so that our residential property owners are not bearing the whole burden of the cost to provide public services. At some point, as Director Ray says, at some point, the infrastructure bill is going to come due. And we need to create an environment where non-residential development will pay a portion of that rather than burdening our residential property owners. The comprehensive plan recommends that the city rise to a level of 18% non-residential development. Realistically, 30% to 70% residential is a more realistic, fiscally responsible balance. So these bold steps are a step toward that direction and reducing that burden on our residential taxpayers. Some misconceptions that we've seen of late are that the agricultural estates change to residential estates will strip property owners of their rights to have agricultural operations on their single-family properties. This will not. The proposal before you maintains the residential density at 3 dwelling units per 1 acre and allows agricultural uses in conjunction with single family in the estates as intended by the comprehensive plan. We are proposing adding some additional uses that might help existing small businesses in the estates. And we are proposing prohibiting large-scale industrial agricultural operations. And this goes to protecting the quality of life for the people who live in the estates. We have a chipper mill, which the city continually receives complaints about the operation thereof. There is a fish farm that's not in conjunction with a single-family home that's currently being developed there. Now, 3 acres is not a large property for some types of large-scale operations. However, a company could come in and purchase multiple 3-acre lots and yield the acreage needed for a larger industrial type operation. So we want to have those protections. One of the other misconceptions is that the rezoning will make traffic worse. The prospective build-out in the city of Northport is 275,000 people. As the city grows and as the traffic volumes increase, our existing arterial roadways and collector roadways will need widening. As those volumes increase, single-family living on arterial and collector roads is going to become less and less desirable. Creating a situation where the zoning is in place when those property owners are ready to move on to a more residential character, they should yield higher prices upon the sale of their property with the zoning in place. The intent is to encourage assembly of property, impose access management controls where property is assembled. They will not have direct access to those arterial and collector roads. And this will, over time, minimize the traffic log jams that are caused by Amazon trucks, by garbage trucks, by school buses, and actually improve the situation in the long run. Now, the plan before you is not a plan that's going to take place tomorrow. All the existing uses, all the residential uses can remain in perpetuity as non-conforming uses. That will not change. It's a long-term vision for the sustainability of the city, and we will be giving a presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have following the completion. So I'd like to introduce Katie Woolner. She's a Planner 3 with the division. She, in conjunction with Elena, myself, and the rest of the staff, have pored over these regulations and the map and refined them to a point where we felt they were ready to be presented to you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barnes.
Sorry. All right. Good afternoon, Katie Wellner, AICP Planner 3, City of Northport. I'm going to be giving an overview of Chapter 3. This is our zoning chapter. Basically, the contents of my presentation is going to talk about a little bit of the updates on Chapters 1 and 2, as we had promised. As we bring these chapters forward, we want to update you guys on what changes we've made to the previous chapters that we've brought forward. We have a slight update to the timeline. And then I want to go over to the Chapter 3 outline, and then I'm going to go into detail on all of the new zoning districts and what they permit and how they're changing from the existing zoning districts. So at the end, it's probably easiest to take questions at the end, so we'll have time for that later. So updates, Chapters 1 and 2. Basically, we're trying to update our level of service standards in Chapter 1. Chapter 1 and 2 have both been reviewed by our legal consultants, so we're working through that. We've made a few changes, but most of them have been pretty minor from what you've seen, or what you saw when we came for the workshop. So updated timeline, because of the hurricane, we're a little bit behind where we originally thought we were going to be. So originally we were hoping to bring Chapter 3 in the map in January. However, because of the hurricane, we had to bring Chapter 2 in January. So again, we're at Chapter 3 here in April. Chapter 4 we're hoping to bring forward in September. Chapter 5 in November. And then we're still looking at the same effective date, that's January of 2024. So it doesn't really change our overall timeline. When I developed the timeline to begin with, I created some buffer in there because I know that things come up. So I just wanted to update you guys on that. So hopefully Chapter 4 will be on time in September. So Chapter 3 is divided into 9 different articles. So Article 1 is all of the general principles that apply to the entire article. It talks about comprehensive plan consistency. It provides descriptions of all of the districts and the terminology and abbreviations. Article 2 talks about standard districts. So the easiest way to separate the new districts is by standard districts, village districts, and activity center districts. So the standard districts section, and really all of these sections, all of these articles, provide the density and intensity, the setbacks, and the allowed uses for each of the zoning districts that are contained in each of those broad categories. So all of the standard districts are your straight zoning districts. All of the village districts are all of the village districts. And then the activity center districts are all of the activity centers. Article 5 talks about allowable encroachments, which basically just creates allowances for typical structures to encroach into a setback. Article 6 talks about bonuses and incentives, which creates bonuses for desired development and provides requirements for those bonuses. Article 7 talks about accessory uses and structures, so it sets the standards for specific accessory uses. Article 8 goes over all of the conditional uses. This is sort of a new term on our use table, it's conditional use. They're uses that are allowed by right as long as you meet all of the conditions that are included in Article 8. So those are sort of a new thing for us. They're different from special exceptions. Special exceptions still come to the board or to the commission. And then Article 9 talks about specific use standards. So those are all of those uses that might have some, or might need some mitigation from surrounding uses. So we built those in as design requirements essentially for those uses. So all of those standards are found in Article 9. So let's talk about the districts. Our standard districts basically all changed name. So we have the residential estates, which is going to be RE, residential low, R1, residential medium, R2, residential multifamily, R3, manufactured home community, MH, environmental conservation, EC, commercial, C, government use, GU, industrial light is I1, industrial heavy is I2, and then we have mixed use transitional, which is the MX1, and we have mixed use, which is MX2. So I'm going to go over each one of these in detail. I apologize, it's sort of a lengthy presentation, but I think that it's important to provide all of the information so everyone's on the same page when we're talking about these new districts. So the residential estates. Residential estates district supports very low density residential uses and low intensity agricultural uses. So this district is a name change only. There's no change to density, there's no change to intensity. All of the existing allowable uses are still going to be allowable uses. There's just been a little bit of a reorganization with this chapter. So one of the big changes is that in the new use table, we have differentiated industrial agriculture from like small scale agriculture. And what I mean by industrial agriculture is like some large scale intensive production of crops and animals, often involving chemical fertilizers on crops or antibiotics in animals. That would include commercial farming, slaughterhouses, rendering plants, packaging plants, and other ag uses that require lots of employees, trucking, noise, fumes, or other nuisances. So in a previous meeting, I used the example of like US Sugar, because before I came to Northport, I was a planner in Hendry County. So I'm very familiar with US Sugar. US Sugar is a really great example of industrial farming, but there are lots of smaller examples as well. It could be a medical marijuana grow facility. It could be a chicken farm. It could be a lot of things that are way more intense than what we currently have in the estates. So uses that are still allowed. You can still have a house, a farm, a guest house. Your guest house under the new code can be attached or detached from your single family home, which is a big difference than what we currently allow. Right now it has to be detached. We've had a lot of people request to have an in-law suite on their house. The new code would allow you to do that. The RE district would also allow just a house. You could have a house, some crops. Let's say that you are really into growing grapes and you want to start a small vineyard or something. You could do that. You could even have a small tasting room. These are all, they have some requirements to them, but it would all be allowed by right. You can even do like a small farm restaurant. There was a really great spot in North Fort Myers called Rosie's Tomorrow that actually just closed. They are a self-sufficient farm. They source everything locally, but they have a restaurant that was open on the weekends. This is something that's a very low intensity use. I think that it's a great use of space for people that have the space to do it. I think that this could be a really great use for our estates district. You can still do crops. You can have a house with a daycare. You could do a campground or a retreat with some additional regulations. You can do goat yoga or horseback riding lessons or boarding horses or a petting zoo or a wildlife sanctuary. All of these are still allowed uses in the residential estates district. So the goal of the changes that were made is to provide more options for property owners. We understand that buying property is really hard. Like, if you have the property, we want you to be able to use it to your best advantage, which is why we created these additional uses in this district. A lot of people that I know that live on ag property have other businesses that they run off of their ag properties. My stepdaughter does goat yoga. Like, I get it. And so I want to be able to make sure that all of those things that you are already doing are allowed by right, and you can continue to do them. So that's my spiel on that. So there's no change to the location of the residential estates district, and there's no change to the setback or the dimensional standards. All of the existing permitted uses are still permissible primary uses. There's no change to that. We have only added additional uses as permitted uses in that district. So the residential low district, that's the R1, supports single-family dwelling units. This is what the majority of the city is made up of. So on this map, these are all of the white and yellow properties. So our maps for the presentation today, staff sat down and we literally had blank maps of the city that we looked at and really talked out where the best places for all of these new districts would be. And so we took those handwritten, essentially, maps and digitized them very quickly to be able to make it so that we could show you the maps or the proposed maps. So the reason why the southwest corner of the city isn't on them is because there's no change. It's not a slight to the southwest corner of the city. It's just that everything that's over there is going to stay village and environmental conservation, and it'll be residential estates. So with these, we put the maps together really quickly. There's going to be some changes, but for this one, the easiest way to display it was to just gray out all of the things, all of the regular zoning districts. So everything that's in white is going to stay single-family residential. So there's a little bit of change to that, but for the most part, the majority of the city is still going to be residential low zoning district. There's no change to the setback or the dimensional standards of the R1 district. These come straight from the RSF2 current zoning regulations. So there's no change to those. All of the existing permitted uses are still permissible primary uses in the R1 district. Residential medium, this is sort of a new district. So residential medium district supports single and two-family dwelling units, and development in this zoning district may include cluster housing, tiny homes, co-living or co-housing developments, townhouses, or other types of single and two-family structures. Single-family dwelling units may be attached or detached. So often we get the question of, if you have a townhouse, why is it single-family? Why is it not multifamily? So with townhouses in particular, often you own the land underneath the townhouse and you can develop them individually. So they're all on their own building permit. When you create townhouses as a multifamily development, you build the whole building at once, and it's normally under a condo plat instead of an individual ownership. So townhouses in this zoning district would be single family attached. Same thing with like a duplex or a paired villa. Those are single family dwellings that happen to share walls. But you can also do this as like 2 tiny homes on a property, or you can do it, there's lots of ways to sort of move the dwelling units around on a property to make it more flexible than a traditional straight single family or straight 2-family zoning district. So the intent here is to give some flexibility. You'll notice that a lot of these are sort of along the collector roads, the north-south collector roads. This zoning district still allows single-family dwellings. You could do detached single-family. So all of those existing houses that are along all of those collector streets can continue to be there. They can be developed. But it also gives us some flexibility so that if someone wanted to come in and buy a few parcels and then develop them as a townhouse community or a tiny home community or duplexes, then we have the ability to regulate how many driveways are on those collector roads. So this gives us, as the city grows, this gives us the ability to plan for where that growth is going to be so that we can ensure that the city can take it. So residential multifamily, this is the R3 district. This is your typical high-density multifamily residential. So this could be quadplexes, townhomes, build-to-rent communities, low and mid-rise multifamily structures, and other types of dense residential structures. The tallest building height in the code, maximum building height is 100 feet, which is about 8 or 9 stories. So technically that is a mid-rise development. It's not a high-rise. So I believe in the multifamily district, I don't have it on there. I think the multifamily was either 70 or 100 feet. I think it's 70. So you're looking at 5 or 6 stories for this district as far as the highest potential in building height. This could be quadplexes. So with the Florida Building Code, anytime you get above 2 units, it automatically becomes multifamily development. So a quadplex where you have 4 different dwelling units in one building is a multifamily development. That would be allowed here. It would not be allowed in the R2 district. Most of the areas where we put the R2 district on the map are areas where they currently exist. There are a few new areas that we added in the eastern side of the city. But for the most part, these are pretty similar to what's on the map now. So all existing permitted uses in multifamily will still be permissible primary uses in the multifamily district. Manufactured home community. This designation applies to areas of the city already developed as manufactured home communities. We don't anticipate additional areas being redesignated to the zoning district, and there's a number of reasons for that. Mostly because manufactured homes as opposed to modular homes are not built to the Florida Building Code, and that particularly in the wake of Hurricane Ian, it's something that we're a little hesitant to add to the city at this time. So the existing manufactured home communities will remain manufactured home communities, but we don't anticipate any new manufactured home communities being added. So all of the standards are basically the same as what they currently are. There's no change there. Environmental conservation indicates properties with natural limitations to development due to environmental concerns. So this zoning district protects environmentally sensitive lands and maintains a nearly pristine setting. So the intent here would be for properties with wetlands or parks, all of those things where we don't want them to be developed. Those are the properties that got the environmental conservation zoning. And basically, this is taking the area that was, I think on the current zoning map, it's the Myakkahatchee. This is the Myakkahatchee, and so there's an overlay that went over the Myakkahatchee. So all of these are environmental conservation, and then we have a few other parks and things that have been added in. But for the most part, those are properties that are already designated as conservation. We did not add any additional ones. The standards are pretty standard. There's no real change there. For commercial, so the commercial district supports all type of commercial land uses, commercial and office uses. One of the big changes in the code rewrite was that we combined commercial and office zoning districts. So you can do office uses in the commercial district. Basically, this is because there's not a huge difference on the impact that those uses have on the surrounding properties. So if you have an office use, it's a commercial use, people are coming there. So why have a separate district for it? So our intent here was, as we said at the beginning of this code writing process, was to sort of condense the districts and make them a little bit more usable. That is part of the intent with this commercial district. So on the map, these are our conceptual areas of where we would see commercial. It is incorrectly marked. I believe it's the four corners here as commercial. They would be MX1. The reason I believe now they're neighborhood commercial, MX1 does not allow for gas stations and self-storage facilities and car washes. Because there's so much residential around that particular corner, we would propose to have that as MX1, not commercial. Otherwise, we've added a few other commercial properties, but for the most part, these pockets that are commercial are ones that are already indicated as commercial on our zoning map. There's not a huge change to the setbacks or the dimensional standards in the proposed code from what we currently have for the commercial district. Government use supports federal, state, or local government uses. So development in the government use district shall be completed by the government or by government agencies or private agencies in partnership with the government entity. We added that language in specifically so that if we were to, in the future, need something like affordable housing, and we had a city-owned property that had government use zoning, that we would be able to use that for affordable housing, even if that affordable housing is developed by someone that we're in partnership with. And so we specifically made the government use zoning district very flexible so that it can grow with us as the city grows, and so it'll meet all of the needs that the city has. So it could be we need a new police station, or it could be that we need a park, or it could be that we need affordable housing, or it could be that we need a new elder care facility or something. So the government use district allows for all of those uses, just so that we have the ability to do all of those things as we need to. A lot of those uses are also allowed in other districts. But again, we wanted to make sure that if something was zoned government use, that us as the government had the ability to do whatever we needed to do with that property. Industrial light supports light manufacturing, processing, storage, warehousing, wholesaling, and distribution, office and commercial uses. So I'm a firm believer that in industrial areas, we should also have, places to eat for the people that are working there, and maybe daycare so that it's convenient for the people that have to drop off their kids on the way to work in the morning. So when I was looking at the uses for the light industrial district, I really wanted to include those as well. So this allows for a lot of sort of office, commercial, industrial uses. The main difference between the industrial light and the industrial heavy district is that industrial heavy has the possibility of creating fumes or nuisances or have a lot of outdoor storage. That's sort of the major difference. So industrial heavy is a little bit less aesthetically pleasing, I'll put it that way. So it's hard to read on the map because they're coded as light gray. We won't go with this color, light gray, on the final map. But there's some new areas out in the eastern part of the city and some in the northern part of the city. And I believe we have a few other pockets that didn't make it on the map. But we know that we really desperately need industrial areas, and so we try to add them in as much as we could. So again, industrial heavy is intended to support all types of industrial uses. So it could be a light industrial use, it could be a heavy industrial use, and some commercial uses. But this can be, a salvage yard, or this could be a refinery, or it could be the industrial uses that would create noxious fumes or, some type of nuisance. It sort of traditionally called dirty industrial. That would be the heavy industrial areas. So there's only a couple areas that we have indicated. I believe the industrial area over here already exists. We have added in another area over here. We also have some of these uses are allowed uses in some of the activity centers. So just because it's not indicated as a straight zoning district doesn't mean that there aren't other places in the city for these uses. So, all right, so two of the main changes are these mixed-use districts. So the mixed-use transitional district supports commercial and transitional space between lower density and higher intensity districts. So this district allows for a variety of residential, office, and commercial uses, which may be developed separately or in combination. They can also be developed horizontally, which means that you have like 2 or 3 different uses that are in 2 or 3 different buildings on one site. Or it could be developed vertically, where you have 2 or 3 uses that are essentially stacked on top of each other. So perhaps you'll have retail on the first floor and office space on the second floor, and then you'll have an apartment above. That would be a vertically mixed use development. So with the MX1 district, so again, it allows for horizontal and vertical mixing of uses, as well as single and 2 family structures. This district does not allow for self-storage facilities, gas stations, or car washes. So really it is intended to support like a dry cleaning shop with, a corner store or potentially an apartment above. It's supposed to be those neighborhood commercial type uses, as well as providing some flexibility with some mixing of uses. So, I mean, the different things that this could be is really sort of endless. Like you could have a photography studio on the first floor and, it could be a live work where you have photography on the first floor and you have your living space on the second floor. It could be a real estate office and a WeWork space on the second floor. There could be lots of different sort of things that happen in this district. Again, the intent is to provide flexibility for property owners to maximize their investment, as well as provide much-needed commercial space to the city. So these are the areas we have mostly sort of put along Price, the MX1. The rest of the areas were neighborhood commercial, or they were blocks that we saw as being a really great space to create this sort of low-intensity commercial mixed-use area. With the MX1 along Price, you're looking at having us have the ability to limit the number of driveways onto Price when this gets developed, or if it gets developed. And again, with everyone that owns homes along Price where it might be rezoned, they would still, it's existing non-conforming, it can remain in perpetuity, as well as the MX1 district allows single and two-family dwellings anyways. So it provides some flexibility there as well. So MX2, this is the mixed-use district that supports residential and non-residential through vertical and horizontal integration. However, with the MX2 district, if you have residential development, it has to be vertically mixed. So we've had a few projects come to commission recently that were, I believe they were in PCD zoning district, and it doesn't specify that the residential development has to be part of a vertically mixed use development, or that it has to be mixed use. And so this district specifies that you have to have a mixing of uses, and if you provide residential development, you have to provide non-residential development as well, whether that's office or commercial or a restaurant or any type of those, commercial uses. That would be what this district would support. Excuse me. So we've added in, obviously this is a new district, so we've added in quite a few pieces that we thought that this could be a really cool district for. In particular, this area on the north side of Price. The idea with this MX2 district is that it would give it sort of an urban walkable feel. So you would have, maybe apartments with coffee shops and dry cleaners and restaurants all within this area that would be easy to walk to, which is something completely new for the city. So it also helps relieve traffic when you have people that are walking or riding bikes to the amenities that we have in the city. So we're trying to prioritize multimodal transportation through the zoning that way. All right, so density and intensity for the most part is pretty similar to what we currently have in all of the districts. We did for the MX2 district, you'll notice that it doesn't have a maximum density. That's because it defaults to FAR. As soon as you have a mixture of uses, the FAR determines how big the building can be. So I have some examples of what FAR looks like on the next slide. So FAR is floor area ratio. This is the measurement of development and like how big of a building you can build. So if you have a 1 acre parcel and your FAR is 0.5, that's what this first example is. So you can develop it as a 1-story building that would cover half the lot. Does this ever happen? No, because we have lot coverage requirements, we have stormwater requirements, we have parking requirements, we have all of these other requirements that get worked in. So what's more likely is that you would have a 2-story building if you had an FAR of 0.5. If you have an FAR of 1, it sort of stacks. You can see how it stacks on the slide. And so essentially, it's a math game of how much building you can create based off of the FAR that is allowable, as well as all of the other requirements that work into site development. So design requirements, stormwater requirements, setback requirements, all of these things help to determine how a property looks in the end. And so our largest FAR is only 3. So you're looking at the possibility of maybe a 9-story building. And again, we have a maximum building height as well. And so it's not, don't let the 3 FAR scare you off. It's really not as much as it looks like or sounds like. So for the village districts, these are staying the same. There's no change. Everything that came from the village districts will continue. The only difference is that instead of having the pattern books as a separate book that staff has to reference regularly, it is included in the code. So it just sort of takes out that middle step of having to look up the pattern book. So another one of the big changes is that activity centers will all get their own zoning district. Right now, activity centers are, for the most part, zone PCD. So PCD is the Planned Community Development District, which is, I like the word squishy. It allows a lot of uses, and then what is actually allowed on an individual property is determined by their development master plan and the future land use map. So instead of having 5 or 6 steps in between, the zoning and the what's allowed on the property, the new zoning map will zone all of the activity centers, whatever the activity center is. So activity center 1 has its own list of uses that are specific to what's allowed in activity center 1. Activity center 2, the same thing. So each one has its own regulations. They all have their own permitted uses. With the code, the new code, activity centers also have some sort of basic form-based code requirements for design. So they have a maximum setback potential. They have required glazing. They have building step backs to help mitigate any type of height inconsistencies. There are lots of new design requirements in the activity centers. So I think that about covers all of the zoning districts, and I'm losing my voice. So I'm gonna let y'all talk for a little while. If you have any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes, do you want the floor before I go to commission
Yes, ma'am,
questions?
just a moment. I just want to thank Katie for that presentation. I'm sorry she's losing her voice. It was quite a bit of material to cover. And to break down 48 pages of land development code into a synopsis presentation is not easy. So that being said, this was a lot of material for commission to review, and we know that you have done so thoroughly. And today, staff would ask, as far as feedback, if we could keep your feedback to high-level policy issues. If there's a small consideration that you're concerned about, like a permitted use in a certain zoning district or a setback, please email us. We'll take a look at it. If we agree, we'll make the modification. If not, we'll bring back consensus items for commission at future workshops on the ULDC. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, we'll roll the way we did last time, one question each, and we'll just keep the conversation going. Commissioner Emmerich.
Yes, fantastic presentation. I mean, you clarified a lot of stuff that was misconstrued out there, and I appreciate that. We had our meeting on Wednesday, and when we went through this, can you pull up slide 7 that you had gone over, please? Or no, I'm taking that back, slide 27. It was your commercial slide, and you referenced that little red square that was being changed from commercial to MX1. I just wanted on the record that the little red square we're talking about is the Cranberry Price quadrant.
That is correct.
Okay, I wanted that on the record. So that is being changed, no fueling stations, no gas stations, no car washes in that area, because I went through the history with that with you on what this commission has already gone through with that. So I appreciate you looking into that and taking care of that. So thank you very much.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell.
I'm going to start high level.
I'm going to focus on the zoning map. Can the city legally rezone thousands of privately owned parcels without the property owner's consent?
Yes, that's in state law.
Okay, Vice Mayor White?
Well, I had a specific question. Can I ask a specific question?
Well,
It is question time.
Okay.
Well, it's just we're trying to avoid a deep dive into the
Right.
uses.
Well, I have a lot of little questions, so I guess I'll just ask one right now, and you'll have to come back to me a couple times, okay?
Go ahead.
With the estates, the RE, you did say grape, you could have a grape, a
Yes,
vineyard out there, wine tasting, but isn't it listed as wineries are not permitted out there, or am I not saying that correctly?
wineries are not permitted. So somewhere where you're growing and you are packaging and you're sort of doing full-scale production, wineries would not be permitted out there. But if you have small batch type stuff, then you could.
Oh, meaning you grow your own grapes? You go through that process, and that's okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Yep.
terrific. Commissioner Stokes?
First, Katie, thanks. That really was a tremendous presentation, and it goes to the level of professionalism and expertise you folks have. My question is this. Ultimately, our goal in the city is to try to develop in an intelligent, strategic way so we can build that non-residential tax base up to close to 30%. And in doing so, correspondingly with that growth comes the issues of infrastructure, roads, other infrastructure-related water, wastewater issues, drainage. How do we, as a commission, present commission and future commissions, have the ability, if this is approved and we've basically restructured the blueprint, and development over a period of years starts to occur, how does commissions have the ability to control that growth so that our infrastructure is growing correspondingly, so that we don't overburden certain areas, especially in the areas of mixed use, where we're talking about, to a degree, a higher level of density?
So there's sort of a couple different ways to look at that. First, every project that comes in is reviewed for concurrency standards. And so we have to make sure that we have the capacity, that's road capacity, stormwater capacity, wastewater, potable water, all of those things we review at the time of application. And so any development that comes in where we find that we are deficient in any of those, then the developer is responsible for sort of making up that deficiency. So there's concurrency review, that's one aspect. The other aspect is that as we have development coming into the city, all of these new applications and new developments will pay impact fees. And so as the with impact fees, we as the city have the funds to be able to help expand infrastructure in the areas where it's impacted, because there's some legal framework or some legalese that specifies where those impact fees can be used, but it helps to sort of create that pot of money for the city to be able to develop infrastructure as we need it. Does that answer your question?
It does. It sheds light on the issue. There are concerns that if we rezone this way, that we're just going to have runaway development and we're not going to have the infrastructure to keep up. And that's not the case.
He's making a comment.
Just a comment. Thank you. Thank you. It's a long way of thank you for your answer.
I think there has been a lot of concern around price because it has been exclusively a single-family developed roadway. And now we would be allowing call it gentle retail use, but that's a big change for that area. How, in your experience, have you seen those kinds of transitions rolling out? I mean, what changes might we see very early on? What might happen a little later? Like, how long does it take for this type of an evolution of land use to take place? Because I think people are afraid that all of a sudden that the house next to them is going to get torn down and there'll be a 3 or a 4-story retail something or other. So what would that look like over time?
Well, so I think the first thing to consider with that is that someone has to be selling their property for a new developer to come in and want to develop something under the new zoning district or new zoning map on that property. So for families that have a single family home on the property, it's already existing, they're not planning on selling, their neighbors aren't planning on selling, it doesn't really impact them. What we will see is that where we have areas that aren't as developed, if there's vacant property, then they might develop a little bit more quickly than what they're currently developing at.
So east of Toledo Blade.
Correct. One of the sort of, not control mechanisms, but one of the limiting factors for development, commercial development in that area of the city is I don't think we have utilities out there. So until we have new applicants sort of putting in their applications for these types of developments, then we're not going to see a ton of development until the utilities get there. What is likely to happen, and this is sort of what the city of Cape Coral is going through, they went through this process about 4 or 5 years ago to really add in the commercial space that they needed because like our city, they were not developed as someplace that had commercial or industrial uses. They've seen a lot of like single family homes converting to maybe a dentist's office or something along those lines. And so while we will see those types of changes, I don't expect it to happen quickly. I would imagine that this idea of like a true mixed use corridor along Price is going to take probably 20 or 30 years to really build out into a true like mixed use corridor.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Emmerich.
All right, this was another question that I had asked you in the meeting as well, so I just wanted on the record, and it may be considered semantics, but there was a lot of confusion and a lot of desire to not want change when it comes to the estates. And with the confusion of having it deemed residential, that just sparked a lot of animosities out there and confusion and ire. And on slide 7, you've got it listed as RE, residential estates. I had met with quite a few people out there from last Wednesday through Saturday, and one of their main concerns were they wanted to ask if it could just be considered the estates. Instead of RE, make it TE. Your definitions are still all the same, but when we can continue, that's 7, slide 7. You had all your, yeah, right there, residential estates, RE. Can that just be TE? And then this way it cuts down on a lot of the confusion.
So part of the reason that we decided to go residential estates as opposed to agriculture or a different nomenclature for that particular area is that for the most part it's residential in nature. So most of the properties are a single family home with accessory farms. And we want to make sure that the zoning accurately sort of depicts that. So we have had people, or we have had businesses in the past that have seen that it's currently zoned ag, which ag traditionally is seen as a non-residential zoning district. I mean, I can attest from when I was in Hendry County, there are lots of ag properties that are not used as residential and that you don't want them next to your house. So part of the intent here is to to help maintain the character of the area as it currently exists. With that being said, I don't know that staff is opposed to considering a different name for this district, but that was the reasoning for why we decided to go with residential estates. We can colloquially call it the estates, and I mean, we'll just know that the zoning district is RE. And the zoning district doesn't impact property taxes or any of those types of things. So I know that some of the concern is that if we rezone it to residential estates, that if they have an ag exemption, that they might lose that. That's not how that works. At least it's not how I've experienced it in the past. So really, it's just a name change to help ensure that the character of the area stays intact as it currently is.
Right, Mayor, may I respond to that? It's not a
Could you
question.
hold it for comments? I'm trying to just really move through, so
That's fine.
capture that for comments. I really do appreciate that. Commissioner McDowell.
In the presentation, by the way, good job.
Thank you.
It was a nice presentation. You mentioned that there is the incentive to encourage assembly of land parcels. And that the purpose of that land assembly was, the purpose to encourage the assembly was to not have direct access on the arterial or collector roads. So with that said, how will traffic enter if it's being rezoned to MX 1 or 2, or even residential 2, if the properties are rezoned?
So the way that the language reads, let me pull it up. So for land assembly, it says that land assembly bonuses shall be obtained by assembling contiguous parcels along collector and arterial roads for multifamily and non-residential uses. When parcels are assembled, limited access points shall be granted to the collector or arterial roads. And then there's a bonus depending on how many lots you can put together. So essentially, this would be a case-by-case basis, whether they have 2 lots or 15 lots that they've put together. The intent there, though, is to make sure that if you have a whole block, you would probably have one access point to the collector or arterial road with an alternative either to the side street or the street behind it. Or there could be other options for if it's like a townhouse community, you could have an alley in the back that dumped onto the side roads. There are lots of different ways to do that, but it gives us the ability to regulate how many access points are along the collector roads and arterial roads so that we can maintain traffic flow in those areas.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I just want to clarify. So on the RE designation, it needs to have a residence, and the MX1 and MX2 going forward does not have to have a residence. Do I have that right?
So in the use table for the RE district, anything that's indicated with a P can be a primary use. So it can be a single family home. It can be just a field of crops. It can be just, some other things. It's not, you don't have to have the single family home, but for the most part, we're expecting that these will develop in coordination with single family homes.
Okay, so you don't have to have a residence.
Correct.
In that. And the MX1 and MX2 is you can still have a house?
For MX1, you can. I think, so for MX1, multifamily and single family attached are permitted. So you could do a duplex, you can do townhouses. You can't do a single family detached house.
No single family, okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Stokes.
I actually have a question. Since our comp plan, we perceive building out the city to 250,000 some odd, which sounds like obviously a huge number and is compared to our population today. Does this rewrite contemplate lifting that cap even beyond that number? Do we run the risk? Are we looking at 350,000 people with this kind of rewrite and rezoning?
We haven't run the numbers. It is something that we can do. At least we can contemplate, maximum build out for most areas except for the mixed use areas, because those are dictated by FAR and not a density per acre. Those are a little bit harder to calculate, but we can run those numbers and bring them back as part of the adoption packet.
I was not hoping to be able to do that. That was the reason I asked the question, because that is a concern of people, that this will just lift the cap right off, and that's the concern.
So I can add to that, Commissioner Stokes. In addition to the mixed use areas, the activity center outcomes and the population density in those areas is almost impossible to determine. We have several developments of regional impact in those activity center areas, and they have a land use matrix trade-off. So they are allowed to flex their uses across the entire development site as long as they don't trip their traffic generation numbers. So while they may have contemplated 100,000 square feet of retail development, they could convert some of that retail to residential uses. So while we can prepare an estimate, we cannot with any assurance guarantee the accuracy because of those mixed use activity centers and DRIs.
Appreciate that.
Commissioner McDowell.
So going back to this land use and limiting access on the main roads and then using the side road or behind road, those are neighborhood roads. And it's been determined that neighborhood roads are not designed or built to even uphold the integrity of the road with that type of traffic on it. So how is that going to be addressed? You're bringing a lot of traffic into a neighborhood, not just a collector or arterial road, but an actual neighborhood road where there is single family across the street.
So similar to my comment earlier about concurrency, it would be something that we would review at the stage of the application to be able to develop all of these parcels, that we would review them for traffic concurrency. And if there is an impact to the surrounding road network, then the developer would be responsible for improving the surrounding road network to support the development.
Additionally, pedestrian connections are required for commercial development. So as a commercial development goes in, they will be required to provide sidewalk connectivity along those road right-of-ways for pedestrian safety. The cross sections of the city roads do provide for some future expansion. And, as far as whether your the data that you were quoting had to do with the base of the road, is that the case, or are you talking cross section of the road?
I'm not a road engineer, but I would assume that when you have a base road on a arterial road, it's deeper, thicker, more, I don't know, compared to a neighborhood road that just has regular cars going on. I think they're built differently from some of my education since I was elected on road building. I think Chuck is much more eloquently able to answer that than I am, but I have learned since being elected there is different types of roads and how they are built to withstand the traffic and weights of vehicles versus trucks.
Yes, ma'am. Chuck Speak, Public Works Director. The local roadways don't have as much base under them, but by changing some of those areas to commercial, we will collect more in transportation impact fees as well as their road assessment because they'll generate more ERUs. So those funds will be what will back up that increase in traffic.
And I have a follow-along to Commissioner McDowell's question, and that is, what would our traffic expectations be of these types of businesses? I mean, I envision a single-family home being owned by a masseuse, and they might run a small spa or something. It's hardly the kind of traffic that Costco is going to generate on Tamiami. So can you comment a little bit on what the traffic expectations would be and how we would mitigate those?
So when it comes to conversions of existing residential homes into non-residential uses, like your example of a spa or a real estate office, those uses are not high traffic generators. And when we run the AM and PM peak hour trip generation based on a 1,200 square foot office, the results come back what we call de minimis, which means those traffic volumes are not going to rise to the level that turn lanes are going to be required. I do not have data on the average visits per day for those type of uses, but if that's something the commission is interested in seeing, we can bring back some generalities to you.
Thank you for that. Vice Mayor White.
Yes, I had a question about the community gardens. I see that they're permitted in everywhere but industrial. And is that like an officially designated community garden that has to go through a process, or can somebody have a lot and say, and just, because I think currently that was never permitted for someone just to have a lot and to plant vegetables in it if it was separate from their house.
So Article 9 has specific use standards for community gardens, including some fencings and some other property maintenance things, but it is intended to support a community garden, whether it's run by a nonprofit or an individual on properties, and it's to help, the intent was to help provide sustainability and access, food access throughout the city. So we want to incentivize those types of spaces so that all community members have access.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
I wish Chuck wouldn't have sat down. So if I am hearing him correctly, or hearing the answer correctly about the local roads and how they are constructed versus a arterial road and how that is constructed, mentioned impact fees. Impact fees can only be used for capacity, increasing capacity. You can't increase capacity on local roads.
So any changes that we make to the road that will
Local road, arterial road,
to any road.
okay.
And increases the capacity. I mean, that's one of those things that we would look at to increase the capacity. If we go from a road that's, just residential, it's not taking that much traffic, to a road that now is taking a lot more traffic, we may have to widen that road somewhat. And that would be impact fees.
But local roads cannot be widened. There's no space to widen a local neighborhood road.
You would have to look at putting the drainage underground.
And that can be done with impact fees?
If it increases the capacity of the roadway, we can do it with impact fees. And that's part of what the ERUs are the other thing that will put money into our road and drainage district. And that's kind of what the mayor was speaking about. It changes the amount of trips in and out of that neighborhood. And that's what triggers more your assessment to go up for your roads assessment. Just like a gas station pays way more than a residential, or a doctor's office or a restaurant, they pay more in a road and drainage assessment because of the trips generated and the use of the roadway or the infrastructure.
Vice Mayor White.
Yeah, just about the tiny houses, is there a limit? How many can be put on a parcel, the tiny homes?
So it would, in the R2 district, the density, or the allowed density is 10 units an acre, so that would be the cap.
And
10 units an acre.
Oh, an acre. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I'm still not understanding how impact fees are going to fix all these problems. But my question is, Price Boulevard widening project, the design of Price Boulevard was approved based on single family being a long price. And now it's being proposed to be an MX1. The traffic impact study that was done for coming up with the design of Price Boulevard did not take into consideration these additional trips that MX1 is going to generate. And quite possibly might not have been approved the way that it is designed today with a dual turn lane. It probably would have had a raised median of some type, maybe a completely different design. And I'm wondering, how will the design and the project of Price be impacted with this potential rezone?
We would have to look at what is really proposed to be in those neighborhoods. Price, the widening of Price really it's the connector between Toledo and Sumter. So the bulk of your traffic is going one direction or the other. I would really have to have my transportation engineers look at that and see if it would make a difference to the design. It may have made a difference at some point to the will of the board on approving that design, but from a transportation engineering eye looking at it, there's no more we can do to Price. We can't make it any bigger. I mean, we're taking every inch of right of way to put in what we're putting in. So the only thing it may have changed is possibly the decision of the board to have a raised median or to have that turn lane.
I would be interested in seeing that analysis.
Any other questions before we switch over to comments?
I do have other questions, ma'am.
Take it away.
Thank you very much. What is the process for the city-initiated rezone?
So we would, as the city, we have the ability to zone the parcels within our city. That's part of the charter and what the state allows. So essentially, we bring forward all of our drafts. We'll go through the adoption hearing, probably in the fall, and it goes to 2 hearings with commission. Well, 1 with PZAB for their recommendation, and then 2 with commission. And you would adopt the new ULDC and the zoning map, probably with separate ordinances, but they would be adopted together.
So since there are certain criteria a developer is required to follow to rezone their property, are you implying that the city would not be required to follow those same requirements?
The state process is different for a city-initiated rezone than a privately initiated rezone.
So the neighbors would not be, I need clarity because I need it for the citizens to hear this. So there would be no neighborhood meeting, there would be no notification to each of the parcels that they're being rezoned? Is that what you're saying?
Elena Ray, Director of Neighborhood Development Services. The state is very specific on the process that must be followed when there is a city or a government-initiated rezoning. We would follow the state process. It does not require a neighborhood meeting because that would be every neighborhood in the city. Hence, those meetings are the public meetings for the Planning and Zoning Board and the City Commission. They are advertised in the paper for city rezones. They are noticed on the city's website. The information is available not just weeks, but months in advance because these meetings today are being noticed. So we follow that state mandated process. We follow that very carefully, and the citizens have the opportunity to weigh in at every point along that process.
So will the citizens be advised that their property is up for rezone? I'm not familiar with state requirements, so please give me a little latitude here.
Sure. That is handled through the advertisements that we would follow for those public hearings. If you're asking if a letter goes to every single individual in the city? No, it does not.
Thank you. That was what I was asking. All right, now. Hang on, I gotta flip my page. So because developers are required to do a transportation impact study, but I am going to assume, all of these are assumptions, that state requirements are not necessary. How are we going to be able to approve something that we don't know how it's going to impact transportation? And how are we going to determine if it's going to impact stormwater and swift mud?
So all existing development will continue as existing development, and any new development that comes in would go through a concurrency analysis at the time of application. So any potential deficiencies would be reviewed at the time of application and then remedied through impact fees or developers agreements, all of the other things that go along with developing property.
Okay. City water, city sewer. We recently approved a neighborhood expansion. And this is going to completely change what that study entailed, because the study was focusing on single-family residential. And a lot of the first neighborhood is going to be now dwelling units up to 10, and also mixed use on Price Boulevard. So how are we going to have to redo that study to make it, redo the design, redo the study to accept this rezoning?
No, ma'am. Any deficiencies in the utility system would be handled similarly to transportation through concurrency. If we have an end user non-residential development or a higher intensity residential development than currently exists or than was contemplated as part of the study, if their needs rise to a higher line size or a greater capacity need, that would be handled through the concurrency review process. They would be required to make the improvements or via developer's agreement for proportionate fair share.
Peace River Authority has projections for city water that we have to submit every year, with these new plats being higher dwelling units per acre, and also the mixed uses of 1 and 2. A lot of those parcels already have city water on them. Has it been looked at as far as what those projections would, how it would affect those Peace River projections?
We would, as we got development, have the number. I mean, all of these are concurrency concerns that would be addressed at the time of application. Right now, in the areas of the city that are already developed, the likelihood is that they will stay developed as they are until whomever decides to sell. And at that point, there's no guarantee that you would get the highest density out of every property. So when we get a new plat, like when we actually plat these as townhouses, then we would assess the concurrency requirements for what that would impact on the adjacent roadways or the water access or wastewater or whatever it might be, and then the developer is responsible for maintaining the level of service that we've established as a city.
Has anybody had a conversation regarding the effect that this will have on each individual property owner's taxes with the change in land use, and how it would affect them if it is developed or not developed?
Zoning does not impact property taxes directly.
So let me just say that none of the questions surrounding concurrency are handled at the zoning level. Even when a property comes in and is rezoned, we don't do the concurrency at the rezoning. We do it at a development master plan level. So these concurrency discussions are not even required to be had at the rezoning level. Any property owner can rezone their property to, or request to rezone their property to another use. They don't have to provide the level of detail that would be required at a site plan or a development master plan. So these types of studies are typically handled once we know what type of development is coming in.
So if a developer was to come in and rezone their property, yes, a transportation impact study would have to be done. Yes, they would have to alert the school board. Yes, they would have to have a plan for the stormwater and all of the other stuff that I was mentioning. But because now this is not going to be coming to commission for a rezone similar to what a private rezone looks like, it's done at a state level. That's why I'm asking these questions.
Right, and it would, all of those things would be required at the time that a development is actually proposed. At this point, you wouldn't be able to do a study to provide for transportation impacts or stormwater impacts or any other type of impacts if that zoning would allow, it would allow a single-family home, or it might allow a commercial use. You would not know yet what it would be. So that's why it's important that it be handled at the time that you know what the development is going to be.
Okay, and I only have 3 more, and then I should be.
As well.
Go ahead.
Can I add something to that? Also, as best professional practices, I mean, all of the city's reviewing departments have seen chapters 1 and 2 of the code rewrite. They know that we're looking at a rezoning of the entire city. I sit on the school board as part of, not school board, but like as part of a representative for the city of Northport for their intergovernmental sort of coordination board. And so they know that we're looking at rezoning the entire city. Most people that would be impacted know that the city is going through this process. So it's not like we're doing this in a vacuum. Whereas a private developer can do all of this without having those meetings before they bring it forward to commission.
And another point that I'd like to make is Chapter 5 of the Unified Land Development Code addresses concurrency, and it requires concurrency at time of a development petition that would involve the issuance of a development order. So the provisions in Chapter 5 for concurrency conflict with the provisions in Chapter 37 and 53. Similarly, most cities do not require a site plan or development master plan at time of rezoning because you cannot tie that rezoning to that development plan. It presents an impression that this will be the development that occurs on this site, period. And that the rezoning is approved on the basis that this will be a residential project or this would be a non-residential project. Those can change over time. Sometimes that particular concept plan or development master plan doesn't come to fruition, and the underlying zoning and all of the permitted uses therein could be proposed on the site in the future. So just a little bit of background on, how the city looks at concurrency under the concurrency chapter and at what time that's the most appropriate.
On the draft map, I have found quite a few little spot zones. During my one-on-one, I mentioned one of them, and you said that it was an error. I have several of them that look like they're spot zoning, especially there's one along San Maria, I think that's the name of it, in that general area that is adjacent to single family, and then it's mixed use 1, and then it goes right to mixed use 2. And then there's one further northwest and one further southwest. That's all, I think it's mixed use 2. I'm sorry, residential 2. There's just a lot of thrown in colors with no rhyme or reason, and I'm wondering why. There's a huge one right off of Cranberry, right there by the McCoffney, that's currently zoned single family, and it's gonna go to R2. How come these are like scattered
Some of
as
them,
spot zoning?
some of them are existing neighborhood commercial properties, which are scattered throughout the city. Again, as I stated earlier, this is a draft map and we're expecting changes to happen to the map. And we attempted to get the map into a digital form that was easy to read as quickly as possible. So it is possible that some of them are incorrect. But if there are specific properties that you are concerned about, send it to us in an email and we'll double check and see what their current zoning is and what would be the most similar in the new zoning districts.
So a follow-along question to Commissioner McDowell's. At some point in this process, will you do a parcel by parcel review and make sure that they're exactly what they should be?
Yeah, we took something that was a paper map with markers on it to a full digitized map in 3 days so that we could make the deadline for this meeting. And so we know that there are issues on the maps that we gave you. We are expecting to have to change them. And as we get further along in the process, we're going to double check those and we're going to check all the ones that are sort of their own little islands of whatever their zoning is and make sure that they're consistent with the surrounding properties.
Right, so it's not the intention of this map that people can look for their property and figure out what they are.
It should give an idea, but not necessarily a final, it's not a final verdict or anything.
Great. Vice Mayor White?
Yes, I went through my list here, okay, and I forgot to ask about the RE. You said there's three buildings or whatever allowed. Does one of them have to be a residence before an outbuilding is built? And can one of those outbuildings be bigger than the residence itself, or is that whatever exists now exists?
So what is currently allowed, it would still be permitted. I think my comment earlier was that we would allow accessory dwelling units either attached or detached to the single family.
But there has to be, so in other words, there has to be a residence.
There's some allowances, if you had a barn and you had,
Right.
you know, a caretaker's residence or something, you could do that. But I mean, in most instances, you would have a single family residence there and then you could do the accessory from that.
But you can't just have that accessory. You can't just have like a pole barn sitting out there. Or you can?
You can. I mean, that would be the farm use or agriculture use, which is still a permitted use in that district. And you could do a caretaker's residence along with the barn as well. That would still be allowed.
Okay, but you don't have to have the caretakers.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner
All right, thanks.
McDowell?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to throw some hypotheticals out. These are things that citizens have approached me about that I would much rather have you guys answer. And I know that they're hypotheticals, but this is the reality of what is being proposed. Citizen is currently in residential, single family, and it's being proposed to change to mixed use 2. Now, if this is approved, this citizen has also purchased another parcel, which is currently vacant, so that when their child grows up or the family needs a new house here in Florida, they have a parcel that they can build on. According to this, they will not be allowed to build on a single-family residence. Is that true?
If it's being rezoned and is currently vacant, then the vacant parcel would have to follow the rezone. So it would have to be developed in conformance with the existing zoning.
I have a follow-along question, though, to Commissioner McDowell's. What is the likelihood that an R1 would be rezoned to a mixed-use 2?
Please bring up that map. It's a very large likelihood.
There's only one section where we have proposed changing the zoning where it's that drastic. Sorry, it's towards the end.
While she's looking at that, it's in the purple area. I'm going to jump in here. This purple area is currently zoned single-family 1, and it's proposed to get zoned MX2. Let me make a comment that this is exactly the type of scenario the commission has previously done with activity centers. I'll give you an example. The Yorkshire Activity Center, there are single-family homes existing in that activity center. When the commission rezoned that did a future land use of activity center and with the PCD zoning, it prohibited any new single-family residences from being built in that area across the board. And so we periodically, every one of these lots are flagged in our system. We do periodically have people who own individual lots who will call and say, I want to look at building a single-family home on my lot, and we tell them no. This is what enabled one person to go in and buy 300 acres over time in the Yorkshire Activity Center that will allow a very large area to convert to the types of uses that the commission envisioned at some point in the future. So there are not many homes currently in this purple area. There are some.
There's a lot of homes in there.
I would say a lot is subjective. So there are some homes there, but it is not very developed.
Director, I have sort of a follow-along question.
As a percentage, it's not heavily developed.
In your experience, a lot of similar size and quality that's residential, single-family residential, it gets rezoned to a mixed-use 1 or 2. Does the value of that property go up or down?
That would be a question we could ask the tax assessor. There is the possibility that the value could go up. It is worth more. They could sell their property for more. So that is something that could happen. The tax valuations could increase.
Thank you for that, Commissioner McDowell. You're still up.
Thank you. So the tax valuations could increase for a single-family home that has the zoning of mixed use 2 on it. So that property owner is going to be assessed a higher value.
Not necessarily, because it's developed and it's being used for single family. So honestly, that's a case by case basis, but a lot of times the tax assessor looks at what is the current use. If it's undeveloped commercial property, that's going to be more expensive than undeveloped residential property. But the actual use also plays into it.
So going to another hypothetical using that, if you could put that map back up, please. So that purple area, let's say citizen owns a home and around them is some vacant property on one side and some vacant property across the canal, maybe across the street. And let's say it's large enough to put a 3,000 square foot business on there. That single family home is now abutting a business of mixed use 2 permitted uses. Okay, so one of those mixed use 2 permitted uses could be a laboratory. It could be a car dealership or a boat dealership. Automobile repair shop. And if they even got a special exception, could be a sexually explicit business. What protections are there for the residents that currently live there while this whole rezone is being transitioned?
So the new development is always required to put in buffers, and which will include walls and all those types of things. In addition, the mixed-use districts have extra design requirements, as well as all commercial development have design requirements that are going to be in Chapter 4. So architectural requirements, buffering, setbacks, all of those things work into that. I don't think that that particular scenario would happen quickly. I don't think that if a developer is given the option to develop right next to a single-family home versus somewhere else, I don't think that they would choose the one next to the single-family home, though it is possible that it will happen. There's safeguards in place to ensure that there's compatibility there. Additionally, as soon as that property gets developed, the value of the adjacent property goes up. So the property owner that has the single-family home that's adjacent to the new mixed-use development would have more options in what they can do with their property or sell their property if they wanted to.
So regardless if we think it's going to happen or it does or doesn't, if it does happen tomorrow or if it does happen in 5 years, it still could happen. And if a developer came in with an application to put whatever it is that they want to put in there, if it's allowed by right, the city cannot say no, regardless of the outcry of the neighborhood residents.
Right, but there are still design requirements that the developer has to adhere to that are in the code.
Design standards don't keep a car repair shop or a dealership's lights out of my house or lanai.
Well,
the sounds are still going to be there.
So the city does have a noise ordinance, and we are proposing dark skies lighting standards in Chapter 4 of the Land Development Code, and that will include requirements that that the lighting at the property line is close to as one as possible, or zero, and that all lights will be down shielded so that you don't have that artificial light spillage beyond a commercial property into residential properties.
You need to come visit Dollar General a few streets away. See how that's working for you. One last question, and then I will yield the floor before we get into the actual code text. So often we hear residential increases the services required and the strain on the city. Yet this proposal is going to increase residential, maybe not immediately, but over time, which is going to increase those same services that are putting a strain on our city. And I'm curious if a financial analysis showing these potential revenues or even an independent analysis outlining the fiscal impact of all of the city services has been conducted or will be conducted relating to this increased density?
So we haven't done a financial study at this point. However, I would note a couple of things. One, there is some trade-offs. So we're looking at some areas that are currently zoned residential and converting those to mixed use, which are going to bring in commercial uses. And so you have some trade-off between the types of uses. We're not talking about all new residential. Second, the commission has asked us, we held a workshop, we've held community meetings, has asked us for additional workforce and affordable housing. The only way to get that was to increase density. You can't get affordable housing on single-family zoning. So there was naturally going to be an increase in housing and in density in order to bring the commission what they asked for those affordable and workforce housing options. The other point that I would make is that over and over, we have been told we need housing options for our businesses that are coming in. And so that is another thing. Those employees being able to live here cuts down on the trips that they're making to Sarasota and Port Charlotte and Venice. And so that reduces the long trips on our roads that are being used by those people, 90% of our people going out. So there's a lot of trade-offs. It would be almost impossible to do an analysis of what you're asking for on this level because there are so many trade-offs. And then what is affordable housing worth in terms of the city services that they use? Yes, affordable housing uses city services. Workforce housing uses city services. There's a cost to that. There's also a cost to those people either not being able to live here and they're living somewhere else and they're driving, or our businesses not being able to find employees because they can't find anywhere to live. And we've had that issue even here in the city with city employees. We've lost, even in our department, we've lost numerous candidates because they couldn't find a place to live.
Sorry, Mayor, I flipped my page and I've got one more question. It's relating to the comp plan. So I understand that these are ULDC changes, and that's what we're focusing on. But the ULDC follows the comp plan, and there's a lot of areas in our comp plan, whether it's future land use, transportation, utilities, I can go on, that integrate all of the zoning and projections that have already been done and requirements. And I'm wondering, when are we going to be updating the comp plan to reflect these ULDC changes?
The future land use element will need to be amended in order for the commission to approve the Unified Land Development Code as rewritten. We wanted to wait till the zoning chapter was submitted for workshop before we finalize any drafts for the future land use element amendments. So you will be seeing those come to workshop in the next couple of months so that you can adopt a comprehensive plan amendment to facilitate this ULDC rewrite.
Will it include the transportation?
I'm not aware that any transportation element modifications will be necessary to facilitate this, but we will take a closer look and we will advise. We do have our transportation element for the mobility ordinances. The transportation element will need to be updated to address those, and the consultant is working on the level of service standards for mobility right now. So that item is pending for your review as well.
All right. Will you be looking at all the chapters in the comp plan to ensure that it's, compatible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, I see no more questions. Let's have one round of comments so staff can get an idea of where we're falling on this topic. Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, back to the estates. I just know that from a personal point of view and from the citizens out there that I've talked to is when we refer to that, it is the estates and not residential estates. But I'm sure there's some individuals in here that will speak on that on their own behalf, but that's my only comment.
Okay, Vice Mayor White?
It's just like general comments.
General comments.
Yeah, I'm really very happy to see this. We've talked a lot about the gift that keeps giving from general development, and this is finally doing something about it. And people need to be aware of that. There was really no commercial property except along 41, and now we have commercial properties, and also giving people more flexibility for what they can do with their property. Having a daycare out of your home. 776 went through this, Highway 776 in Englewood, where they were rezoned. This was back in the 90s, and people have daycares and hair salons, and people can now do that. They can do that legally. Not to say that they're not doing it now, but they can actually be out there. So I think it's great. And we did talk about the affordable housing, having people want to see tiny homes. Now there's the possibility that, okay, here you go. It doesn't mean you're going to get them, but we have to at least have the zoning in place that would allow for that. So it's a lot of work, and I just have to thank our NDS department for going through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner McDowell.
Well, I'm sure everybody kind of figures out where I'm going with this. So when you rezone thousands of parcels of land that you do not own, and you just go ahead and do it because you can, the state gives you that permission, it just breeds even more distrust between citizens and government. And to say, well, we don't have to notify each parcel owner that we're going to rezone their property, that's abhorrent. Rezoning of this magnitude is far more than putting little pretty colors on a map and saying, hey, this will happen in the future and it's going to be great. What do we do in the meantime? Well, you're going to rezone all of Price Boulevard to be mixed use, but there's no transportation plan for the people on those neighborhood streets, or the increase in traffic on Price Boulevard, the increase in traffic when you're increasing the density. Yeah, it will get fixed at some point. We all know what that looks like with Price Boulevard 30 years later. Our neighborhood streets can't handle this. Our collector roads can't handle this as it is now, and then we're going to add more to it. The fact that we're going to allow mixed use in a currently zoned residential neighborhood, if this gets passed, we have no recourse to prevent somebody from doing what is allowed by the zoning rights. If you thought Dollar General people were difficult when that Dollar General was being converted, I could only imagine what's going to happen in those mixed-use 2 areas when something goes in. This is wrong on so many levels. This is, I'm sorry, this is the definition of insanity. And this will change our city so badly. Yes, we need more housing options. I never, ever dreamed that when they said that, it would be on the collector roads and increasing dwelling units from 4 to 10. That's what activity centers are for. That's what commercial mixed use is for. You don't put mixed use along a residential road. You don't have them develop on the property behind it so that that neighborhood street and those houses on the other side of that neighborhood street are impacted. And I understand that each development's going to come up for review and each development's going to be concurrent and all of this is going to be looked at. Where's the assurances today for the people that invested in our city today? That's where I'm at. That's what I am looking at. Far more than pretty colors on a map. And those pretty colors better scare the bejeebers out of anybody who's a property owner anywhere close to what those colors represent, because the zoning map is only supposed to kind of give you an idea of what's going to be there, but it's not going to be about your own personal property, because you're not going to get a letter. That's wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stokes.
Our city is growing astronomically. If you want to talk about fear and concern, the ability to continue to live in this city in an affordable manner, I think we have to consider what it might be like to look at double-digit millage rates if this city isn't allowed to grow the way it needs to and expand commercially and industrially to provide close to a 30% balance so that we have the revenues we need to take the pressure off the residential taxpayers. A lot of the issues that Commissioner McDowell raised have been addressed by staff. There is no one answer, wave a flag, give assurances to everybody, but every development project, every transitional property has to go through its process. Staff has to look at it. Transportation studies have to be done. Approvals have to be given. This city needs a new blueprint in order to grow in the right way so that it doesn't strangle us residentially. We cannot afford to have millage rates like Fort Myers, 8 to 10 points per thousand. We can't. And without the ability to increase non-residential growth in this city to a level near 25, 30%, this is what we're looking at. So your children, your children's children will have difficulty living here. And this is not an attempt to scare people. This is an attempt to say that we are a evolving city. Whether we like it or not, we can't stop people from coming here. It's a wonderful place to live. We want to try to keep it as wonderful as it's been, but it's going to involve change, and change is inevitable. For some people in certain zones, along Price is a good example, it is inevitable that those properties will change to non-residential over the years. But as people want to take that property, resell it, move elsewhere, retire, do whatever, the value of that property will grow astronomically as compared to if it were stuck as a residential property in the middle of a city. So there are upsides to it. Is change great? No, a lot of people would just like it to be like it was, but it is not reality. So city commissions now and in the future have to face, how is it we do this in a way that does the best for the most? And that's what this blueprint's all about. So, I agree, there's lots of little nuances, a lot of uncertainty, because nothing gets resolved with just one wave of the flag. It's going to take years for this to evolve, and it's going to involve change, and our city's going to have to work with it. To simply say, I'm afraid of it, I'm afraid of change, what are the alternatives? I challenge any of my commissioners here to tell me, if we don't develop this city, how are you going to explain raising millage rates by 10, 20, 30% over the next handful of years? As it is, we're going to see some modest increases. We can't grow without some millage increases. We've kept them as flat as we can for 3 to 4 years. How are you going to explain going to 6 and 7 and 8 and 10 per thousand? And that's what's coming without the ability to develop this city.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've been talking a lot today about the changes and the impact of some of these changes on certain areas. But I'd like to take a minute and talk about what it looks like, or what the impact is of sticking our heads in the sand and doing nothing. So currently, we have about 8% of all of the land in Northport is zoned commercial of all types. And so I mean office and retail and industrial. 8 to 9% of our current land use. Experts say, and this has been demonstrated and proved in community after community after community in the United States, that in order to have a diversified budget or a diversified economic base, fancy words for saying you need to have a minimum of 18% of your land use zoned commercial of all types in order to be able to balance your budget, support quality city services without driving people out of the community, because the millage rate goes so high. So we're shooting over the next, I don't know how many years, to get to 18%. In all honesty, we need to be at 20, 25%, or even 30% of our land use to be able to balance our budget and maintain a high level of city service without burdening homeowners and property owners with an incredible tax burden. So sometimes, I'm relatively new to the city. I'll be here 9 years this summer. And sometimes people will say to me, Barbara, you're trying to make Northport look like where you came from. And that is wrong. I'm trying to prevent Northport to turn into some of the places I've lived in. And so what do I mean by that? In the area of the world I come from, I grew up in Boston and then I lived in southern New Hampshire for just as many years. Here's what starts to happen to communities that get built out and don't have a sufficient commercial base of all types to support the tax burden. One of three things, or typically a combination of these three things, start to happen. Millage rate skyrockets. The quality of city services declines as the municipality cuts costs. You cannot maintain a high level of city service on a skeleton crew. You don't have to like that, but it's a fact. And the third thing that starts to happen is the city starts to look at any land at all that it owns to sell it so it can balance the budget. So in Northport, what land is that? Our parks. So we talked this morning about Warm Mineral Springs. That's sort of one park. My attitude is we do something now, or 20, 25 years from now, the people who come after us are going to have one hot mess of those three very negative things happening. And we tend to say, all of us, not in my neighborhood, Northport's a big area, put the mixed use out there, or put the higher intensity development somewhere else. The reality of being in a pre-platted community is all the land has already been carved up and sold. So people just like you and I own those parcels, and we have property rights and different kinds of things. There is nowhere to go, folks, without rezoning. So we can do nothing, and I don't care. I'm not going to be here in 20 years, right? But your kids are going to be here in 20 years. Your grandchildren, hopefully, will be able to afford to live here 25, 30 years from now. If we stick our head in the sand and do nothing, I will guarantee you from the grave that your kids and grandkids won't be able to live in the city of Northport. That's where we're at. So that concludes comments. Commissioner McDowell, I see your light on. I think we're really ready to wrap up. I'd check in with staff to see if you
Can I ask
have the direction you want, or if you want us to be a little bit more formal and do a consensus. So quickly, Commissioner, please.
So I asked questions of staff, and there's many questions that I asked of staff that needs to be addressed in the text. And I am wondering, when are we going to have those discussions? Because staff needs to know how to proceed based on my questions.
I have them here. I pulled them out of the edits. And I've looked at all of them. To me, they look like the kind of input that staff asked us to give their opinion on. But I'll ask my fellow commissioners at this point, do we want to go through a list of about 15 items that are another level of detail down? We can spend that time to do it now, or we can input to staff on that.
Well,
So,
my thinking is, we're the legislators. This is our job.
yeah,
And they need our input so that they know how to proceed. And a lot of the things that I had posed my questions to, staff has already agreed they do need our input on. So to defer to them would be counterintuitive to what their answer was.
Well, here's what I'd like to do with this, and then I'll get a sense of where my fellow commissioners are. We have a list of these questions. A lot of them are very
What
specific.
list of questions do you have, Mel?
I pulled these out
Oh, you
of-
pulled,
I
okay.
pulled
I
them
thought,
out.
meaning when you said
No.
we.
I pulled them out, and they're pretty straightforward. Some are use-oriented, some of them are sort of setbacks and other kinds of things that we'll cover in a lot more detail in Chapter 4. What I would like to suggest is that we distribute this list, give feedback to staff on what we think about it, and then we can discuss it at a future meeting. So Commissioner Emmerich, do you want to go through this list today, or would you prefer that we distribute it and give our input to staff and bring back those that need to be discussed?
Do they need the specific direction today, staff, or no? Okay. Yes, I
Let's
can-
come down and get it on the record. These are pretty detailed
Yes, we do.
questions, so.
That's what I'm saying. If it's gonna be long,
So all of the questions that were submitted to staff, we did respond and we put comments next to all of those questions. Those copies have been distributed to the commission, so you do have those in your inboxes. There were only a handful, maybe 3 or 4 things
I got
that
13 that staff said they needed direction on.
that we would seek commission consensus on. If staff did not state on the comment that we agreed that the change should be made, then staff does not agree with the suggested change. And therefore, our request of the commission would be, if you've looked through those, or if you still need an opportunity to look through those, for the commission to give us consensus as to whether you believe the draft should stand as is, or if you need to discuss the alternate suggestions that were made by the commissioner.
Okay, so again, fellow
yeah, I'd like to
commissioners,
look through it and then get back
and
with
then get
staff.
back,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with that, plus the fact that we have to have public comment.
Yeah, we still have to have public comment.
I'd like to hear what people have to say.
Right,
Yeah, and it's
exactly.
4:30, and I don't think
Right.
having quality feedback at this point, after what we've been through,
Right.
is in the cards. So I'd rather
Right.
give this my full
Commissioner
attention.
Stokes?
with that.
Yeah, I would agree. In looking through some of those detailed charts, there are many items that I'd like to give feedback on to staff, and as long as these come back to us for a consensus or a vote relatively soon, I'm good. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, as long as when they're looking for our feedback, it's done in an open meeting with a.
Absolutely.
Okay, okay.
Absolutely.
I just want to make sure.
Yep.
And
Maybe we can ask
we
city
take a-
manager to do a workshop next month to continue this conversation next month, answer these questions and.
You want to ask for a consensus on that?
Mayor, I'll ask for a consensus to continue this conversation on zoning chapter 3 after staff has presented the lingering questions in the text to all of the commissioners and have the workshop on April, I'm sorry, I don't have the date, but that first Monday in April, whenever that workshop is.
May?
I'm sorry, May.
I was gonna say the first Monday in April is backwards.
Sorry, I mean May.
The 1st of May?
Whatever that first Monday is that we have workshop set up.
The 1st of May.
Thank you.
Right. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, I got no issues with that. I mean, I don't mind discussing it in a little bit more detail. I would have even just had it as an agenda item on a regular meeting. This way, you know, we don't need to be going over it for 18 hours, is what I'm saying. So if it's an
Maybe we
agenda
could
item,
have-
we can,
You don't have the floor, Commissioner Wade,
you know,
please.
either way, I'm fine with.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, workshop or an agenda item if it's not worthy of having an entire workshop time.
Right. For me, I think we could do this in a regular meeting where we could take definitive action rather than doing it in a workshop. I do want to make sure that we do cover these items. Commissioner Stokes?
I also feel that way. I'd rather do it in a regular meeting. That might be able to shorten it too, so we didn't have to wait.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell?
Special meeting or agenda item, that's fine.
Okay, good. City Manager, what other direction do you need on this presentation? Do you want a general sense of if we're on the right track? Specifically, how can we help move the process forward?
I believe all we need now, Madam Mayor, is the public input and the public comment. The direction you just gave was on May the 1st for the workshop
I think the preference was not a workshop, but as an agenda item.
or following an agenda item meeting. We will do our best to shoot for that first meeting in May, and if we can't make that date, we will advise you accordingly.
Okay, then before we go to consensus, Assistant City Clerk, do we have any online public comment?
Can we take a break before public comment?
Yeah.
How long have
10
we been?
minutes.
Okay. What's the time?
We've been here for 2 hours now again.
Boy.
So 10 minutes to go pee? I mean.
Sure.
restroom? Sorry.
We'll come
Oh,
back.
break, sorry.
We'll come back. It is 4:25. We'll come back. 4:35. We'll come back at 4:45.
You just like going back.
I do. I'm backwards. Opening the workshop. Thank you very much. If everyone can kind of sit down. Anyone needing to have a private conversation, could step outside, please. Thank you. Okay, I think we were about to start online public comment.
Yes, we do. I'll start with the voicemails.
Hi, this is Sherry Reitmeyer, 5479 Estates Drive, Northport, Florida. I am calling in regards to the workshop at 9 a.m. This morning. I would like to discuss the rezoning maps that were provided. I just would like to say that we moved here 20 years ago to Northport to enjoy the beauty of Florida. We did not come here to have house upon house upon house. We enjoy the nature, the deer, the bobcat that we see, the turtles crossing the road, things like that that you won't be able to see when I go into a city such as Venice and Sarasota. I don't see the wildlife, I don't see the nature, I don't see the beauty. I really would appreciate the city just taking the time to be responsible builders of our community and not changing maps and changing zoning. So many people come out to the estates area and they drive up and down these roads. They don't drive up and down these roads to look at the houses that are built. They look because they want to see what they can see all around and the difference of how we are different than other communities and other counties, and that's what we need to be. We're like people for trees. We don't want everything gone and everything cut down, and we've been being responsible, and we need to continue. We don't need to drive down our main thoroughfares and just have zero lot lines on our houses and just nothing to enjoy, no nature to enjoy. If we want to do that, we can go to other areas. There just needs to be some responsibility in how we build and changing the zoning from residential to different things in agricultural. So residential is not going to be the solution to make the city the place where families want to come live and raise their children. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Frank. 941-429-9716 is my phone. I'm calling regarding the meeting on April 10th on the policy number 23-0597, and I'm against changing the names out in the Northport Estates from agricultural to residential. Thank you.
Hi, this is Leah Prince for the meeting on Northport Estates changing for agricultural to residential for April 10th, 2023. My phone number is 941-237-9195, and I am fully against changing the zoning from agricultural to residential. People out here have had this land for quite a while, and you'll be taking away numerous numbers of rights, changing it that way, and you will be taking away the last bit of old Florida there is in Sarasota County and the city of Northport. And it'll also be raising our taxes through the roof, and that is not okay when people are just now getting recovered from Hurricane Ian.
Yes, my name is Patrick Prince. I live in Northport Estates. My phone number is 941-204-6303. I wish to leave a comment about the meeting on April 10th of 2003 about changing in the zoning. I am not in favor of this. This is a way for you people to change the tax bracket and push us out of here so you could have your gated community and make money. This is totally unfair to us residents out here that have been here for years to do something like this is just ridiculous. Thank you.
My name is Jane Woolston. I live at 3860 Almond Avenue in the Estates. My number is 214-529-5826. I'm calling in reference to the April 11th meeting. I believe it's at 9 a.m. and it's in reference to the estates and going from agricultural to residential. And I wanted just to say that I do not have any livestock, but the primary reason that we moved to Northport was the rural, private 3-acre lots in Northport, providing a country feel as well as other types of property allow a diverse Northport that's beneficial to all citizens and wildlife. Please do not reduce the lot sizes in the estates. Let's keep it agricultural for the citizens that want privacy and the country feel, and also for the wildlife. Thank you.
Donna Andrea, I do not wish to speak, but opposes to agenda item 230597. Lynn and Kent Laboutier, they do not wish to speak, but is opposed to item 230597. Darrell and Sandra Kreiser does not wish to speak, but is opposed to item 230597. Donna Bailey does not wish to speak, but is opposed to agenda item 23-0597. Lisa Bizdikian does not wish to speak, but is opposed to agenda 23-0597. Philip Finewood does not wish to speak, but is opposed to agenda item 23-0597. Ariel Serrano does not wish to speak, but is opposed to agenda item 23-0597. Zach Smith does not wish to speak, but is opposed to agenda item 23-0597. Janice Wilbert does not wish to speak, but is opposed to item 23-0597. Angie Omisiolo does not wish to speak, but is opposed to item 23-0597. And Jessica Ellick does not wish to speak, but is opposed to item 23-0597. Virginia Jacobson. I, Virginia Jacobson, a homeowner in the zoned area referred to as the estates, which is currently zoned as agricultural estates, wish to express our opposition to rezoning this area as residential. The current agricultural zoning is desired to be maintained. George Fortuno. My wife, Laura, and I moved to Northport, Florida in 2000. We chose the estates area for its tranquility and for the ability to have animals. If I remember correctly, there have been other times since we moved here where the city government and some of the citizens have tried to change our statutes. Agricultural, we are totally opposed to any attempt for the city or anyone else to make any changes to our current status, in name or otherwise. We pay higher taxes for the convenience of having land and animals. As representatives of the city and its citizens, it's important for you to remember that we too are part of this city and that you must protect our interests. John Leslie. To propose rezoning of this magnitude to change the residential zones to mixed use is terrible. How can someone even propose doing this to the residents? It is difficult enough to live on Price. Are you trying to make it miserable? And the large lots on the corners of Cranberry to make those commercial is truly doom the people who live right behind those lots, myself included. Leave those area zones as is. Gary Kraft. I know people who live on Price, and the residential's rezoning will make their lives even worse living on this busy, noisy road. Don't do it. Kelly Joseph. My daughter lives on the godforsaken road. Changing the zoning to allow mixed use instead of keeping it residential is just rude. What a slap in the face to the people trying to live their lives on Price Boulevard. You should be ashamed to represent these residents if you think that this is okay. David Silva, widening this road is a huge mistake. Rezoning it for business is way too far. No wonder so many of the natives are moving out of state. The only thing that is respected is the almighty dollar. The people living on this road are being disregarded, and it's very sad. Whoever thought that this was a good idea is an animal. Bill Gavin, leave the land use zoning as it was. Stop trying to cram more development into our city. If we wanted this, we'd live in Venice, Tampa, or Miami. This is Northport. Having undeveloped lots and single-family homes is what this town is about. Overdevelopment along Cranberry, Chamberlain, and Price will just cause more traffic problems than what we already have. Have you driven on Price lately? Even after it's widening, it will still be bad. I'm totally opposed to those rule changes. Do as your constituents want you to do and leave it alone. We voted you in, we can vote you out. Cynthia Betson. While I understand and support the concept of controlled growth in our beautiful city of Northport, I oppose adding the term residential to a state zoning description. I have lived here for 27 years and love this neighborhood. I am concerned that adding the term residential to our neighborhood name will give the developers a toehold in their quest to build multi-unit dwellings here. I support leaving the name and zoning as is and not attach residential to our neighborhood name in any way, shape, or form. Thank you. Viran Bani. I have 9 acres and horses, and when I come to Northport in 1990, I lived in a town, but because I had farm animals, I was told to move to the estates, which is agricultural, in which I have resided here since 1992, and I don't plan on changing my lifestyle in any way. Peter Bartolotta. My name is Peter Bartolotta, and I have been a resident of Northport since 1993. For as long as I can remember, we have been talking about widening Price Boulevard. I'm glad to see this commission is finally doing something about it. Our city has always had a significant gap between residential and commercial taxes. If we do not bring the commercial tax base up to 18% at a minimum of the total taxes, then it is inevitable that we will see a significant ad valorem tax increase. With the increase will come a decrease in property values, making it almost impossible for many residents to get their home investment back. I am relieved to see this commission addressing the issue and creating a mixed-use zoning change along Price Boulevard. This is a positive solution to resolving the issue and a good first step. John Reed. We searched for 2.5 years and found our perfect retirement home in the Northport Estates. We and all our neighbors love living here for all of the reasons that it is currently zoned agricultural. These include large lot sizes providing the ability to farm, raise chickens, goats, horses, cattle, donkeys, pigs, etc., as well as the ability to exercise and practice our Second Amendment rights. In our estimation, at least 1/3 of residents within earshot of our property regularly participate in target practice on their own property. The current zoning allows each space between dwelling units for us to practice safely. Clearly, many of our neighbors decided to live in the estates in order to regularly practice their 2A rights, which is essential for responsible ownership and use of legal firearms. You all know that specific language use conveys specific meaning. Changing the language in the zoning code will irreversibly change the character and purpose of the estates. We understand the growing need for more housing in Northport, but ultimately it won't take long for the zoning codes to be stretched, increasing dwelling units per acre. Subdivision current lots into small areas to continue enjoying our properties, and like add an apartment building or Circle K on the corner of Sumter and Tropicana, with all the development being planned northeast of I-75 along Yorkshire Street, it is unnecessary to change the way the estates is zone structured. Removing the word agricultural in our zoning codes and changing it to residential estates will remove the idea of agriculture as a way of life in Northport and replace it with more density, which will destroy the estates Northport needs to preserve its natural countryside as much as it can. And the Northport Estate is that rare neighborhood where residents can safely enjoy the private, quiet, and natural environment. Please keep the zoning designation in Northport Estates as agricultural. John Reed, reed6@comcast.net. Jennifer Anderson. As a resident in Northport Estates, I strongly oppose refining this area and urge you to leave the estates as it is. We move out here for a reason, to have our livestock and space. Please do not rezone this area. Leave it alone and let us keep our homes and farms the way they are. Pamela Moran. I'm a 25-year resident of Northport Estates where I own 6 acres. I oppose changing the UDP zoning in the large lots in the estates from agricultural to residential estates. This was proposed some years ago and met with strong opposition for estates residents. No doubt estates residents still feel the same way today about changing the zoning out here. I know I do. Many of my neighbors own horses, goats, chickens, ducks, and similar farm animals. Even those of us who don't own livestock are happy with agricultural zoning. Don't want to see neighbors with livestock thrown into zoning violations, chaos over their animals. Don't want higher density out here in the large 3 to 10 acres plus lots, and support the old adage that if ain't broke, don't fix it. As in the case with the proposed privatization of Warm Mineral Springs, I believe that to ensure democratic governing principles, significant changes in land use or zoning should be subject to a citywide referendum, not working group meetings put together by city officials and staff and presented during the work week. Let the taxpayers decide by voting, not bureaucratic pushing papers if they want major changes to land use zoning in our city. John D'Andrea, thank you for allowing me to comment on this issue and express my opposition to this proposal. I am a property owner in the currently designated agricultural zone. My family spent our life savings with the specific expectations of the existing agricultural zoning. We are looking to work our land in an agricultural manner. There is also a consideration for my kids and their future opportunity for them of a family farm. These are small, family-owned farms with many lots in 3 to 5 acres range of hardworking American citizens who love our city and state. These small family farms are now targeted for agricultural to residential rezoning. This at a time during increased public scrutiny surrounding foreign entities purchasing of agricultural land, as well as during a period of exorbitant food inflation. The new proposal seeks to eliminate the agricultural zone land of the small family entity. Why are we not now preserving or even increasing land usage and opportunity for our local small family owners? Why is this even necessary? I have come across related reasons from prior proposals which appear to lack validity and have even suggested a property tax reassessment. How does it help the local property owners? Type and number of livestock are specified for those districts noted as accessory. No such designation are specified for the agricultural zone, and the protections of these therefore also would now appear vague or subject to future reinterpretation under residential consideration. Despite expansion district, the proposal summary eliminated the agricultural zone, decreasing the diversity of Northport land. The I-75 billboard reads, City of Northport, 104 square miles of endless opportunity. This proposal eliminates opportunity, singularly terminating this agricultural designation. The opportunity would be lost for me and my children and numerous other concerned families in the area. Please do not approve this proposal. Thank you. Stacy Tracy. Once again, I am at loss of words and beyond disappointed. I am a Northport resident of 23 years. Some of you may be familiar with my name. I made my voice heard loudly back in 2020 when I attended a workshop for the Cranberry Price 24-hour 7-Eleven with a car wash development proposal. Needless to say, at the workshop, residents were not entertaining the idea, so the attorneys developers tried to slip in through the back door during the initial COVID shutdown to start the preliminary process and submit the DMP to commissioners. My home sits adjacent to this land. As the agreed party, I vowed to myself and to surrounding residents that I would do everything I could to be the voice of so many to stand in opposition to this reckless project. In the end, with a 4-5 vote, the commissioners vetoed the DMP. After a lot of consideration, the commissioners rezoned the property from commercial high density to neighborhood commercial as listed in Article 1, Section 3.1.1, Comprehensive Plan. Mr. Fletcher, with all due respect, have you done any research on past quasi-judicial proceedings regarding this? If you did, then clearly your LinkedIn profile depicted a much different picture. As you state, your goals include ensuring an outstanding quality of life for residents. Falls short. This proposed draft of ULDC will indeed expand revenue, but at the cost of so many hardworking families. If you are the person of superior integrity, unquestioned ethics with a strong moral compass, then I ask you again, Have you done your research for recent years? I am sure I speak for many when I say we all welcome growth and development for our city. In my opinion, in this proposal will not establish your goal for a community of unity. I would like to thank the Northport City Commissioner, staff, and Mr. Fletcher for your time in this very sensitive manner. I would hope the voices of our community are taken into great consideration. Thank you sincerely, Stacy T. Tracy. Douglas Bailey. I have been a resident of Northport Estates since 1988. I oppose the rezoning from agricultural to residential. This should be removed from the annual agenda. I voted for commissioners who I believe would keep our small area of country agricultural. I trust that I have made the right vote. If not, perhaps a de-annexation from the city may be a route the landowners of Northport Estates may have to consider looking into. In summary, note that I oppose of rezoning from agricultural to residential. Sharon Harden. We oppose the change of estates from agricultural to residential. We are unable to attend the meeting due to a medical appointment, but wish to express our desire for those properties to remain as they are. When our home was established here over 20 years ago, it was because of agricultural zoning. We do not want that to change. April Santos. We purchased property in Northport Estate 18 months ago. The primary reason for moving here was the agricultural zoning designation and the Carlton tract across the street that will never be developed. We moved from 5 acres in Venice that was zoned as open use estates. However, the changes we saw over the last 9 years made it intolerable to stay there. When the zero lot line plan developments hit First Dirt Road, we knew it was time to go. I'm sure you can imagine our distress in seeing the radical changes to the zoning map included in this iteration of the ULDC. What you have proposed for the city at large is not at all what the citizens who found these changes want. There is absolutely no sound reason to do this other than greed. You have all this and more in Welland Park. I empathetically implore you not to change the zoning in Northport Estates from agricultural to residential estates. This is not a name change only. This is fundamentally changes the permitted uses of our property. We are an agricultural community of hardworking people who chose this location and lifestyle for a reason. The proposed changes severely limit our recreational and business pursuits. Please vote no on agenda item B 23-0597 and continue to vote no to any changes suggested to the zoning of the agricultural zoned area known as Northport Estates. Thank you. Cynthia Ellerman. The proposed rezoning of several areas of Northport, including the Amnesty and Gardenside Circle areas, is completely uncharacteristic of the neighborhood and reality of what can be built given the lot size and the infrastructure of the area. Moreover, as residents in the area that you are proposing change from residential to mixed use, ourselves and neighbors have had no notice of this major change. I understand the city has been having talks about diversifying the tax base, but we need to consider how the area will be developed and why. Mixed use and commercial zoning will not thrive in an area tucked away from main roads, Price, Toledo, Blade, Sumter, Chamberlain, Cranberry, Salford, etc. The Amnesty and Gardenside Circle areas are so tucked away, businesses would have a hard time marketing due to lack of visibility, not to mention the limitations of the lot sizes and limited numbers of contiguous undeveloped lots. Further, how for the land selected for rezoning, how is the north side of Price more favorable than the south side where you have the traffic and visibility caused by the elementary school? Why were the 2 loops further east that come off Panacea and Price not included to be rezoned? Frankly, our city can't handle any more density as it is. I would have thought we learned that if we didn't already know it after the hurricane. Having been born in Sarasota, I came to Northport to escape the overcrowding and limitations of the infrastructure. I am in no way opposed to growth, but we must maintain the integrity and beauty of one of the last small towns in Southwest Florida. Please do not increase density to our residential areas that are mostly developed. We have plenty of vacant land east near where you are working towards adding the I-75 exit. Please capitalize on that area that can be successful in taking advantage of the traffic on the I-75 corridor and draw business from the Northport residents and those from outside areas. Joseph Eilerman. Hello, I am against the rezoning that has been drafted for the Amnesty Circle neighborhood. I see no issue with the current residential status of this neighborhood and see no benefits to those who live in this area to be zoned as mixed use. There is no water or sewer in this area either and would be a concern for an area that you want to have residential and commercial. Adding commercial within a residential area could affect greatly traffic and increase the crime in the area. Jeff White. I oppose the zoning changes for the parcels at the intersection of Cranberry and Price from neighborhood commercial to commercial in the proposed Unified Land Development Code. The changes would be detrimental to the residents adjacent to those parcels. I just moved to Northport as my company relocated me to Sarasota County. When purchasing our home a year ago, I did not foresee a neighborhood would have a commercial district embedded within a residential district on the same block. After arriving, a neighbor said that a gas station was going to be built behind our house. My concerns included elevated floodlights shining into my windows and lanai, 24/7 traffic, noise, curious customers wandering into my yard, and hazardous chemical USTs next to my well. After taking to other neighbors, I was informed that the residents opposed the gas station and ordinance 2020-39 was enacted. This allowed a 30-foot setback instead of 10 to 8 stucco wall, limited business hours, and a 35-inch structure height limit. Gas stations and some other businesses were prohibited. My concern for quality of life, security, noise, light pollution, and health was put to rest. Now I am informed that the proposed rezoning for this intersection would negate the ordinance and enable businesses like a gas station, hotels, and other businesses. This includes a possible 70-inch tall building, the previously listed concern, and a possibly loss of property value and equity. A 70-foot tall building of 42 feet from my house would result in a vertical line of sight of 60 degrees above eye level. Redefining these partial zones do not negate the ordinance justification and should not be a workaround of the ordinance. When making your decision, please ask yourself if you would find the proposed rezoning acceptable for you and your family. Please oppose this change. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, Jeff White. Anonymous. I was alerted by the Chamber of Commerce that changes to the city zoning are being discussed, and I took the time to look at the changes online. As a small business owner and longtime Northport resident, I want to voice my support for the new zoning, especially the addition of commercial areas. I have a home-based business that I am ready to expand. I have been trying to find a good location to move into, but have not been able to find suitable space in Northport. I am so frustrated, I have started looking in Venice. I know other business owners who have moved their businesses out of Northport for the same reason, and they have taken their taxes and jobs with them. Considering Northport is almost all residential, it is reasonable to change some of those areas to give us more places where our businesses can grow and we can stop driving to Port Charlotte, Venice, Sarasota for everything. I've seen a lot of chatter online about how these zoning changes will ruin our city, but these claims are being made by the same people who complain anytime something new is built. They might be loud and now how to rally their supporters, but they are not the majority, which should be obvious by all the people moving into Welland Park, where all the new shops and restaurants are opening. Changing the zoning will open up new opportunities in the center of Northport for small businesses like mine, where we will contribute to the city's prosperity and create new jobs. Please don't be bullied by noisy people who don't care if businesses like mine have to leave and don't care if the older part of Northport gets left behind while other areas prosper. Tatiana Civic. I oppose rezoning the Warm Mineral Springs to AC as part of the resort building because I oppose the resort building and partnership. I urge you to keep the area residential and preserve the city-owned acres in their natural state. Jill Luke. Every commission has the right to change codes and zoning. This commission has the opportunity to fix some codes and zoning that have restricted the development and practicality of our city for a very long time. You can be the commission who sets the trajectory of the future of our city. Do it. You have some staff that has a pulse on this topic and this arena. Please listen to them and make our city all it can be. Thank you. Stephanie Gibson. Like many others, I was shocked to see such board sweeping changes to Chapter 3 being brought to the dais for consideration. We denied a 7-Eleven superstation at Cranberry and Price as not fitting into the area in 2020-2021. But with changes proposed, we are reversing directions. Why? I have watched many meetings and never once have I seen a conversation that discussed revamping single-family neighborhoods to be commercial. I want to know who made the decision to invest this much staff time and resource without commission public input. Jason Anderson, I strongly oppose the rezoning efforts to the Northport Estates. You are messing with people's dreams. The thinking of progress here is the expense of people who have worked their entire lives to place their family in an area that is peaceful, beautiful, full of wildlife. I have heard the comments several times already. Nothing will change. If that's the case, why do it? Please leave us out of rezoning and making it opportunity, progress, money, or whatever you call it elsewhere. I already know several people that are disgusted with the decision to develop near Biscayne. Please don't mess with us. Terry Peeler. No rezoning of Northport Estates, keep agricultural zoning. Kim Peeler. My name is Kim Peeler. I'm a native Floridian and have seen many changes in my 50-plus years. I moved to the estate specifically for its agricultural status and have enjoyed many aspects of the agricultural lifestyle, raising goats, ducks, and chickens, being involved in our local 4-H, farming vegetables, and enjoying my neighbors' livestock and horses. This unwelcomed rezoning will forever change our community. For what reason? What is to gain by rezoning? My family and the other residents of the estates chose to live in the estates so our families could share in an agricultural lifestyle and do not want to change that. Keep the estates agricultural, no rezoning. Thank you, Kim Peeler. Eno Gildmeister. I'm against the rezoning, at least on price. It has enough going on. Janet Bailey. As a result of Northport Estates for 35 years, I strongly oppose a zoning change from agricultural to residential. We raise our children to know where an egg comes from, where milk comes, as well as raising other animals and teaching them the responsibilities and a work ethic that has helped them become the adults they are today. The future of our country. Now, as a grandmother, I want the same for my grandchildren. This is one of many reasons that I oppose the rezoning from agricultural to residential. Please vote no change in zoning. Thank you. Patrice Metz. Regarding R2 zoning for tiny homes, affordable home ownership for first-time buyers is essential for the sustainability of local area. My concern is the cost and availability of the land lots in this zone. Thank you. John Leslie. My son and his family live on Price Boulevard, and what they deal with regularly living here and now having to deal with the widening and also this garbage potential rezoning. What are you people thinking? Leave these poor residential areas the way they are. I can't have my family, my 2-year-old grandson in this dystopian area. Scott Posner. Zoning changes should be done on an individual project basis, not in a basket. As an example, Toledo Blade off of Kenville, 18 acres, if rezoned, it would change the character of the neighborhood. Look on a map and you will see that a portion of the neighborhood will be surrounded by high density. If this final parcel was changed, there are protective regulations that are being removed or ignored for the benefit of the developer, not for the benefit of the homeowners, stakeholders. Many other changes are essentially expanding activity centers. These are major changes. I'd rather see these decisions made citizens voting than by city officials. The infrastructure to grow Northport has been in place for years. A key decision that I think is being missed is what do we want Northport to look like when we reach our growth potential? Not all, but some of the zoning changes will take us in a direction that I know the majority of homeowners, stakeholders do not want. Amanda Michalowski. My husband and I, Keith Mitchell, do not agree with rezoning of the Northport Estates. We very much enjoy our small, quiet neighborhood and do not, under any circumstances, want this land to be zoned residential. We strongly oppose the zoning changes around Toledo Blade down by Tropicare. We have small children and feel much safer with the Northport Estates just the way they are. My family lives in the estates so we can enjoy the beautiful city of Northport and have the calming environment the estates has always provided for the people who live here. If this land and land surrounding us is further developed into activity centers and residential, I feel the future, my children's lives will be strongly affected and influenced by the city's lifestyle right in our backyard. We live in the estates to enjoy the benefits of the agricultural lifestyle. Nowhere else in Northport or the surrounding cities offers what the estates has. To rezone is to take away the lifestyle that so many of us recap the benefits of. My family and I disagree strongly with the rezoning, and if you and your city members making this big decision do not live in the estates, then you can never understand what you will be taking away from us and many other families. Sandy Smith. I am against the name change and rezoning of the Northport Estates. Please don't change the reason I came to the Northport Estates. Agricultural zoning and more open space provides the peace and quiet I was looking for. I'm hoping to keep for the future. We're done.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Nice job.
Do we have anyone in the room wishing to give public comment?
Chantel Grant. Chantel Grant, Larry Grant, Joe Justice. Chantel?
Hello, I'm Larry Grant. I want to thank our wonderful commissioners, our incredible city manager and his staff, our amazing police chief, Garrison, and Chief Titus and the Northport Fire Rescue for having this wonderful workshop. And thank you all so much for all your hard work for this city. And appreciate so much and pray for you always. I know it's a hard job. And you've dispelled so much of the misinformation that's been on social media over the last few days, which always happens. So really appreciate that. That's taken most of my comments away. But, so I will say that, you know, we live in the best city in the world. I always say that, and we're just gonna get better. I mean, with our great citizens working with our great city government, we're just gonna keep getting better. You know, we are growing, and with growth comes change, as Commissioner Stokes said. There's nothing you can do to avoid that, you know, and it's painful. Nobody likes change, so it gets painful, but with working together, we can minimize how painful it is and grow from that. And I live in the estate. My family and I moved here 20 years ago, and we love it. We love Northport. We love everybody in it. It's just the best. And, you know, we do things that should be kept pretty much the same out there. We have the Myakatchee Creek Environmental Park, Big Sloop Reserve, the Walton. Now we have the Legacy Trail extension, and you know, people from all over come here to do different sports, you know, whether it's horseback riding or kayaking or bicycling, whatever it is, people enjoy it out there. And it's, you know, wonderful place to be kept the way it is, and apparently it is. So thank you for that, and just appreciate you all, and have a wonderful day. God bless.
Joe Justice. I am opposed to the designation change for the estates. Once you put a residential designation on something, it may not change tomorrow, but eventually it's going to change, and that way of life that everybody has out there is going to be gone. Leave it alone. There's nothing wrong out there. If we have a business or some kind of an establishment out there that's not doing what it should, please put a sunset clause on it. Get rid of it and just enact the legislation that would say you can't have those types of businesses out there. Leave the people alone. They have a wonderful way of life out there. As far as the rest of the zoning goes, I have to agree with you. We need to have a lot more industrial base here to keep our tax base from going up to what Fort Myers has and all the other places, like 18%, or it'll raise. It's going to have to raise, but we don't need it to go up to 10 or 20%. Please get more industrial. Thank you.
Ashley Bloom, Alan Koretsky, Jonathan Barkowitz.
For the record, Ashley Bloom. I think most of you knew that. And also for the record, I just want to communicate that my comments here on this agenda item have nothing to do with War Mineral Springs or anything to do with that project. I do feel compelled to speak to all of you today. I heard some things from the commissioners that I thought were really important. First thing I heard was blueprint. I don't think many of us disagree that the city is underplanned and underplatted with commercial property. The blueprint that Commissioner Stokes spoke of is an opportunity right now to help plan that. And I think Director Ray and her staff have done a very good job with trying to come up with thoughtful planning on how to create that commercial property. And not only how to create it, but how to transition it and how to plan it. If you look at other cities around Florida, I do practice in a lot of cities, there are cities that have gotten it right and municipalities that have gotten it right, and there are municipalities that have gotten it very wrong. I think smart planning, which is, I believe, the exercise that we're going through right now, should hopefully address the issue of raising that percentage of commercial property, because you do need to raise the percentage for the taxes. But also, several years back, there was a gap study. At that time, there was a couple $100 million a year leaving the city, and talking about the viability of a city and trying to keep the residents' dollars in a city. The additional commercial space hopefully will provide more land for the goods and services. I heard numbers of 250, 275,000 people at build out. Right now, we're at, I believe, plus or minus 80. That is a tremendous number of people that will be added to this city. So I do think it's important, and I think it's a really good opportunity for this commission to move forward and try to help that planning process. The other thing that I think the ULDC does, or at least as proposed, it does help provide clarity. As developers come in, as people want to bring these commercial properties in, there needs to be some clarity of what they can do when they first contract to get a property, because there's hundreds of thousands of dollars or more that need to go in before they actually pull the permit. So by providing clarity, by providing the path that this commission can set forward, I think you're setting a blueprint, to use that word, to help give that direction to the development community. I only have 13 seconds. Mayor Langdon, I also heard you say to check it with a fine-tooth comb. I'm running out of time. I think those details can be had, and I think concurrency can help make sure those things are done. Thank you very much for your time.
For the record, Alan Korecki. I've been a resident in the Estates for 21 years. I live on a 10-acre plot out there. The name of our subdivision, if you will, is Northport Estates, not Northport Shops, not Northport Farms, not Northport Groves. It's Northport Estates. That assumes that there will be a house or a home on that piece of property, and that it would not be just a farm. I understand the agriculture estates that we live in is a difficult land designation to manage for the city, specifically for the Planning and Zoning Board. We're unique. I attended the advisory board meeting last week and was able to talk with the folks in Planning and Zoning on the new RE designation and how it would differ from ag. It didn't seem there was much of a difference. It was really just semantics as far as what they told me. I think we're all in agreement. The Estates was intended to be a residential community with a home with all the privileges of small farming. I do not want to see industrial farming. I don't want to see commercial use being used out there. Ag does not mean we can do whatever we want with no restrictions. This is not the Wild West where we live. It's a quiet country community. It was not intended for a commercial septic tank business. It was not intended for a mulch pit. It's not intended for a feed store, retail feed store, a commercial horse boarding facility with no residents on the property, service club facilities, automotive repairs facilities. There's 2 in my neighborhood. Heavy construction, equipment, storage. I buy 3 acres, I can just store all my equipment on the 3 acres. That's where we've gone wrong in the past. Really doesn't matter to me what letters you put in at the end of our land use. What I'm asking is that a specific list of what is accepted for land use under the RE designation, actual data, is given to us. And Katie did a great job mentioning many of those land uses. Might I add, I would personally submit R-ag, residential ag. What's the difference between something like that as opposed to RE? As you can tell, folks are kind of hung up on that AG, right? Okay? All new uses would require a residence. So let me ask, and these are rhetorical questions, will there have to be a resident on all lots in the future? Again, I am personally in agreement with that. If we build a resident on our property, can we have farm animals? If so, is there a list of what's accepted and what's not for RE? What about a petting zoo? You pick strawberry or blueberry farm. What about an alligator farm? How about a dog kennel? Wait, dogs are not ag. Okay, how about a big cat rescue? Oh, wait a minute, that's not acceptable either.
Sir, you're out of time.
We need to have a specific list. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Bartonquist, a resident, 30 years. I'm only 33 in the estate, so I've been out there my whole life. Ag actually, just on my public comment, is exactly what it says. It is agriculture, so that's what it was zoned for. Again, I know that general development did this awesome job at popping a bunch of stuff in there and making it work for us, and it's really not working. I'll get to that in my last minute. But for right now, I think that the ag in the residential ag that we are zoned right now should stand. It does let a chipper plant be out there that's been out there for years, or a septic company that's been out there for years. New people are moving in. It was there. I was there. There's things that were there. Now again, if somebody wants to go and find more than 2 parcels out there right now that actually can buy up, unless you're going to be buying people's houses, they're not getting more than 6, 8 acres, 9 acres. It's not happening unless they're going to buy everybody's house out and all that, and that's going to cost them a lot of money, and they should probably not do it financially because it wouldn't make sense for a business anyways. So I don't think we have to worry about cattle farms going in and things like that, and if they did, we bought an ag, and that's what it is. And again, a balance in the community, same size as Northport, extremely large. Maybe there should be some cattle farms and ranches and things like that in there that are commercial, because that's the balance. We're talking about adding heavy industrial, dirty industrial. We're worried about a chicken farm, but that's fine. We can have some chemicals for our kids to breathe in, especially in the areas that they have. So, I mean, there has to be that balance, like I keep going. Going back to the further land use of other things, I'm also young, and there's areas that can be changed to multifamily and things like that, and helping that working class actually afford. That's a huge, huge thing. Doing it in an area that already has housing. I mean, Welland Park had nothing. And again, we got to conform that into what it is now. I don't know if, saying, all right, this residential area is a good place for it. Maybe out towards Yorkshire and areas like that. I'm not sure what it got zoned as, but that might have been a good option for those areas that don't have housing already. It does have to happen, don't get me wrong, but maybe we need to do it a little bit more than blobs on the paper, and we have to take areas that aren't developed yet, because one house in that area, I have to say, if I was living there, or you guys were living there, you don't want it to happen. And sadly, it does have to happen, and I guess maybe if it has to happen next to me, it has to happen next to me first, but I'm not gonna like it. Thank you.
Tanya Munoz, Linda Riley, and Victor Dorban.
My name is Tanya Muniz. I first moved to Northport in 1990. I've been a resident of Northport Estates since 2000. One of the buzzwords we constantly hear about is diversity. Northport has wonderful diversity in its commercial areas, nature areas like War Mineral Springs, and in the way we have residential neighbors adjacent to its agricultural neighborhood. Having an agricultural area next door allows kids in all the neighborhoods to take writing lessons, participate in 4-H projects, and more. Creates unique diversity and opportunities that many enjoy. I know some of you are saying it's only a name change. If that's true, why is it necessary? Northport Estates already is light agriculture. It's my understanding that the chipper mill is only there because it was grandfathered. Big Sugar is not going to pay the estate prices per acre to purchase multiple lots. It is not cost effective to buy multiple lots in Northport Estates to construct commercial chicken houses. What this name change does do is open the door for future commissions to make other changes and say, well, it's not actually agricultural, they're residential estates. I'm sure you're aware, or you should be aware, that there are state of Florida protections for small agricultural businesses that are only in effect if it is a zoned agricultural area. The only name that I agree with would be the agricultural estates. Thank you.
I'm Linda Riley. I do live out in the estates, but I also lived in a place called Westfield, Indiana, which was a family place. And the one thing I fear the most is we're from the government and I'm here to help. Because as I see it right now, government, you are not here to help. As I looked at my research, I noticed that we have 104.21 miles of Northport. And yet you seem to want to be changing a lot of the stuff within the city, which makes absolutely zero sense. And they've already done that where I came from. They did it twice. And that was their exact words. We're from the government, we're here to help. And it turned out that when I had a 2-lane road that was dirt that went up to where my grandparents or his grandparents lived, the next thing you know, it was paved. The next thing you know, it went to a 4-lane highway. And the next thing you know, I was riding my horse to the PNC Bank to get carrots because we lived on 6 acres up there and they rezoned it. And it's not that I don't appreciate you wanting to do better. I agree, we need to do better. We need to have construction, we need to have things going on. But as I was looking at your maps, and it was very interesting because as I looked, the most important thing I saw is you have a residential R2 right there on Toledo Blade at the very end of it. And right next door to you have a I1, which makes 0 sense. Right now, Toledo Blade and Sumter are a nightmare on Tropicare when they close down 75. It looks like a race course. We've already killed the horse, we've already killed the kid out there. And you guys want to add some more out there on Toledo Blade just to make it more fun? Use some common sense. I think you guys have it, I really do. But as I said, I want you to look thoroughly. I want you to think about you 5 commissioners with the city, you making decisions, not a bunch of developers. It's always about the dog getting wagged by the tail. And that's what happens when you let developers wag. The only thing they think about is this, the almighty dollar. You think about where your friends live. You think about what's going on next to you. I would hope that all 5 of you commissioners and the city managers and the planners will look at this more like this is a lifestyle we want to include, not turn into a Sarasota or a Tropicare or a Fort Myers or a Naples. I hear too many people that live there saying, God, I hate this tall buildings and all this crap that's grown up all around us. I hope everyone sitting out here will get their neighbors involved to understand, yes, we need commercial, yes, we need industrial, yes, we need manufacturing, but we got 104 square miles to do it. Understand it's possible. We just have to get it together and understand what we have to do. City manager, I hope you guys will listen up here and let's get some really good plans on the table that the people can vote on here. not somebody but 1 or 2 or 5 people. Oh, look, timing's perfect.
Amy Demerson, Ray Jollies, and Donna Marrero Zaldivar.
Hello, I'm Amy Demersman. I'm gonna go faster, no emotions this time. So, I'd like to thank you because I really needed the explanations for the changes on the Northport Estates. I really appreciate it. I was really struggling because I did not have anything that really kind of set it out in stone as to what you guys were looking at. So I appreciate it. I'd also like to say that your vision for the estates, pretty much exactly what I always hoped it'd be. Rosie's tomorrow's is amazing and I love it. I do have to throw out there she's zoned ag though. So, couple questions. I know we mentioned a fish farm, possibly a marijuana farm, and a winery. I know it's not normally okay, but like I would welcome them as my neighbors, and I live out there. I would love to take my 4-H group to any of those places to let them see some actual agriculture businesses that aren't normally thought of. Everybody thinks corn and cows. These are different, and that's cool. My questions are, who actually decides what would be considered an industrial farm? I personally have my limited poultry license, so I can raise, slaughter, and sell up to 1,000 birds a year. I do 25 for my own personal use, but I have the license so I can. I can sell my eggs from my house with that license. I'm about to get my master feed license because I breed dairy goats, and I could then sell my goat milk as dog feed. It'd be really great to be able to do that. Part of my questions is dairy goats. I grew up on a piece of property in Sarasota County that was zoned residential estate, and my neighbor bred pigs and had all of them taken away because he was told that they weren't zoned for that. Goats are split-hooved animals, hogs are split-hooved animals, cattle, quite frankly, donkeys. Personally, I need to know, where does the fine line, I guess it goes along the same lines as, I need to know where it goes. I'm gonna be really upset if someone comes and takes away my goats. So I need that to be able to say, okay, I need to know who decides it, when they decide it, when you guys are gone or when you're gone, where am I sitting with whom is going to tell me what I can and can't have. Again, I grew up residential estates in Sarasota County at Englewood, and I watched things be a no. So I just don't want stuff I'm working hard for to be a no. All right, that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Ray Jarris. I've been a Northport resident for 17 years, and I don't live in the estates, but I'm worried about what the zoning will do to our city. Just had some questions on it and see maybe they will be answered, maybe not. Who benefits the most from this? The current citizens don't. It's not going to reduce their taxes. Their taxes are going to go up regardless. How many housing units are going to be built? You all don't know. You guess, you think maybe a developer will put this many in, maybe they'll put this many in, but you're leaving it all to the developer. Who's going to pay for the sewer and water connections to get to these areas? Some of these streets where you have new, the 10 R2 medium zoning doesn't have sewer, doesn't have water. You're going to have the residents pay for that so these people can hook up their 10 units per acre. It takes 4 lots to create an acre. You can put 10 units on 4 lots. Can you imagine living next to that with your single family home? How many times have we been told that the more businesses we have, the more activity we have, our taxes are going to go down? Did anybody pay less taxes last year? I sure didn't. My taxes went up $300. And I was told that they didn't go up because millage rates didn't go up. But the valuation of the property went up, therefore the taxes went up. Schools, fire, police, jails, who's gonna pay for those? Before the multi-units get filled in. We all know that multi-use or multi-zoned housing does not pay for itself. Single family pays more in taxes than multi-use housing, properties. Scrub jays, what happened to the scrub jays? We used to have scrub jay lots in here. Those disappeared. Why? Because you guys want to develop the properties. I can't see jamming 250,000 people into our city with this infrastructure and having it succeed. It won't. It'll turn into a disaster area. So please think twice before approving this voting plan. Thank you.
Before you start, ma'am, Assistant City Manager Yarborough, are you coming up to cover for City Manager? Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's okay. My name is Donna Marrero Zaldivar, and I am a commercial real estate advisor, and I actually practice in office and retail. And I'm in favor for the proposed changes because the city needs more commercial. There's not enough here. Areas like Lehigh Acres that are not planned end up with poorly planned communities. Long-term planning important for the ULDC. Proposed changes can help with the planning. And the residents are currently leaving the city to purchase their materials from outside the city. And if you look at Cape Coral, you would know that it's a very organized development plans that go in place. That whole entire city was residential, never zoned anything differently. And now they're chasing after everything to change the codes and as developments come in. And if you do own a if you do own a residential property, you're grandfathered, you'll own it. You will make more money on it if you sell it later on for the residents. However, if you have a residential property on those properties, they can change, like you said, dental offices and things like that. And I've seen people make a lot of money on those things. And I think it would benefit everybody in this city to have more commercial. Otherwise, your taxes are going to go up. They're not going to go up now. They can only go up 3% per year. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brian Myers and Maria Leslie.
Go ahead.
I've been a resident of Southwest Florida since...
Sir, please state your name.
Oh, sorry,
for the
Brian
record.
Myers. Sorry about that. I've been a resident of Southwest Florida since 2006. I humbly serve on the City of Fort Myers Planning Board. And am looking at investing here in the city of Northport. I look at these proposed changes as more of a proactive approach instead of a reactive. I deal with things on a monthly basis on our planning board where we have to look at change, but it's change after the fact. I think staff, future staff, past staff, the residents of Northport have done a fantastic job in laying a foundation of where you can do this, right? I mean, you can make these decisions. We live in an area that's been impacted by a tremendous catastrophe with Hurricane Ian. And the growth that we have, I don't know how you stop that. I don't know if we should. I don't know if you can. We live in a free environment. And we've created the culture for us to be able to do these things. So when we look at this proper planning, to me, that's to allow staff, allow the citizens to make sure developers are doing things the right way, that they're giving proper planning, that they're presenting their site plans accurately and following code. and following what the vision of the voters want, right? Now, is it perfect? I don't know. None of us are, but I think proper planning is going towards perfect thought. With that being said, I've traveled past Northport on a weekly basis. I have a 13 and a 10-year-old son that play hockey. So I'm constantly driving up to Ellington for hockey practice. And I've seen the growth, right? I've seen the traffic. So anything that we can do as communities to make things better, we're obligated to do that for my two sons that'll hopefully live here forever. With that being said, thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope everyone else has a relaxing rest of your Monday and a safe week. Thank you.
Maria Leslie? That completes.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. Wow, this has been a day. As I look out on this audience, all of the faces I'm seeing have been here since this morning, and I have incredible admiration for your commitment and your willingness to sit through all of these proceedings. So thank you very much for your commitment to the city and your willingness to hang in here with us. Assistant City Manager, has staff gotten enough direction from our conversations, or are you feeling the need?
No, I think we have, but if they will come this way if they don't, if they feel like they haven't gotten enough direction. Lori Barnes, Planning Division Manager, will be coming down.
Also, real quick, Mayor, we
Yes.
may be missing a public comment card, just to give you the heads up.
Okay, if it comes up, we'll stop and take that. You can bear with us.
Thank you. Lori Barnes, Planning and Zoning Manager. The direction that I have absorbed from all of the conversations today is to, A, contact the Florida Seminole Tribe regarding Warm Mineral Springs from the earlier workshop. Also reach out to the Environmental Advisory Board and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, present the proposal to them and receive their recommendations. Once we've done that, we'll come back to the City Commission to share all of the recommendations from the city's boards and the concerns of the indigenous people. For the zoning, there were some consensuses that were successful. One of those is to bring back on the first meeting in May the list of items that require commission discussion and consensus from Commissioner McDowell's questions. I think that based on the conversation, another consensus item we should add is consideration regarding the residential estates naming, perhaps something along the lines of residential agricultural estates could be considered, and we'll bring that back along with the consensuses and Commissioner McDowell's commentary. As far as any other wholesale modifications to what was presented today, we did discuss Price and Cranberry being MX1 rather than commercial as presented. And we'd love to hear from the commissioners if there's any questions, like I said, to specific permitted uses, setbacks, any of the more detailed items could be submitted to us in email so that we can look at them individually. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so. From my point of view, are you all set with that list?
Yeah, I'm good with that list. I just wanted to have the naming considered because we did hear a lot about that from the estates on the naming aspect. So, yes, I was good with that. We do have another public commenter before we go anywhere else
Yeah, let's
after
just
this.
sort of pause if that's okay, and let's get that public comment.
Angie Amacholi?
Sorry.
when you have a couple hundred cards,
Yeah,
it's
no,
easy.
it's all
to
good.
get misfired.
I changed my mind about speaking. So, my name is Angie Omacholi, also a member of the Northport Estates. I want to say, it was kind of touched on multiple times today about making some of these workshops or something that affects such a large group of people at a maybe different time. I do want to thank Commissioner McDowell for the transparency that she has had and bringing to attention that this was happening. The majority of our people couldn't be here today because of the fact that we just found out about it this weekend. So I want to just have that for future meetings. I also had a lot clarified today from the zoning perspective, so my speech had changed a little bit, so bear with me. I do want to say, I know it got touched on, one of my biggest things is, has anybody been in the Northport schools lately? They are literally bursting at the seams. I've been involved with my son's school since he's been there 4 years. There's staff members working out of closets because we do not have any more classrooms. The overcrowding is incredible, not because we can't find teachers, we literally have no more classrooms. There's portables on order, and what I see is these schools, they're gonna be a portable school made out of portable, and there's always issues with power, there's issues with safety during thunderstorms and rain. That's not something that I wanna see. So when we're talking about adding density to a city, where are you putting the kids at? Where are the kids going? And that is one thing that I'm very passionate about. A lot of things that I do at the city are for the kids and giving back to our community. So that is one thing that I really want the commission and the planning to take it under consideration, because 100% we need more commercial use. As a small business owner, we can't find it, which is also why we operate our business out of our home in the estates. So I definitely agree. I also think that we need to be a little bit making sure that we're taking in the public comment about where those mixed-use properties are, because these are communities. So now my kids not going to be able, friends' kids aren't going to be able to ride their bikes down the street because now we have a whole commercial slot going in. Just, it's things like that that you're impacting. Like I said, once again, 100%. Where else can we look in the city to improve these commercial aspects that are not creating issues within the communities that we already have going? And once again, nobody here, I don't think, is against the commercial zoning changes, but I urge the staff working on this project and our commissioners to consider other areas of the city that would not be creating such public dissent or drastically changing our neighborhoods. I also hope, after hearing the outpouring of the neighbors in the estates, that you can find another title. Removing residential completely, that is not going to make anybody happy no matter how you do it, but we do definitely love the agricultural estates. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So let's resume.
What were we talking about?
Who are you? I think that staff had just gone through
that's
the
right.
list of consensuses that they
Yes.
heard. And have we missed anything? from
No, I
your
thought that was really
review?
impressive, Lori, that you actually remembered all that stuff. I was just really, I was more amazed with that than anything else. But yes, and just with the comment about transparency, you know, all of our, just for residents to know out there, that all of our backup material is on our website. It's always available, and that for people to keep up with what's going on is to go into the city's website and go into the meeting agendas and look at it. Everything is there. It's so much more than it used to be. You know, pictures, presentations. So take advantage of that and get the real information. I found it really somewhat, I don't know, not annoying, but that we had to dispel a lot of misinformation before we could move forward with the correct information. So, you know, if people could just find information for themselves and then ask their questions, that would be really, really good, I think, and positive. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. I'm also good with the list of topics, but just with the understanding that there's some detail fine-tuning that needs to happen, and we will all be getting our comments into staff and our feedback into staff, and any of those requiring a commission vote will be flagged, and we will do that. Commissioner Stokes.
Don't feel the need to add anything more. Plenty said.
Right. Commissioner McDowell.
I was under the impression staff would like to get some direction. If you're ready, I can make some consensuses.
We're going to keep it really brief. If if it starts stimulating a lot of discussion, I'm going to make a note of it and put it on the next agenda. So go ahead with that caveat.
So the first one is to get a consensus to retain the agriculture zoning name as is.
Everyone heard that consensus. Commissioner Emmerich?
As is or as presented? As is right now is,
Agriculture is what it is right now.
it's still agricultural,
No, it's going to change to residential.
residential estates. Or, yeah, residential,
So my consensus is to retain the agricultural zoning designation as it is now.
it's still that designation. They had just said that they were going to look at the titles and come back with that. That's what they just said. They were going to look at that. It is still zoned agricultural. Go ahead, city manager, I'm sorry. Your light came on.
Yeah, it was our understanding we were going to bring all this list back to the, what was it, first meeting, regular commission meeting in May?
Right. Right. Yeah, so that's already been captured as.
That's what I thought.
I
So,
thought they were wanting a consensus now for those two.
No,
items.
No, they didn't.
We're going to bring
no,
back.
they have them.
We're going to bring it back at the first meeting in May.
Okay, so that consensus for staff to come back with a name change on the estates that reflects the input is already on the list. What else do you have, Commissioner?
There's nothing else then, Mayor, and everybody else made comment, if I may.
Comments are over. I think we've had
They all
plenty of
spoke.
opportunity to
They
talk. We've thrown out that because
That's
it's
fine.
already
I
on the
can tell that
list.
the rules change depending on who wants to do something. Thank you very much, Mayor. Go
You're
ahead,
welcome.
proceed.
It is 6:01 PM and I adjourn this.
Mayor, we still have regular public comment. the end of
Oh,
public
thank
comment.
you so much. I'll tell you, it starts to go after a 9-hour meeting. Go ahead, please.
Victoria Newman, we do not want the estates where we live zoned for anything other than what it is, agriculture. This is why we moved out here. You have tried this before, just stop it. It's like when you tried to push the bicycle path. We who live in the estates did not want that either. And now, no rezoning. Stop the unnecessary zoning changes. Leave the Springs and estates alone. How about spending the time and money to make sure we in the estates never flood again? Have all the signs pushed back, ditches and canals cleaned. There's something to work on instead of busying yourself with trying to fix something that is not broken, our zoning. Do you like to get the people who live here all riled up from time to time? If you do, you're doing a great job. Remember, all of you work for us, the people, paying taxes and your salaries. Tatiana Sevic. I am against this partnership for several reasons. One, I moved to be near the springs and want them to remain in as natural environment as possible, which this partnership can't honor by building a huge resort. Two, while I like the idea of having holistic care, massage, and healthy food choices on the premises, they can simply be built in place of current buildings and need to be condemned. There is no need for a massive resort. Three, the experience and ability to enter the Springs can't be the same with up to 250 hotel room guests and 300 residential household on the property. Four, there is no way they can build everything and not disrupt nature both above ground and below, which could be catastrophic for the Springs themselves. 5, the neighborhood around the area would be overrun and prices would go up and further displace locals. 6, a 99-year lease is too long of a commitment. If you really want to see how this company runs things, sign a year lease to let them manage the property, and we, the citizens and visitors, can determine if they are even good at basic management first. 7, the $9 million budget we have is more than enough to erect simple structure to house employees, a restaurant or cafe, and some rooms for wellness care like massage. We do not need this partnership. What we need is a capable project manager to help us make decent improvements without selling the soul of the Springs to an LLC. Furthermore, our city is already growing at a high speed and the infrastructure can keep up. The last thing we need is to insert over 550 dwellings into this old part of town. I urge you to reject this proposed partnership. We are continuing on you to represent our voices and will remember your decisions at the next elections. I further urge to not rezone this area as AC and keep it residential, to keep the city-owned acres as natural as they are now. Thank you sincerely, Tatiana Civic. Dawn Pinner. As a 27-year resident of Northport, I adamantly oppose the rezoning and price from single-family to mixed use. One, as we need environmental preservation, not more hotels and gas stations. There are homes already built on price and more businesses shouldn't be allowed. I also oppose increasing the density of a 4 DU per acre to 10 DU in connector areas and price east of Toledo Blade. We already have so many areas that are zoned this dense, and development is too thick even in my own neighborhood. I was the third house on my street in 1996. It was all forest. No more neighborhoods should be destroyed like mine, besides desperately needing some trees and wildlife. The traffic is already out of control and the city just can't handle anymore. I oppose rezoning price east of Toledo Blade to mixed use to keep such businesses away from the homes in this area. The congestion is ruining the whole feel of the area and is very unwelcoming to tourists, which we want for economic reasons. Northport has some of the last large areas unscattered land in the state. We shouldn't be trying to squeeze in as many businesses and houses as we can get. The home values and the land values will increase because we have preserved areas and made this beautiful place. The impact on the residents along with the environmental impacts should be enough reason to deny all the proposed rezoning. Lisa Dobson. Atwater Drive should remain a purely single-family home area as it currently is composed. The possibility of a duplex or fourplex being shoehorned into the middle of single-family homes is not only unsightly, but a devaluing of existing single-family homes. There is an elementary school on this street, multiple churches and commercial development at each which already overtax this road. From 6 a.m. to evening, there is a steady flow of traffic during school pickups and commuting hours. It gets heavy. I can't get my mail for fear of being hit. The speed limit of 45 seems more like a suggestion than most drivers ignore. Development of East Price as proposed will only add to the pain on Atwater. Haven't we learned from the debacle that is West Price is the vision to have 4-lane road residents front yards? Bringing dense housing to this area will not only be a traffic nightmare, but an eyesore as well. Is this how you are valuing your neighbors in the Northport? This is a terrible plan for Northport residents. It is not okay to erode quality of life for some and to devalue the property of others for the sake of development. Please go back to the drawing board and consider the impacts on your tax-paying residents that are already here and will be negatively affected by this plan. Density does not guarantee affordable. Please get more creative and keep in mind those that live here already and voted for you, or are just we that live in Atwater area on the wrong side of the tracks. Victor Dorfin and David Phillips. That completes it.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. So with that, it is. Thank you, City Clerk. So with that, it is 6:08, and I am closing the City Commission workshop.